What about the sharing your
Choice, you want to get in voice? I'm down to talk. Let's talk. You want to talk? Let's talk. You want to talk? I'll even get into voice with...
get in voice with Blue and talk. Interesting.
And Jnny. I'll get into... Do you want Jnny too? I'll bring Jnny in too. That's fine. I'll bring Jnny in too. If you want. If you don't want to, that's fine.
Blue tries to farm you for content. It really is what he does, man. Blue's relevancy comes from reviewing content and creating drama. That's it. He doesn't actually produce anything.
Personal attack, by the way.
Gameplay, so
Personal
that's just kind of what it is, man.
There it is.
And I get
I'm
the hustle.
offering
I
both
understand
sides
the
of the story.
And this is pretty much exactly what this stream is about today, is the exact same thing.
Okay, there it is. Do I need
streamception? Oh yeah, we're going big streamception.
We're going big streamception. Well, I mean, choice. If you want to talk, I'm more than happy to talk it out. If you don't want to, talk it out, it's up to you.
Do it, man. If you think he's wrong, prove it.
Yep.
All right, bro. This is content. Don't let it go. Can we have a third person streaming both points of view? Do it. Let's go.
I'm willing to talk with Jnny too.
Him. These personal background shots of each other's chat are... Okay. Am I scared? Wait, what is this, Lear?
I'm an exceptional shot caller.
I am.
Oh, this is that meme.
I am.
Don't go, please.
Just like Choice is an exceptional player.
All right, man. You know, the only reason why I'm hesitant to join comms with Blue is because the last time I talked with him, he was unwavering in his opinion. I need to know if I'm ever going to be in comms with him that he has an open enough mind to admit that he was wrong. If he doesn't have an open enough mind to admit that he was wrong, then yapping with him is completely pointless.
Same goes for him.
If I can present an
I've
argument,
admitted that I'm wrong before.
And
same goes for him.
Something, then maybe it's worth it. Otherwise, it ain't worth it.
Road runs both ways. I'm down. Again, I'm willing to accept both sides of the story. That's why I had pulled Cannon into voice and did the same thing. Accept both sides of the story. That's why I pulled Cannon in, and I admitted that I was wrong with Cannon. I said, okay, I got the timeline wrong. Now, I was right overall. I was still right that he had nothing to do with the one-sided deck changes. Still stand on that. That being said, I was wrong about the timeline. I fucked that up. And I admitted it, frankly. It is what it is. That's why I pull people into voice. You get both sides of the story. And if he doesn't want to, Choice, if you don't want to do this, man, don't feel like you have to. I'm not trying to. Like, bro, it's fine. If you don't want to get into voice, I'm just offering you, if you want to get into voice, we can. But like, again, I'm going to let Jnny, if she wants to get into voice too, because last time I came after Jnny, I got into voice with her on Zerodin's podcast thing, and we talked it out. Like, I don't know, like, you're more than happy to, if if you're more than happy to get into voice. If you don't want to get into voice, that's totally understandable. I am open-minded,
just
but also
for 2 months.
You need to be open-minded too. Okay,
Riot.
so like you're also stuck in your ways, and you need to understand that you admit that, right? Like, you got to admit that, right? And we both understand that. We go into it with a reasonably open mind. And to be clear, Choice, I want to make this very clear because I know you're listening. I gave you the benefit of the doubt on this particular graph for years. The testing audio and then the thing, because I'm like, maybe it's just because he joined BR, he got a bunch of gear, he got rated by Sasha a decent amount, right? Like, you add all these things together, it's possible. The only time...
Choice, Jnny.
Shush, chat. The only time when I started like suspecting everything is I'm like, okay, well, you line up, okay, well, you're talking about embedding live on the air, which is viewbotting, okay, and fraud. You are actively streaming alongside of her and benefiting from her viewbots while shitting down the other BDO partners' throats, all at the same fucking time, and you support her through all of this bad behavior that she's been in the category. You look at these things on a graph, and it makes the previous incidents that I used to give you the benefit of the doubt for look a lot worse. It is absolutely possible that you were not viewbotting back then. 100%. I can't prove that, just like you can't prove that you weren't. That's how it is. The only people that really know are Twitch, and they're not going to fucking do anything. So this is all a nothing burger. You and I both know nothing will come of this. It doesn't matter. So if you don't want to get into voice, I'm more than happy to just fucking move on. If you do want to get into voice, I'm more than happy to talk it out with you. I'm not backpedaling on shit.
I'm calling them, guys.
All right, let's do it. Shit. Okay. I'm not backpedaling on shit. I said yesterday, I was like, I think that it looks like he's doing it, or that he did it, right? But like, again, it's up to the viewer to decide this shit. Just like you can't prove Jnny's viewbotting. It's the same thing. Okay. All right. So we've got Choice here. Choice, I'm going to adjust your volume. Can you guys hear me okay?
How you guys hearing me? Sound good?
Okay, yeah, looks good. All right, so I've obviously already spoken on this yesterday. Do you just want to give a response to all that? I'll be honest, I just tuned in. So do you want to give a response to everything? Absolutely, you're entitled to your response. Go ahead and give your response about everything that I said yesterday and your thoughts there. Go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, Blue, you're not the moderator. We are two equals here, and you're already trying to take over such a conversation and acting like you're above this. I don't appreciate that. Second of all, I haven't even watched your clips about what you even said about me, so I'd like to first stream that to you so we can both watch it with your viewers and mine.
Sure. Let's do it.
At the same time.
Yep, I'm
so
down.
Let's see what you said.
I got to pop out your chat here. I got to move this over here. Oh, you're going to... Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to turn this up.
So, I have not seen these clips in their entirety.
You're streaming in Discord.
Yeah, I'm streaming in Discord. I wanted to watch the clips here.
Okay, gotcha. All right, bet.
I don't know what this clip is exactly.
Okay.
Once again, I haven't even seen these, or they're not organized.
That's the way that it is.
You hear that okay?
You have to have sufficient evidence, in my opinion. God, I sound like fucking Moonerley. You can't just run people down. People all thought that I was firing from the hip for Ellie. I've been watching her analytics for fucking years.
This is nothing. Let's see what this was. These were just sent to me.
Yep.
Is there
5 minutes.
substantial proof on my side of the fence here? Yes. Is there still a chance he's not viewbotting? Absolutely. Just like there's stuff for Ellie.
Okay, is this talking about me, or is this talking about somebody else?
Nope, that's you.
This is me? Okay.
Yep. That's you.
Jnny, it could just be a bunch of fucking
That's why I said. Yeah, exactly.
Technically true. Haxing could be fine too, but at a certain point, if you look at enough dots on a graph, you're like, okay, well,
exactly what I just said
to you. You have to make a decision. But you're right. You can't fully prove it. And if you think he's embedding, that is effectively viewbotting in every way, because those people aren't actually watching the stream, but they're counting as a viewer, right? Pretty obvious. Pretty obvious.
So let's just pause for one moment before we continue.
Okay. Yeah.
Do you think that my viewers right now are legitimate?
Yeah. I said yesterday, I know that you haven't watched the stream or anything yet, but I said I don't think that I don't think that Choice is viewbotting currently. I said it is possible that he's viewbotting part of his viewership. I said his engagement is low, but not alarming. Like, it's reasonable. I said that.
Okay. I think that this is the first one that I'm supposed to watch.
And put himself back on top.
Okay. So, this is the part that I saw.
And put himself back on top.
So basically,
okay, all right.
Your opinion here, that you were saying here, is that you're creating a lot of extremely insidious comments about why I would do a duo stream with my girlfriend.
Yep.
You're saying basically that I have these conniving thoughts where I'm like, oh, the reason that I'm going to do a duo stream with her and do a duo commentary over this tournament is because I wanted to have more viewers than everybody in the category. So that way there I'm at the top of the category. So that way there when people click on the streams to watch it, they're going to see mine first. And you're basically were claiming that I'm making all of these like conscious decisions like I'm like an evil conniving person, when in reality it's not much further than I kind of wanted to just watch a tournament with my girlfriend.
Okay.
And we were both streaming at the same time.
Okay.
So you're putting a lot of very big thoughts behind a very simple concept where if I watch a stream with her, if I watch the hideout ball with her, if I watch these big events with her, it's not as deep as we're both interested in watching an event. we are both full-time streamers, there's a stream feature that allows us to share our chats, and we share our chats. It's really not much deeper
I'm just
than
letting
that.
you finish. I'm
not really sure. I'm not really sure why you put all these crazy thoughts in my mind, or not in my mind, in other people's minds about how it could be much more deeper than that. First of all, I would love to have a time machine to go back 3 days where I don't do a duo stream with her. Can you honestly believe that I wouldn't have had the most viewers in the category for spectating the tournament? Because
absolutely possible.
I put a lot of effort. You're positive that I would not, or that I would?
No, I said it's absolutely possible. We don't know because it didn't happen.
Possible. Okay. So I don't want to. This is just Is it generally true? Actually, you know what? We don't even have to ask you if it's generally true.
Hold on. Can I respond to the?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Can I respond to?
I'm gonna pull something up.
Okay. All right. So your argument is that the only reason you would do this is because you're a conniving, terrible person, and that's what I was insinuating. No,
You definitely were doing that.
To clarify, yes, I was insinuating that there was malintent behind streaming with her on that particular day.
Yeah.
100%. But also, it's not the only reason. There are a number of conniving reasons that you. It's not the only there's multiple conniving reasons here. If we want to use the word conniving, it is the fact that she very obviously is already viewbotting, and you are going to use the fact, like, normally she viewbots for 1,000 viewers, but it would look, you could speculate that it would look really bad if she was trying to get to the top of the category when everyone else had special drops, and suddenly she didn't have special drops and she went all the way to the top of the category regardless. That would look pretty bad. But if she streams together with you, she can still be at the top of the category and watch the tournament with you, and then you're still both in the top slot of the category. Okay, so there's
So you're now saying that she is conniving, and
both
she is thinking all these
now,
things.
hold on. No. Yeah, both of you. Yes. I think that she's viewbotting, and you are not only complacent in the viewbotting, but okay with benefiting from the fact that she is obviously viewbotting. Number one. That's like number 1, 2, and 3. Okay. I also think that, again, it does secure the top slot of the category. You can make the argument you'd have been in the top slot of the category for your anyway. However, Choice, I actually think that you care about her enough that you're absolutely willing to throw your own reputation under the bus to try to boost her the fuck up, which is totally fine, right? That's great and everything, but this is by lifting her up, you push everybody else in the category down another slot where they shouldn't be, which is completely unfair to everyone else. And I think that you are so blinded by how much you care about this woman that you actually just don't realize how badly it affects the rest of the fucking category. So part of it is, yes, it's a conniving thing where I know you know, there's no way you don't know that your girlfriend is viewbotting, okay? There's no way you don't fucking know this at this point, and you're willing to benefit directly from those viewbots yourself. Like, because you also have 2.4K viewers at the top of the category. You're like, oh, I'm just streaming with my girlfriend. Well, let's be honest with you. You're willing to benefit from her viewbots yourself. So it's one thing to be like, oh, yeah, she's viewbotting. Okay, whatever. Yeah, that's her thing. But it's another thing entirely to want to viewbot, to be like a part of it and benefiting directly from it. So are you conniving? Yeah, I would say that's pretty conniving, in my opinion. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so once again, you're making all of these claims as if I'm doing these things with the intent to get ahead or get a leg up or get us something above other people in this category. Once again, it does not go deeper than I want to watch a tournament with my girlfriend. And I don't think that you are the Twitch police to say, oh, well, the only acceptable way for Choice to watch a tournament with his girlfriend is if she's not streaming at the time. You're trying to dictate what I or her are allowed to stream in the category because of your opinion of what should be. Like, you are not important, Blue. You are not important enough to be able to dictate what should happen in Black Desert Online. Nobody is. And if she wants to stream and I want to stream and we want to watch a tournament together, then we're gonna fucking watch the tournament together. It doesn't matter your opinion of all of these things that you are going to say that she is, and you can say all these things about her. And quite frankly, I don't want to talk about whether or not she is viewbotting or not. Because
Of course you don't.
Sure, is there a
Of
great
course you don't.
is there a great argument to say that, hey, it's very weird how her viewership is high compared to her chat activity? Yeah, we can go all day about that. But you know, at the end of the day, there's also like song and dance speculation that we can do too about why does her viewership scale in a normal way? If you look at all of her VODs in the last month, her viewership climbs by 100 every 30 minutes on average. Like, it's not even like, oh, there's a massive jump in view bots and then it stays at 1,000. It's a normal trend, what you would see with normal people. So at the end of the day, I trust when my girlfriend says that, hey, this is not something that I'm doing. Is it happening? You and I very well know that viewbotting is not something that is under the control of anybody on Twitch. You can either do it yourself, or anybody could type in the name blue_squadron, and then all of a sudden you are now getting viewbotted. And so whether she has a super fan that is doing it to her, whether it's legitimate or whether she is the one doing it, I am trusting when she says that it is not her that is doing it. And if you are going to dictate what I can and cannot watch with her just because of this perceived insidiousness that I'm evil and complacent and I know about it, and like, fuck, bro, you're acting like I'm the one paying for the view bots. God damn. Like, I don't even know, how are you so invested in my relationship and my wanting to stream with her?
Okay, can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. I actually think that it's not necessarily you trying to get a leg up on the category yourself, but rather willing to.
Okay, hold on. Let's stop. You're now backtracking something you literally just said that you. I didn't interrupt you, but you are 100% just backtracking what you just fucking said.
No.
What you just fucking said was that I am trying to do all this conniving shit, and then you said I don't think you're trying to do all this conniving shit. You're backtracking.
I literally just let
so
you
I'm
talk
going to call
for
you
like
out
5
when you're
minutes.
backtracking.
No, I'm not backtracking because you won't let me finish. I'm trying to explain something to you.
Well,
I let you talk for 5
backtracking.
minutes without interrupting you. Blue Squadron, who I understand is like the guy who interrupts people, is allowing you to speak in your entirety and wait very patiently for me to speak. Then the moment I start speaking, you want to cut me off in the first sentence. Okay? Chill. All right? Now.
Hey, if I'm spewing some bullshit, you can cut me off too. I think that this should be a back and forth that's not just...
It was all bullshit, but I need to let you finish. Otherwise, we can't talk about it like fucking men. Okay? Like, it's just how it goes. You have to let each other finish. All right? Now, okay.
Yeah,
so,
men let each other finish.
All right. So, I think you're doing it. So you said, I think you're doing it to give yourself a leg up in the category on everyone else, which is partially true, but also I think more prominent is you willing to do it to give her a leg up in the category over everybody else. I think it's less about you. Maybe partially about you. You know that you're going to stay on top. Sure, great. Yeah, that matters. Yeah, that's part of it. 100%. There is a conniving part of it. But I actually think that the majority of it is you are like hopelessly just pushing her agenda in the category to try to make her more popular at the expense of everybody else. Okay? You said earlier, I'm not the moderation police. You're absolutely right. If you see somebody commit a murder, you shouldn't do anything about it because you're not the police. 100%. What are we talking about? Like, you're right. I'm not the moderation police. I'm not the one that necessarily is going to be the one that exhibits the ban. But just because I'm not the one that can ban her doesn't mean I shouldn't call out bad behavior in the category where you see it. If you see somebody commit a crime, you should report it to the police. Or like, hey, guys, hey, this guy's trying to murder this person, right? Something. That's an extreme example, but like, that's just how it is, okay? Now, I understand why you don't want to discuss whether or not she's viewbotting, because she is so very obviously viewbotting that it is an indefensible position at this point. Like, her numbers, her growth, the engagement in her chat, everybody fucking knows it. Like, does Jnny want to join the call? She seems to have a lot to say in your chat. She's more than happy to join the call. Now, that being said, I would like to discuss whether or not she's viewbotting, because if you can go ahead and admit, because you said I had to be able to approach this from a reasonable perspective, you yourself have to be able to as well. You have to admit that even if she is being viewbotted by somebody else, you know that she's being viewbotted, and you're more than happy to benefit from that by streaming at the top of the category with her with 2.4K viewers. So effectively, you are benefiting from those bots as well, which is a serious bad actor thing to do. You also said, there's no way to confirm whether or not she's been viewbotted, blah, blah, blah. Her growth curves look this, that. We could look at the graphs all day. At the end of the day, when you look at it, when you look at all of her engagement put together, it's super fucking obvious. But I will say this. It is pretty obvious to tell when somebody is being viewbotted by another viewer or by somebody else, because it only happens a few times. It is very difficult to viewbot a streamer because you don't necessarily know when they're going to be live and how long they're going to be live for, so you don't know how long to purchase the bots for necessarily, right? So it's extremely hard to viewbot somebody every single stream across multiple years, okay, without the streamer's direct consent. So is it possible one of her viewers is viewbotting her? Yes. Is it also possible she knows about that and is okay with it? Absolutely. Yes. That's also true as well. Okay. Now, if Jnny seems to have a lot to say in your chat, if she wants to join the call, I'm more than happy to have a discussion. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. I think that I can handle this on my own. She doesn't have to come in. So okay, my bad. Okay, so there were 3 points that you made. 3 main points to your argument. The first point that you were making is that she is the one benefiting the most from us duo streaming together.
Yep.
That was the
you
first
have
thing
legitimate viewers, and she doesn't.
Yeah. So I would like to
Correct.
dismantle that first claim by showing you this graph. This right here is her graph of that stream. A pretty normal looking curve where after the first 1 hour, she had 341 viewers. She then moved up to 400 after the second hour. She moved up to 600. Pretty standard progression. Then there was a jump here right before the tournament started. You can see right here, she changed, I think, her title to do with the tournament right around here. At this point, she had been streaming for 8 hours. So your first claim is that she is benefiting from, she is the one that was mostly benefiting from this duo stream with me. Her viewership literally did not change other than when these ads ran. These are probably just ads running and people not being counted as a viewer anymore. They come back, more ads ran, whatever, I don't know. There's some dips, but then her viewership ultimately was at 1228, 1182, roughly 1200. It continued to be roughly 1200 all the way to the very bitter end. And so how is she benefiting from this duo stream disproportionately, in your opinion, if it doesn't actually affect her viewership at all?
Okay, can I go? All right.
Let's start with number 1, yeah.
Pretty obviously, she's benefiting from the duo stream because the vast majority of her viewership are not actually real viewers, and she has the exposure of your viewers who are actually real people, right? So she's getting discovery and exposure. It also keeps her in the top slot of the category as well. It also keeps her in the top slot of the category as well, whereas otherwise she would have been pushed down in the category by other streamers, and she very likely, well, I would say would lose viewers, but like you said, she didn't lose a single viewer despite the fact that she didn't have drops available. I'll be goddamn. How about that? Also, she said that she had drops, but again, the implication here is that she has the new special drops, and she didn't. I had to go to Zethian's stream to get the special drops. So yeah, she is benefiting.
I think that's a self-made implication that you like. That is, I don't know. You cannot make a claim that she is trying to claim that she had these special drops when she didn't. In this exact same screenshot, you can see Rayrar, who also didn't have special drops, has drops at the front of her stream. every fucking streamer has drops at the start of their stream.
Well, didn't have
The entire category always has drops.
But didn't the partners have the special drops?
No,
or was it very
5
specific
partners only.
Oh, so it's even worse.
5 partners only.
So it's even worse.
There was only
okay. So
well, whatever your opinion of
agree
worse
with
is,
you.
but only 5 partners had drops. She had drops in her title. Rayrar had drops. Everybody, you could
Okay.
scroll down. If I could
All right.
scroll down, everybody in this category puts drops in
Okay.
their fucking stream.
All right, let me respond.
So to
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you this 100%. I thought that all of the partners had drops, and so she is okay with having drops in her title. That's fine. That's granted. That's me approaching this with a reasonable attitude. I'm admitting that I'm wrong about this. Sure, she can have drops in her title because she has the normal drops, but not the special drops, right?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Granted. That being said, that makes this behavior even more egregious because the 5 partners that they did give special drops to got shafted because you pushed her over the top of the remaining 4 partners that actually had special drops.
Okay, so I would like to address that, but I want to go back to the other 2 points you're making. I just can't even really remember what they are. That's the trouble with letting people go. That's the point of making 3 points in one long sentence. Is it's hard to address.
Okay, so
each
make
thing
one point,
directly.
then I'll address it. Then I'll make one point.
Yeah.
You address it.
So let's go with what you just said. Is that these partners are getting more shafted because I am duo streaming with her. First of all, the benefit of getting these special drops is 2 things. Number 1, you are in the news post on the official website saying that you are the person that has these drops.
Sure.
The second thing is the in-game shoutout. Whether or not, those are the 2 benefits of getting these special drops. If you were to go and look at my viewership right now, and on the same exact day, this is when I started the stream. After 10 minutes, I had 76 viewers. I then, after 18 minutes, had 316.
Sure.
The in-game shoutout happened, and that is when you spike up. So the partners themselves, their benefit of these special drops, I am not robbing the other partners of a special drop because I am duo streaming. Their benefit is the fact that they get an in-game shoutout, and it is up to the community on who they would prefer of those 5 people to watch. They are presented with the list of 5 people in game, and you go to those 5 people. You look on the news post, you see the 5 people, you go to those 5 people. You can make the argument that, what about people that are just browsing the category and they're just kind of looking and, maybe they might get confused. Listen, I'm not going to sacrifice watching a stream with my girlfriend for people that can't fucking read, whether or not these streamers do not have special drops. It is not my responsibility to think about, I should worry about this other guy and be like, what if he gets confused that Rayrar had drops in her title? Like, at the end of the day, the benefit of these drops, I'm not fucking over any partners. The benefits of these drops is that you get the in-game shoutout. So I think if there is any robbing of whatever you're saying here, the robbing is dealt to such a minuscule nature that I bet you that all of these 4 partners barely really even considered it.
Okay, my turn.
I really do. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you say that you're not robbing the other BDO partners that had special drops that day. I wonder if they feel that way. If you ask them, did you ask them? Because I feel that I mean, you don't have to ask
I would
them
hope
publicly,
that if
and I'm not going to put
Yeah.
them on the spot. But I would say that I think it does matter. And you said that the viewers are basically stupid. You're like, it's not my fault if the viewers can't read, oh my God. But you know damn well that the viewership on Twitch and your discoverability on Twitch is directly predicated on how high up you are in the category. You're like, well, all 5 streamers are there. People can choose for themselves. Yes, but they will be presented. So they'll be presented with all 5 streamers, but they will be presented with you first. And that's what matters. And you know that's what matters. And keeping her and yourself in the top slot of the category will directly benefit you guys more than the rest of them, because a viewer who is newer to Twitch, right, is going to be presented with your stream first. And they might not go check on, what are the chances that they're going to go check on Zethian's stream next? What are the chances they're going to go check on Pig's stream next, or whatever the exclusive dropped streamers ended up being? Right? Like, the chance goes lower based on how high up you are in the category. And Jnny should not have been in that slot necessarily, right? She should not have been there, which meant that they got pushed further down in the category when they weren't necessarily supposed to. Now,
Yeah. Don't make another point. I think I can respond to that.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
So it sounds like you have beef with Twitch's feature, because if I decided to right now start duo streaming with somebody that had 20 viewers, are you going to claim that that person does not deserve to be at the top slot of the category because they only have 20 viewers? It's literally the feature that is built into Twitch where it is the one that is boosting the person up to the top when you are duo streaming with somebody else. If I think that you have such a fucking hatred for Jnny that we would not be having this conversation if I was duo streaming this tournament with Rayrar, who did not have the special drops. It is quite literally only because it is her that you have a problem. I would have been at the top slot with anybody on that day. It could have been Tom, Dick, or Harry. Anybody, it would have been at the top. And would you really be claiming that, oh, that these guys don't deserve to be at the top slot because they don't actually have 1,000 viewers, or they don't actually have 1,200 viewers? Like, it is quite literally, you are so bloodlusted over your perception of her. She has got such a fucking crux living so rent-free in your brain that the only reason that you have a problem with this right now is because that it's her.
Okay. So you think that I have beef with the stream together function on Twitch? To be clear,
it sounds like it.
To be clear, my opinion of the stream together function, I am not a fan, but I also am not like completely against it. It's not like I don't really talk about it very often. It's not like I don't really like it very much because you can absolutely boost somebody. But you know, hey, what are you going to do? If it's a Twitch feature, I don't think that the feature should necessarily work that way, but hey, it's a Twitch feature. It is what it is, right? That being said, you think that I have like this hate boner for Jnny, and it's like, oh, well, you're only doing it because it's Jnny. You only call out Jnny. You're only after Jnny. Well, I called out, what's your response? I called out Haxing in the exact, this whole thing started because I was calling out another guy because he's right on your fucking screen right there, 314 viewers. That guy's obviously fucking viewbotting too. The whole thing started is because I'm calling out another person. It has nothing to do it has absolutely nothing to do with Jnny necessarily. But again, if Jnny wants to join the call, she's more than happy to. Like that, I'll be honest with you, slinging shit in your chat like this, but
guys, stop spamming in my chat right
now. Not being enough, not being strong enough to join the call, but spamming in the chat says a lot about the person's character. Also says that she can't defend herself because it's an indefensible position. That being said, I don't necessarily have a hate boner for Jnny. In fact, you go back to before she started any of this bad actor behavior, I had a pretty positive interaction with her most of the time. I wasn't pro or against Jnny in any way, but she keeps being the bad actor in the category here. She's directly tied to all the bad behavior. So you can try to say, oh, woe is me, she's the victim. She's not the victim in any of this. She's the antagonist. And you can say, oh, Blue's just trying to farm drama. This is all he do. All he can do is start drama. I'm not the one starting this. Stop viewbotting. Stop pushing your girlfriend to the very top of the fucking category over the top of everybody else when there's special fucking drops that Pearl Abyss gave you. Let the category fucking like decide for itself who they want to watch instead of constantly trying to put Jnny in front of everybody else at everyone else's expense. It would be one thing to use the stream together function with your girlfriend on a normal day, and I'll be honest with you, that's still massively disingenuous behavior because you essentially admitted without saying it before, you know she's fucking viewbotting. You know that her numbers do not look good, and you're still willing to use the stream together function with her, in spite of knowing that most of her viewership is not legitimate. You are still willing to use the stream together function with her to benefit directly from those bots. And the funny thing is, I don't even necessarily think, yes, that's part of it. I actually think it's more that you are trying to put her on such a pedestal. You're pushing her so hard that it's less that like, oh yeah, I get to benefit from the bots. And it's actually more that, oh, this will put her back on top where she needs to be. That's how I feel about it.
Okay, that's how you can feel about it. But let me pose a question to you. If she is viewbotting, why does she need anybody to push her to the top of the category? Why doesn't she just buy 1,000 more viewbots?
Great question. Can I respond to that?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah, because We know that she's viewbotting, but she tries to make it look like it could be relatively reasonable. If she were to viewbot another 1,000, why doesn't she just, by that same token, let's take that same logic, why doesn't she viewbot herself 16,000 viewers to the top of just chatting? Because she would just get banned. Or she's trying to stay under the radar as she can with regards to Twitch. She can only do so much without losing the community's support. So she tries to do as much as she feels like she can get away with. But when there's special drops in the category, she knows she's going to get dwarfed so fucking badly that she knows that, okay, the stream together function is really her only way of staying on top.
Okay, I can respond to that.
Go ahead.
So, I think that's completely, that whole like staying on top thing, and that's the only reason why she wanted to duo stream, and the only reason why I duo streamed is so that I could guarantee myself on the top. That is a whole lot of cope. At the end of the day, she had been streaming already for 8 hours before this entire tournament even started.
Sure.
She actually continued to stream longer just because we wanted to watch the tournament together. If you look at her past streams, they are generally not actually over 8 hours. There's a couple of them here that are 10 and 11 hours on the weekend because of the duo stream that we did. But at the end of the day, a lot of the time her streams are ending right at that time. So why would she have this insecurity like, oh, if I don't do a duo stream with Choice, then maybe I'm not going to be at the top of the category. I should duo stream with them. She could have just ended her stream like she normally does after the 8 hour mark.
Great point.
So why are we acting like she had this insecurity that she had to do this? Like you're projecting what you think happened to try to spin a story that is completely it's literally just like a fantasy that you're making up in your brain, when in reality she just wanted to watch a tournament with me.
Okay. By that same token, if she had been live for 8 hours already and she wasn't going to benefit anything from the stream itself, why wouldn't she just, and she wanted to watch the tournament with you, why wouldn't she just end her stream, raid you, and get into voice with you? Why wouldn't she just
I can respond to that. Because if she's going to do something BDO related as a BDO streamer, she streams it. She sometimes goes to Node Wars when she doesn't stream, but that's like saying, hey, would you rather watch the tournament and get paid for your regular viewership, or would you rather watch the tournament and not get paid at all?
So she was benefiting.
Well, she benefits from the fact that her stream is live. If my stream is live, if your stream is live, we are benefiting. We are getting paid for every ad that people see. Yep. So despite the fact that her viewership never changed, she didn't really, like in this way that you're saying that she's benefiting, her viewership didn't change before or during or after the tournament ended. The benefit was that she had her normal viewership that she normally has, and she's getting her normal ad revenue that she normally has. And instead of getting 8 hours worth of ads, she instead got 11 hours worth of ads. So she got paid, whatever, 30% more money because she continued streaming 30% longer. That's why she kept streaming. If we're going to be watching something BDO related, why would she not get her normal ad revenue? It's not like she thought,
she doesn't
this is
have
really
the special
signal
drops.
boost me.
Because she doesn't have the special drops. She won't get her normal ad revenue, presumably because she doesn't have the special drops. If she had the special drops, believe it or not, she should be getting more than her normal ad revenue. The only reason she's benefiting from streaming with you in this particular case, and why her ad revenue remains constant, is one, they're all fucking bots anyway, and two, because she's benefiting from your visibility in the category. Very obviously. Like, the only reason she stayed in the top slot is because of you. Because she is directly benefiting from your actual viewers being in her chat and being in her stream. It lends legitimacy to her viewership. And to be clear, honestly, Jnny's greatest weakness and the thing that people point to the most is her chat, like how quickly her chat is moving. Your chat is at least moving at a reasonable speed most days, right? So when you use the stream together function, it combines your chats in most cases, unless you deliberately tell it not to. So it deliberately, when a viewer clicks on Jnny's stream, in this case, they're going to be fooled into thinking that these chatters are actually here for Jnny and not here for you. And so she will acquire follows, visibility, and overall snowball herself more than she would otherwise because, again, she's benefiting from your real viewers because she doesn't have legitimate viewers. See, that's how this works. If she uses the stream together function with you, she gains a much more active chat and maintains the top slot of the category. Of course, it benefited her much more greatly than everyone else in the category that didn't have special drops that day to stream with you at that time.
Okay, so I would like to dismantle that whole thing by just showing sheer proof that's full of shit. So before her tournament, she had 11,182. Let's remind the people what the category looked like at this time. Zethian had 929 viewers. At this time, she had 1,182 viewers.
So you're saying that Jnny is not viewbotting. To be clear, your argument is that she is not viewbotting at all. These are all legitimate viewers. I just want to be very clear that this is your point.
I'm arguing my argument. I've already given my stance on the viewbotting thing, and I'm going to tell you what it is right now.
No, this is
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah, hit me. Say it.
I do not think that she personally is deliberately viewbotting.
Okay.
Whether I will say, I do not think that she is opinion, I don't think that her, the person, is viewbotting.
Are there bots contributing to her viewership?
Do I think that there are bots contributing to her viewership from external sources? It actually does kind of seem that
obviously.
Way,
yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. So there it is. So you completely agree that the bots are coming from somewhere. She is obviously being botted. Okay, we're getting somewhere. She's either botting herself or the bots are coming from somewhere. But she has
said bots. That plenty of times.
No.
I have said that plenty of times.
No.
That I don't think that.
Never explicitly like
I think that.
No, hold on.
Well,
hold on.
If I didn't say it explicitly, then it is explicitly.
I'm getting to it. You do know that she's obviously. So you think she's being viewbotted. I think that she's consensual in viewbotting. Whether she's being viewbotted and she knows about it or she's doing it herself remains to be seen. That being said, we can both agree she's being botted. And you chose to benefit from those bots by using the stream together function at the top of the fucking category. So you took those bots and said, yeah, I'm going to be at the top of the fuck category too, right alongside her, and then I'm going to add my viewership to this, and it will add legitimacy to a stream that I know is being botted because my active chat will make it look like they're legitimate viewers. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. So you just admitted that not only do you know that there are bots, but you then knew that they were bots and then benefited from them directly yourself. 100%.
I am not saying that I 100% know
that
there are bots.
Here we
I'm not backpedaling anything. You're putting words into my mouth again.
You said obviously earlier. You literally said obviously.
I said, well, let me clarify my stance here. Her, the person, I don't think that she is the one that is viewbotting. Are there things that are...
But she is, she has bots on her stream.
There are things on her stream that are weird, but there's things on her stream that are not weird. She has a low chat activity, but she has normal viewership growth in terms of how fast she gains.
She does not.
Okay, well, we can easily dismantle that. Let's go to her
last.
streams.
You mean growth in terms of her ramp? Well, she's had years of practice of trying to make the bots look as reasonable as possible. She's had that's okay. How many viewers does she have? Hold on, Master, go back to that graph.
Yeah,
yeah. So how many viewers does she have? Yeah, just click on that. Yeah.
So she's got 0. 12 minutes to 76. 22 143. After an hour-ish, she's got 370.
Sure.
And she has, she goes up to 644 after another half hour.
Yeah.
And then she kind of grows very, very reasonably for an hour and a half. And then she grows a little bit more, and then she kind of consistent, has a bit of a drop-off, and then that's the end of this stream.
Sure. Right. And my argument for this is that she's had 2 fucking years now of viewbotting experience to try to make this graph look as reasonably as possible. I would argue that she even learned from me looking at Ellie's graph. She was like, oh shit, I can't fucking do that. I gotta try to fix this. Right? Viewbotters are getting smarter about it. But that being said, everything said and done,
all of the points on the graph accounted for, it's very obvious that she's viewbotting, and it's an indefensible position. You already admitted as such yourself.
The only thing that is tough to defend is the fact that she has a very inactive chat. And quite frankly, you can even say that her graphs look rather normal when she is playing different games as well. Like if we go and find, let's see her Minecraft stream, for example. She was streaming Minecraft. She had some viewership, and then you could see that after a very short amount of time, her viewership started to taper off like you would normally see when you start a sponsorship segment.
Bro, okay. All right. No, okay. Pull up your sponsored segment for Enshroud. You did an Enshrouded stream the other day, right? Pull up your Enshrouded stream and see your graph from that.
So I would like to point out why, before I do that, I'm going to do it. But before I do that, I would like to point out that looking at graphs do not tell an entire story.
Correct. I agree.
Because
you
can pull up my Enshrouded stream and you can say, oh, Choice had 1,500 viewers at the time that he did Enshrouded. And then it dropped like a rock. You know why it dropped like a rock?
How about that? That looks a little different. That does.
Yeah.
That looks a little bit different. Well, how
it looks different because let me tell you why it looks different.
That's just the most recent example.
Oh, well, hey, listen. I'm going to show you something else to counteract this, to counteract whatever fucking tomfoolery you got going on in your brain.
Okay.
Right before the Adana fight, when I'm defending Zephyros for the third time, people start to come into my stream to get hyped to watch me defend.
Yeah.
And the moment that it stops, your stream typically drops hard. If you were to go back to the week prior to this happening as well, where I have 1.8 thousand viewers, the same thing was happening right as I ended my stream. This was without a sponsor segment.
I would argue that
leading up to the Adana fight, there's a spike.
Okay,
and then there's a big fucking jump.
Yes.
And if I kept streaming after this,
hold that graph on the
screen. It would have continued to go down.
Hold that graph on the screen.
And you can see it the last week.
Yep. What? So the reason that it's really smart of you to use this example is because you can't actually see beyond about an hour or two after you did actually did the Adania segment, so we don't actually know what the trend looks like. We do know that it looks like it's coming down, but I would argue that it's normalizing. I would argue that it was probably going to level off. Yes, you do get a spike from the Adania thing. Absolutely. But I think that it absolutely, and if you ask any of the other top streamers, they would say, yeah, you get the spike, but then it comes back down to right where it kind of was before, right? So I would argue that that was probably going to level off a lot more than it did before.
Probably, I think it would have leveled off to around here where I was the whole day. I think that there's a spike for the Adania fight. I go up by 700-ish viewers,
so
and it goes all the way back down to
it would have gone back down to where you were before. Now let's go back to the Enshrouded stream.
Okay.
Probably just hit back, I guess. Okay. So you can see even at the end of the stream, how many did you have at the very end?
At the very bitter end, I had 467.
Okay, so you understand that that is not even remotely close to where you were. Like now, mouse over where you were before the spike in Black Desert.
Before I started putting a timer on my stream,
so you had about 1,000.
To say that the Adania fight, like 940, 1,000, 900, 1,000, like.
And you lost about 60% of your viewership, right? Little over, maybe a little over 60%.
From right here, half, at least half. Maybe a
over half. Yeah. So let's go back to Jnny's graph.
Okay.
For her sponsor.
Yeah.
Okay. And let's see. So she was at 924 before the spike, which looks like a raid. Oh wait. I'm sorry. Whoa. Back up. She changed to Minecraft and gained 300 viewers. That's interesting.
Actually,
that's.
This might have been a day that I rated
that before.
Her.
That's interesting.
I think it's because I rated her.
Okay. Well, so you only had 300 viewers that day. That's really strange.
Well, 300 viewers stayed. I don't know. I'm not sure.
No.
But we have to go back and see whether this is
so let's say, for the
idea.
benefit of the doubt, that let's get rid of that blip. How much does she have here? 950. Okay, so how much does she have at the very end of the stream?
734.
Okay, so do you understand that 734 here? We're just going to do the graph. Hold on, let's do the maths. 734 over what? 924 or whatever. 924.
Okay, so she still has 79% of her total viewership, so about 80% of her total viewership. So I'd argue that no, these two graphs look completely fucking different. And when she did go to another category, you lost almost over 50% of your fucking viewers. I would too, but you well, actually maybe a little less. But I've made steps to try to branch my content out a little more. She only lost 21% of her total fucking viewership, or less than 21% of her total overall viewership. Okay, that is a massive, cataclysmic difference. On top of the fact that she suddenly, out of nowhere, gained 300 viewers before going into the category. And let's be, I'm willing to grant the benefit of the doubt here. Maybe you rated her. Sure, for 300 viewers. I don't know how you could only have, but you could say that only 300 stayed. Okay, sure, right? But even still, that would have plummeted, just like your graph did. It would have dropped off even worse than before. She would have dropped off like cataclysmically hard if it was a normal, like no bots stream. So this lends, instead of you using this as an example that she's not viewbotting, it actually lends to, if you know how to actually interpret data, because I've done a lot of research in my life, I've done medical research and stuff, I know how to look at graphs, it actually lends more to, this is the exception that proves the rule, thank you, Choice. This actually helps prove the fact that she's viewbotting. She should have lost way, way more fucking viewers.
Okay, so you're obviously not very good at your job if you're previously in charge of interpreting graphs, because you know that there's a lot more to do. There's a lot more external factors at play here.
Okay, tell me the external factors that were at play on that particular day. Go ahead.
Here's the external factors at play. Why do a large amount of people watch women on Twitch? Is it because of what they're playing, or is it because of what they look like?
Well, I think that it's a mix, but let's be honest with you. Yes, a large part of why people watch women is how they look. Sure, I don't know how this is relevant though. Go ahead.
So how it's relevant is women, and I'm sure that like this is actually kind of fucking crazy for me to say, because this almost sounds like a blue conspiracy theory comment, but essentially, if people are clicking on a stream to look at the woman, does it fucking matter whether they're in Black Desert or whether they're in Minecraft?
Okay, so
they're there to look at the girl.
Just to be
clear.
So
women tend to have...
My
argument is women tend to have less drop-off when switching games. They tend to retain their viewership better in switching categories due to the factor that a large proportion of Twitch is men, and a large proportion of men are there for the woman and not necessarily the game. Obviously, a lot of people are there for the game because you have the shared interest, but women tend to see a smaller drop-off than men because they're a lot of the time they are there for the woman and not the game. So people know me for BDO. People know me for Black Desert Online. They could give a shit about whether I'm playing another game. But if they click on a stream for a woman, it doesn't matter necessarily what game that they're playing, because they're clicking on that stream to look at them. So that is my argument as to why her viewership might drop off less. And another point that I would like to make is, why this must be the most fucking elaborate view bot we've ever seen in our entire lives. It ramps slowly and it goes down as soon as she's in a sponsorship. Like, what is she fucking got she's got the goddamn dials on her fucking desk, and she's like, turn up the viewership, turn down the viewership. We gotta make it look as real as possible.
Well,
like, we're
okay,
fucking...
Can I talk here?
It's
you've made a
crazy
few
out
points.
here.
Like, so, first of all, it does not take a rocket science. It does not take a rocket scientist to do what she's doing, where it's like, okay, I'm only going to turn the bots up a little at a time, and then when I leave the category, I'm going to take off a few of the bots so that it looks like reasonable. That's not like, that's just like a fucking low, lukewarm IQ way of doing it. It's not like rocket science. It's not hard to consider, right? And your argument that women's ability to swap category is actually like better than men, or better than men's. So like an attractive woman can just swap categories and see absolutely no difference.
I didn't say absolutely no difference. She had a 21% drop.
Okay, so they're gonna drop again, even in Emiru's stream, right? Because Emmy is known.
She's a variety streamer.
Okay, so we can't. So we're not gonna use the largest female streamer on Twitch. Okay, like. You, all right, sure, I guess. Let's just, all right, yeah, she's variety, so her viewership never goes. You know what? Asmongold's a variety streamer. He's a guy, right? But, like, he's a variety streamer, and you see his viewership fluctuate dramatically about whether or not, if he were to go to World of Warcraft just like Emmy,
if Emmy were to go to World of Warcraft, she would have 2 times the viewers that she would have in just chatting. Like she would have almost 2x her viewership. And the reason is that's one of the categories that she started in. Okay, right? Like it matters. Okay, the category that a female streams in, I don't understand why you think that women are so different than men in their ability to swap categories or their ability to garner views. Like your whole argument that she wasn't viewbotting in the first place, if memory serves, was the fact that, oh, well, guys are just gooning in her chat. They don't want to chat very much, or they're just jacking off, or like they're just looking at her for the way she looks, whatever. They're not engaging with her. And again, I would say that that's complete bullshit, because if I go into any Twitch streamer, any female Twitch streamer's chat, if people really are sitting there fucking gooning, they're sitting there they want the streamer to talk to them. You don't come to Twitch to goon. You come to Twitch to to interact with the female streamer, okay? Because you can go to Instagram or their OnlyFans to goon, okay? You come to Twitch so that you can talk to your fucking queen. Like, that's how it works. Everybody understands how this fucking works, okay? She should have just as good of engagement as me or you. In my opinion, it's not... It's like, in my opinion, it's kind of sexist to be like, oh yeah, women should have less engagement because men are only looking at them for their looks. Now, I would argue that you did it. You absolutely said that.
I didn't say that women have less engagement because people are jerking off or whatever the fuck
you said that. You said that the last time we spoke. That's the only reason.
The last time I spoke, I said that people tend to click on female streams because they want to look at the woman.
Okay, you're right. And their hands are above the desk the entire time. You're right. They want to look at the woman without typing or touching themselves the entire time. You're right. Their hands are just completely at their sides doing fucking nothing. But okay, regardless, the insinuation here is that guys come to Twitch to look at women. And I would say that that's a misrepresentation of why guys come to Twitch to watch women. Guys come to Twitch and click on a woman's stream so that they can interact with her, so that she will talk to them, because it gives them that fantasy. Whether it's a VTuber or an IRL webcam streamer, it doesn't matter. That's why they do that. Okay, so they should have just as much, if not more, engagement than a guy does at the same fucking viewership totals. Okay. Furthermore, when they swap categories, you can absolutely see the difference. When Laufey swaps categories, would you consider Laufey a variety streamer?
I would say for the most part. I mean, she's played at least 4 games that I've seen her stream, so I guess that's
Laufey. Oh God, please don't. I'm so sorry, Laufey.
variety.
So here she played 2 different games right here, right? She played 2 different games, and she started in Where Winds Meet for like an hour, and then she went to Crimson Desert, and she basically leveled off. Okay, sure, right? But that's not honestly a bad example, because if I start in BDO and then swap categories after 30 minutes, I'll still be ramping too. So I need a day where she did play 2 fucking games. There it is. Yeah, so she played a game, and you can see that she ramped to her full viewership in Where Winds Meet, and then she swaps categories, and you can see the drop off here. And in fairness to your argument, she drops from, well, this is a spike here, so it's possible she was rated here. So we'll take it like we did before, 174 to 128. I would say that is about, sure, let's pull it up.
Are you aware of all the mental gymnastics you're going through right now? Like, this is the exact mental gymnastics.
I'm just proving I'm responding to your point.
You're responding to it, but you're going through a lot of, like, you are trying to make big assumptions out of looking at plots on a graph. You can get trends from graphs, but there are so many more factors at play.
When I disprove your
points, just looking at Twitch tracker.
I want to be clear.
You're not disproving any of my points.
Let me finish my point. No, let me finish my point. Laufey switching to another game, which, by the way, actually has a lot to do with Where Winds Meet, so you will have less drop off in viewership. You should, theoretically, if you go from, let's say you go from BDO to another MMO, it will be a different drop off than if you go from BDO to Minecraft. Right? Minecraft is going to be a much steeper drop-off. In this particular case, she went from Where Winds Meet to another Wuxia game, okay? And she still lost 21% of her viewership. Staying in a category
sounds like the same amount that Jnny lost.
Yes, but the difference here is that she's swapping to another Wuxia that is literally almost identical to Where Winds Meet. Okay, so she's swapping to a game that should, by all means, retain viewership across categories, and she still lost 21%. Okay,
Jnny swapped completely to a totally different, and it's a sponsored segment, which turns people off too. So you're going to lose even more, right? If I just raw dog swatched to Enshrouded, I would actually lose less fucking viewers than if I swap and I say, guys, I'm sponsored to play Enshrouded. So there's also an element of it that you're sponsored as well. She lost less fucking viewers. In fact, she gained viewers. Let's not forget about that. We're just going to write that the fuck off. She gained viewers, but hey, what are you going to do? She loses viewers. She lost the same amount Laufey did, but she swapped completely different genres, like to a different, like to the moon.
I think you're proving my point more than you're disproving it. People are there for her. People are there because they want to be in Laufey's stream.
And correct, but Laufey's more...
Listen.
I think we could both agree that Laufey is more of a variety streamer than Jnny is. She streams in way more categories. So by all means, she should be, admittedly, holding on to her viewership more consistently than Jnny does when she swaps games. And the game was more connected to her original base game, which means, again, she should be holding on to better viewership. Yet, they only lost the exact same percentage of fucking viewers over time. That is again, that right there. Again, it's another point on the graph, but you actually have to understand analytics. So you're like, oh my God, you have to do all these hoops and stuff. Yeah, because it takes a second. You can't just like look at the graph and you have to understand what the numbers are telling you. Just like when you look at a scientific graph, you have to look at it and you have to interpret the data because there's a lot of factors that go into whether or not your viewership is going to go up or it's going to go down. And I'm explaining all the different factors. And you're trying to say, oh, by explaining it, I'm somehow cringe or I'm somehow, oh, it's actually proving your point because you have to jump through so many hoops or whatever. No, I'm explaining it to you because clearly you don't understand the difference between these graphs and the difference between these streamers. Female streamers behave a lot more similarly to male streamers than you actually realize, Choice, because see, if Laufey and I both stream Where Winds Meet, admittedly, I do have more viewers than Laufey. If we both go from Where Winds Meet for the same amount of time to a different category, we will experience approximately the same percentage drop-off. Why? Because we are both more variety streamers, right? But it has nothing to do with whether or not we're male or female. It has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not we're male or female. It has more to do with the fact that we're developing, how we're developing our communities. Yeah. And you're absolutely right. Okay. Guys come to Twitch because they want to see attractive women. I was going to say something.
Okay,
let me hold that in the chamber. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Hold that one in. So what I would like to say here is that there is also there is an infinite, not an infinite, but there is so many factors, like 10 or 20. There's so much nuance to all of this. I could even tell you that I get better average viewership during sponsored segments the less frequently that I do them. Because sometimes people just want to watch me play something else when they've only seen me play BDO for 6 months in a row. So why do I get a big drop off on Enshrouded? Enshrouded is actually my biggest drop off that I've gotten in a very, very long time when going to a sponsor segment, large in part because I've actually done like 4 sponsorships over the last 1 month. So people are kind of tired of seeing that kind of stuff. And hey, loud and clear, it seems like either A, people are really not into the game, or B, it had a lot to do with sponsorship fatigue. So there's even that level of nuance. If I was to go and pull up, for example, my Minecraft sponsorship, because I did the exact same sponsorship.
I already got it up, brother. Let me just explain it to you.
My sponsorship.
You said, well, hold on, Choice. You said that you actually had a bigger drop off in Enshrouded than everything else because you had been doing more sponsorships, and it affects whether or not. But see, Minecraft actually had a much bigger drop off, and if I take you not from your peak, but from before, where you had 1,049 viewers before this big spike here, 1,049 viewers, you fell off all the way to 339 at the end of it, which would be.
Let me tell you why. You're not making a point because my stream crashed. I blue screened and I had to come back to the game. So that's why I fell to 300. But my viewership for the first like 30 minutes of before I blue screened was falling at an incredibly slow rate. I was falling at an incredibly slow rate compared to what I would normally fall at. I had started at 1,400 and I was down to 1,200. I was down to 1,100. And then the reason there was this massive drop is because at that point, my stream crashed, my PC blue screened, and it took me like 15 minutes to get back online because fucking Bill Gates decided to update my shit. So that's why there was such a massive drop off. But my drop off was actually going down rather slowly, massively slowly in comparison to Enshrouded. Okay. And that's because, and those are completely different games. So maybe more people are interested in Minecraft than they are in Enshrouded. Because honestly, who hasn't played Minecraft? Maybe Enshrouded is a much more niche game, and Minecraft is, I don't know, the most successful game in the entire world, and literally everybody's played it. So maybe that's also a kind of game that people are like, hey, I know what's going on in this game. I know how to build a pickaxe and build a hut. People like to watch things that they're familiar with. If I switch from Black Desert to World of Warcraft, those are the same exact genres. I will still see a drop off in viewership, and it's going to be
But it won't be nearly
violent.
as severe. No.
No, it's violent.
And WoW, okay,
Oh,
are you going to see a
know-
drop off? But it's not going to be nearly as severe because it's still in the same genre of game. Obviously, like think about this. Like if I go over to WoW, I will lose less viewers than if I go to Fortnite. If I go to Fortnite, my viewers will fucking tank. Okay? Because again, WoW is at least closer. Right. And people there's a lot more of my viewership that have played World of Warcraft than have played Fortnite. And Minecraft, again, you can try to say Minecraft's the most popular game in the world. It's not. That being said, Minecraft is for kids. Our audiences are probably you're probably as close to mine as we're in our 30s, right? So like not very many of us are necessarily playing fucking Minecraft, and that's granted, right? But your Final Fantasy sponsorship also falls off about 70%. Right. And I would argue that this is pretty typical for your sponsors. They all fall off right around the same, depending on how long the sponsor is. Sometimes they're only an hour, so it's not going to fall off nearly as much, right? If your Final Fantasy sponsor had only been an hour, you'd only come down to 700. Okay, well, that's much more reasonable. But if you got to do 2 or 3 hours in a category, bro, that shit's going to tank. Mine does too. Okay, this is pretty standard, right? And the fact that, go ahead.
I was just going to say, just look at the graph. Because what you just said is completely refutable via literally I tried streaming World of Warcraft and immediately I had a halving of my viewership. I went from some big spike up to 1922, don't know where that came from.
Where's the WoW stream?
And then it went 1471 at the start of WoW, and then we dumped down to 794. So you even still see
hold on.
massive drop-offs
in
a game of the same genre.
Nope. It actually again proves the rule. Again, so you have this big spike. Before you have the big spike, you're 1641, right? So you're at 1641, and you streamed WoW for you streamed it for 3 full fucking hours. It looks like almost, right?
It was 2.
Okay, so a little over 2 hours because you go in at like 5:35, and then you finished at 8:05, so like 2.5, right? So
I think it was 2:10 because I forgot when I started, but it was like barely over 2.
Okay, so so over 2 hours. But so you end at 794. You start at 16 whatever the fuck, right? Hold on, let's see. Where's my thing? So 794 divided by 16. No, hang on. And you also got a raid, by the way, which matters. But that it's okay. We'll say, let's see, 1641 because we're trying to be fair. Divide by 1641. Okay. And you'll notice that you retained quite a bit more viewers. Even with a 2-hour WoW stream, you retained almost 50% of your viewership against retaining only 30% of your fucking viewership. 20% of your viewership is a lot of fucking viewers' choice. That is a big fucking deal, right? If you can go to another category and retain 20% more viewers. This is the WoW stream.
WoW versus what?
Minecraft, Final Fantasy, right? Like any of your
said
sponsors,
that
right?
I retained 50% of my viewers compared to only 30%. What was that 30% pertaining to?
The Minecraft and Final Fantasy. Those are the 2 more recent ones that you did. So I used those.
But the Minecraft one, as I said, that is because I crashed. My stream crashed. That I had actually very
Final
good viewership
Fantasy.
in Minecraft.
Okay.
I would have ended my Minecraft stream with 900 viewers. I can guarantee it. I was halfway through and I'd only lost like 300 viewers out of my 1400.
Okay, but you said that
it
was a bigger fall off than like you had ever like seen or whatever the fuck. But
no, the biggest fall off was Enshrouded. Enshrouded was the biggest fall off because I had been consistently doing sponsored streams.
Yeah, let's not use the extreme. Let's not use Enshrouded. Let's not use the other one. Let's use
the point I'm refuting here is you said that you would expect to see more of a fall off in a game that's completely unrelated to the game you play.
Like
AKA,
Enshrouded,
you were saying
or
that,
like Minecraft.
You were saying that for Jnny. We're talking about Jnny right now. You said that when she goes to Minecraft, you would expect a big drop off because it's a game for kids and it's a game that is not related to your game.
100%.
And then you also said that you are likely to see less of a drop off in the case of Laufey because she is going from a gacha game to a gacha game. And I am now showing you fucking proof right in front of your eyes that you can go from an MMO to an MMO and still see a 50% drop.
Yes, but that's
Whereas
not 70%.
Laffy can go from a
Are you-
gacha game to
okay.
a gacha game
All right, I'll
and
explain
only
it.
lose 21%, just like she went
Maybe you
from
don't
an
understand.
MMO to...
So you're starting at 100, okay, and then you're dropping in Minecraft or Enshrouded, you're dropping by 70% of your viewership. So you're dropping down to 30% of your viewership, right? Which I would consider is a pretty substantial drop. And the other one, you're starting from 100 and you're ending at 50. And this is a massive difference. This is a 20% increase in viewers that were able to retain by going to a category like World of Warcraft against going to something like Enshrouded or Minecraft. Okay. Like, again, that is a massive point on the graph for me if you just understand how to interpret analytics here, brother.
Okay, you need to stop belittling me because do you think I'm stupid?
No, but you're just deliberately misunderstanding me, or you're stupid.
I'm not deliberately misunderstanding
anything.
anything.
What's happening.
Here's what you deliberately misunderstand about Enshrouded. I told you on this day that I get a spike in viewership due to me defending Zephyros Castle. My average viewership for the majority of my stream was in the what?
We
it
took
was
the,
in the
we
9,
took the,
yeah.
Like we took it. If
the viewership
we took
before
it with
Zephyros
the spike,
is 940.
Yeah.
I was sitting around 940. 940 versus 467 is slightly over 50%. If we go back to the World of Warcraft stream, I go from 1,000 down to or 1,500 down to 750. It's also roughly 50%.
Okay. All right. Sure. But again, at the same time, Choice, Enshrouded is still closer to Black Desert than Minecraft is. It is.
But Minecraft is way more fucking popular.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't resonate with your audience. No, it does not.
It 100% matters. It matters more than anything, Blue.
No, it does
literally
not.
matters more than anything.
What matters is, does the game resonate with your audience or not?
No.
If our Black Desert,
why does it resonate? Because they played it before.
Listen. Minecraft is more popular, but if I do a poll in my chat or your chat right now, chat, would you guys rather be playing Enshrouded or Minecraft? The vast majority of people are like, if I have to, probably Enshrouded, right? Like the majority of them.
Wow, I highly fucking doubt that.
Okay.
Everybody's going to say Minecraft.
Right.
Who the fuck is going to vote for rather be playing Enshrouded versus Minecraft?
But even still, I mean, you can make this argument, and people are going to lie in Twitch chat anyway, so we can't really do run a poll because your viewers are always going to
run the poll in your own chat.
You can
like fuck, bro.
I can pull it.
It doesn't even matter if you can pull it because
it doesn't matter.
People are going to try to
to
prove your points.
Correct. Exactly.
People are going to try to prove your points
it's
because
going to
they
be
care
biased
about you.
either way. Yeah, exactly. So I think it's going to be biased either way. So we can so we're going to agree to disagree on this. Okay. But again,
but first of all, you said that you were going to come into this with an open mind that you can be
I do have an open mind. I've already admitted one time. Again, I already admitted one of your points.
Literally no fucking way.
I admitted one of your points.
Well, you're about to admit this point because we're not moving past it until you can understand that people want to watch games that they know what's going on in them and they've previously played that game especially. And because Minecraft is such a popular game that everybody has played, people are more likely to want to watch Minecraft than a game that they don't know or they have never played. You might argue that, people are going to be very interested and they're like, let's see what this game's all about.
They're both different
and within
genres.
the first 10 minutes, they make their opinions and then they leave. Whereas in Minecraft, they're like, I understand this game. I know what's going on. And I'm talking from a personal perspective here. I do not watch anybody on Twitch that plays a game that I don't know what it is. If somebody switches to another game and I don't know what's going on in that game, instantly click off.
Okay.
But Minecraft, I will watch somebody play Minecraft because I have played that game. I will watch somebody play League because I have played that game. I will watch people play games that I know, and therefore you are more likely to see a smaller drop-off moving to a more popular game than compared to a less popular game. And that is so
true.
irrefutable.
That's true. No, that's true. That is true. That part is 100% true. But what you're refusing to admit is that you will also experience less drop-off if that new game or if that popular game resonates with your audience. So if your audience already plays a lot of that game, for example, if I go to Throne and Liberty, right? If Throne and Liberty comes out with a new expansion and I go to Throne and Liberty, that game resonates with a lot of Black Desert players, at least the PvPers, right? So I will experience less of a drop-off in that game. Is Throne and Liberty a massively popular game? No, right? If I swap to Throne and Liberty versus
Minecraft, I will experience a much more massive drop off in Minecraft, despite the fact
Okay,
that
but you
Minecraft
used
is
to
a
be
much more
Throne of Liberty
popular game.
streamer.
But
You used to be a
for
Throne
little
of
while.
Liberty streamer, so therefore, how could you? Obviously, you would retain more viewership in a game you previously played.
Yeah, but
That
it's
doesn't
completely
even
dead
make-
though. If it's completely dead though, like we're talking about,
Yeah,
we're
but
talking about a
it doesn't matter that it's
cataclysmic
completely
level
dead.
fucking, like it's totally fucking dead. That's why I fucking used it. If you don't want me to use that, then I'll use this. Your Enshrouded and Minecraft stream fall off almost to the exact same percentage viewership. Why? Because they are not the same genre of fucking video game. Okay? Like, and again,
You
so
really can't
Minecraft,
use my Minecraft one because I crashed, and I would disagree. I disagree that my Minecraft viewership was falling off fast at all. I saw some of the best viewership retention in a sponsorship segment that I have ever seen when switching to Minecraft up until that crash. And I can say that as somebody who's literally living and breathing 100 sponsorships over the course of my streaming. That is the single least viewership retention, single most viewership retention I have ever seen switching into another game. Ever for that 30 minutes.
okay, so now I have one from forever ago. This is a Ragnarok sponsor. Okay. This Ragnarok sponsor. And this is only for an hour, so I can't really, it's only for an hour. So like you do show the exact
So
same
you're just
fall
gonna
off.
You're gonna fish around for examples to prove
Actually,
your point. I'm telling you, I'm living it.
Okay, all right. So, Choice, we're going to agree to disagree on this. I think based on the analytics and how I interpret data, that moving from category to category is going to, it depends on if that game is A, popular, and B, how much of that game resonates with your current viewership. I think that those are the two biggest things that go into when you swap categories, if people are going to stick with you. Okay. You think that it also has something to do with the fact that you're male or female, which I would argue plays a much, much smaller role in whether or not you're going to gain or lose viewership. I think, again, I think it becomes a lot more. I think the other 2 points are much better points on the graph to look at in terms of how different your viewership is actually going to look. Okay. But we're going to agree to disagree on this. Okay. All of this being said, we can bring this back to the, because I don't think we're ever going to agree. Again, I can keep pulling up fucking sponsors, but like I don't think that we're going to fucking agree on
Every
this.
time you're pulling up sponsors, you're proving my point more and more and more. So,
No,
like,
again, I've proved my point over and over and over again. But again, from your perspective, I'm proving your point.
You
That's what I'm
haven't
saying.
proved the
We
point.
are
All
never,
you've done is you've pulled up a graph
because you
of
don't
Jnny and Lofty
understand
both
how to-
losing 21%.
Yes,
You're
but
telling
again,
me that I
it's
don't understand how to
massively
analyze
different.
graphs.
Yes.
Lou, I've been analyzing graphs and streaming longer than you have ever been
Yeah, and
streaming.
I'm still
I've been
better
doing
at
this
this
for
than you.
You're not better at it than me.
I'm better at interpreting data. I am.
You are not better at interpreting data.
Now, again, that's an opinion.
I graduated
That's my
from my
opinion. That's your
university
opinion.
with the highest possible fucking honors in finance and statistics and mathematic derivatives.
Sure.
Like,
and somehow
I
you
am
can't
a numbers
figure out,
guy.
I just want to point
and I'm
out, and
telling
somehow
you
you can't figure
that
out whether or
I
not your girlfriend is
analyze data.
viewbotting. All of these fucking degrees, and you can't figure out whether or not your girlfriend's viewbotting. Uh-oh.
Listen,
What?
we've already been over what I said about the viewbotting. And I'm telling you that there are points that are like her numbers. This is exactly what we started talking about. Her gain in viewership and her fall in viewership looks consistent with normal streams for the most part. There's obviously the gigantic blip that happened in September.
Yeah,
right. The most part, that gigantic blip that happened in September when you first when the Twitch. Remember when?
Right.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Let's move on to another point because people are probably getting bored of this shit.
Yeah. Okay,
let's move on to this point. You were claiming in August and September that both Ellie and Jnny were viewbotting. And your main proof as to why this was happening is because Twitch rolled out a ban on viewbots, and they had new detection, and it caused a big drop in both of their streams roughly on the same time. At the same time, it was also around the same time that Biseptimus had a big drop, but you said that he just finished killing a boss. You remember all this? Is that refreshing?
Yeah. Oh, I'm fully aware.
Okay. So if they have better viewbot retention, or better viewbot better viewbot detection, if they have better detection, why did Ellie not regain back to 1,000 viewers, and why did Jnny? Why did her viewership ultimately not get affected at all when you claim that both of them were viewbotting, and now that viewbots are essentially gone due to Twitch having stricter enforcement and better detection, why did her viewership remain unchanged after that incident, and Ellie's did not?
That's an excellent question, and I'm glad you brought that up, Choice. It's because we both know that Twitch turned on the viewbot like detection software, tanked some viewers, then they turned it off again, right? And they tried toggling it on and off, and we would have more data on Jnny, but she very conveniently decided to take a streaming break because she was tired during this period of time until the bots were.
Do you not think that she would be tired
of
people
Now,
constantly
hang on. I let you
yelling
fucking
at
talk.
her because you're?
I let you fucking talk. It's my turn to fucking talk. Okay. So now you look over at Ellie. Ellie streamed straight fucking through it, and I think from Ellie's perspective, she absolutely could go turn the bots back on. She absolutely could. And it's very obvious that she was either being viewbotted or viewbotting herself when it actually happened. But the longer the time goes on and the longer that she doesn't viewbot for, the more that her reputation recovers, because more people will be like, well, maybe she was being viewbotted because, you know, she's not viewbotting anymore, and she very well could right now. But like, she's already been exposed for viewbotting in the past before, right? I can't tell you why Ellie's exact logic behind not wanting to turn her bots back on like your girlfriend did. I can't begin to necessarily tell you what Ellie necessarily thinks, but I can say that the bots are back.
You say these things so matter-of-factly.
Well, I can't tell.
Like,
I just told you that I can't
saying that. You're saying that Ellie. So basically, what you're saying that happened with this whole Ellie thing is that you believe that Ellie was viewbotting, and Twitch added further a very strong viewbotting enforcement, causing her viewership to drop. You then believe that she's like, oh shit, I'm gonna now just stop viewbotting, even though they turned back on, or they stopped enforcing.
Well, there's a number of reasons that Ellie would not. There's 100%. There's a number of reasons why Ellie would not initiate viewbotting again. Why would she
stop viewbotting if she was viewbotting?
She
why would she stop viewbotting the moment she gets caught? Would that not be more guilty than anything?
No, it makes her less guilty, because then it looks like she's being viewbotted against viewbotting herself. Is that obvious to you? Put yourself in her shoes. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Put yourself in her shoes. What are we talking about?
It looks way fucking worse. If somebody accuses you of viewbotting, and the next stream your viewership drops to 500 when it is normally 1,000, how is that better for your case? Wouldn't you want it to be like, oh, somebody accused you of viewbotting and I'm averaging 1,000? Oh, I continue to average 1,000 over the course of several months.
Because your graph looks like this. You're like 1,000 average viewers, 1,000 average viewers, 1,000 average viewers, down to like 300 or 400, and then you'd go right back up to fucking 1,000. This looks way worse than I was viewbotting, and then I'm just gonna do my thing. At least in this particular sequence of events, you've got plausible deniability. You could make the case that Ellie was being viewbotted, right? And she was like, well, I didn't do it myself. I would never do something like that. It's possible somebody else was doing it. The numbers do look fishy, etc., right? And she has plausible deniability about the entire fucking thing, right? And it is still possible that Ellie was being viewbotted. Regardless, there were bots in her stream. It is still possible that Ellie was being viewbotted. And this is a point on the graph in her favor that's like, hey, I was being viewbotted. It's not my fault. I'm a victim, right? And this helps her because she didn't go right back to fucking viewbotting again. It looks way better because we live in the court of public opinion, Choice. Let's be honest with you. Ultimately, none of this fucking matters. Nothing's going to happen. That being said, it's a court of public opinion.
I think that the court of public opinion would argue that if you have an average of 1,000 viewers and you get accused of viewbotting, and the next day you decide to turn off your view bots and go down to 500, that looks way fucking worse than just leaving the bots on.
No, because you've already been exposed. You've already been caught. It's like being caught as a serial killer and then being like, you know what?
Yeah, but the whole oops caught thing was she was streaming the release of Adonia. The viewership dropped down for a small moment and then went all the way back up. That was the oop caught moment. That could have been a Twitch blip. It didn't go back up.
It literally, a Twitch blip. Could you please point to me on the graph where there's a Twitch blip? Okay, like any Twitch blips are just obvious.
Yes, I would like to point out the Twitch blips, Blue, by pulling up your stream.
Okay, go ahead.
So back in February 23rd, 2025, what do you call these blips? where you're averaging
Hold on, where are you
500,
at? Okay.
and you go up to 1600, and then you go down to 500, and then you go up to 1600, and then you go down to 700, 1000, and then you go up to 2000, and then you go down to 1100, and then you go up to 1800.
But this is back when they were,
and then you go down to 800.
But this is back when they were fucking with a viewership, though, right? This is back when they were fucking with
Just like when they were
viewership.
fucking with viewership in September, dumbass.
Yes, but it's going up.
They were fucking
so
with
it starts,
bot detection.
but hold on.
So
the difference
obviously
here,
that's when they're fucking with shit.
But do you understand the difference between a graph that looks like this? I don't know if you can see my stream right now. But if you treat a graph that looks like this, where they're obviously going up, down, and a graph that looks like this, down, up, okay? Massive fucking difference, okay? Obviously fucking viewbots being detected. Clearly Twitch fucking with just like fucking with viewership. Okay,
so what's
huge fucking difference. You have mountains. You have
think
valleys.
that in your stream,
I thought you were a statistician.
In your
I thought
stream,
you had degrees.
When
in
you
this.
are jumping up by 3 times your viewers, you're saying, "Oh, that's just Twitch fucking with some shit." But it's not you being viewbotted?
No.
Is this not you being viewbotted right
Nope. Nope. Yes, somebody was viewbotting me through this period of time. In fact, if you go back,
did you know about it?
No.
Was it you?
No. But no.
So
if you
how
look,
come
there's a better example choice.
So I am
Hold on.
supposed to trust
There's a
you
better
when you say that
example
you're not
choice.
doing it,
Choice.
but I should not trust my own girlfriend when she says that she's not
because
doing
the
it.
graphs look
is that what it
different.
is?
Dude, because the graphs look massively different. This is me being viewbotted, and I'm not consensual to it. You see how the graph goes up and then it comes right back down to where I was before? Okay?
Let me check out your
massively
graph real
different.
quick.
And by the way, there's a better example. You should have used the better example. At some point, somebody viewbotted me to like 65,000 viewers out of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, I got that up too.
Right? So pull that up, right? Bring that in. Now hold on. Bring that graph in.
Yeah,
Let's see it.
Yeah, I'll bring that in right here. Yeah.
Let's see it.
So this is where.
Yeah.
All right.
Do you
this is
see
not
how
the
that
one.
looks just like the graphs we were just looking at? And does it look
this
like
isn't actually the right one. I think. Where is that one? This isn't. This is where you had a big blip and you went up to 3,000.
Yeah, we were
and then
all
you fell
experiencing
immediately
shit
back
like
down.
this. Yeah, we were all experiencing shit like this at the.
Well, this
around
is in
time.
April. Well, this is
Yeah.
April. So
Yes,
there was
we're all
February,
experiencing
March, and now
stuff
we're
like
into
this.
April.
Yes, because this went on for a matter of months. We all
Okay.
experienced stuff.
So
Bicep
I would-
experienced stuff like this. I experienced stuff like this. You experienced stuff like this. I'm pretty sure Vert
Okay.
did too. Fake Uni,
Let's,
I think, may have experienced stuff like this at the time. Like we all
there was a
out
lot
of nowhere.
a lot of Twitch
view
blips.
botted and then back. View botted and then back. But
lot
the
of Twitch
difference here,
blips.
yes, but the difference here is that all of our blips, the people who are not view botting, are all vertical lines and then back to normal. And her blip is just like a horizontal line and then down and then back up to normal. Those are opposites. Like, do you not see how that those are telling two completely different stories? Okay,
They're telling a story of. I understand what you're saying.
Yes. Yes.
but
You're a stat major, right? You have degrees in this?
The point is, though, is that if we are still on the point here of if there was something that if Twitch was rolling something out of bot detection and it hit some streamers and those streamers dropped,
all went
then
down
they're
in
like, "Oh,
viewership,
wait a
but did
minute."
not go up. So they
Yep.
went down before they went up, and that's extremely important. That means there were bots detected, they left the fucking stream, and then when they turned the detection software on, it went back up again. Then Twitch started fucking with it even more, and a lot of normal streamers, myself, you, Bicep, Zethian, fucking all of us, Rapolis, all of us, experience these blips, but they're completely different. See, we're just streaming it at a normal viewership, and then all of a sudden, boom, it spikes out of nowhere and then goes back to fucking normal again. But see, that's completely different than just losing all of your fucking viewership until they turn it back on again. Do you not see how these two things are massively fucking different?
Yeah, I 100% do see that they're different because
Okay.
there's a very different timeline of what may have been happening in this scenario in February 23rd, 2025. This is what it looks like.
Okay, so
when
again,
you
your
have your
argument
normal
here-
vieworship, there's
your
a
ar-
big blip.
To continue,
I'll tell you what my argument is. You don't have to,
is that Jnny is not viewbotting, right? Because all of this is in defense of your girlfriend, who is clearly not viewbotting, right? This is all in defense of her and not being
we're talking
viewbotting. That's what
about-
this is all
I'm-
about.
we're-
You're still trying to defend the fact that you're saying, oh, all of these blips, everything that happened on her stream was a blip. Everything's fine. Everything looks normal.
Why
looks
are you
good.
This is more evidence that you're so fucking obsessed with talking about her because we're talking about Ellie right
She's
now. We
the
haven't talked about
subject.
Jnny in so long.
Oh, I thought we were
Ellie
talking
was
about
the
Jnny.
subject of what we're talking about right now.
Oh,
we are
okay.
talking
If we're
about
talking
Ellie.
about I was talking about Jnny because her viewerships dropped off and then came back again. That's why I said
Yeah.
it was a dip and then came back again. Ellie dipped and then never came back. Okay, she
Yes.
never went
And
back
let me
to
tell you the
1,000 average
difference.
viewers.
This is where
Clearly,
you
Viewbotting.
never think about more factors than what you are seeing on a graph. You are trying to make an entire picture out of a line on a screen, when in reality, you have to think about the external factors.
I
That,
am.
Hey, yes, on your stream, you can see on February 23rd, 2025, there are blips of like, hey,
Sure.
viewbotting behavior, back to normal. Viewbotting behavior, back to normal. Viewbotting behavior, back to normal. Right? That is what you can see, big blips on a stream when shit's being fucked
At
with.
this when this was
Okay.
going on, through the months that this was going on. Yeah.
Yeah, so the months is going on.
Sure.
But we are talking about a completely different timeline. We are talking about
Okay.
when Twitch was specifically messing with bot detection.
Sure.
And if you go back to a lot of articles around this time, and I will let you do this on your downtime if you want to, or you could do it on stream, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of streamers that were saying, people are not counting my lurkers, my viewership is dropping, small streamers of all sizes, people that are 20 viewers, people that are 100 viewers, people that are 200 viewers, people were noticing massive drops in their viewership due to the overarching whatever they put in to do bot detection was creating
wasn't
false
perfect.
positives in other people's minds.
It wasn't
Whether or not
perfect.
it was true,
It
it was not perfect. So
Yeah, correct.
basically Twitch
Yeah.
re-rolled some of this.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't
You're
perfect.
saying that Twitch re-rolled back some of this.
All of the
So-
bots are back as far as I'm aware. Every single
Okay.
like all of the bots they enabled everything again
Yep.
as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. So if we're going to now go back and talk about the situation with Ellie then,
Mhm.
Ellie experienced the same blip that Jnny did at the exact same time where they went down and they never recovered. Is that
Correct.
true or false?
That is true.
Okay. So when that all happened, you're saying that Ellie just decided, okay, I guess I got quote unquote caught. Therefore, I'm going to now stop viewbotting altogether
Yep.
and make herself look very
Yes.
guilty from now,
No.
like from that for that entire
No.
month,
It makes
starting
her look-
after that whole thing.
It's her acknowledging, okay, I fucked up, but if I don't viewbot from this point forward, I can recover. Versus Jnny, who looked at the same situation and said, fuck it, I'm just going to keep doing it.
But
Okay.
that is so disingenuous to say, because if she thought that way,
Why?
then why wouldn't she get on her stream and say, hey guys, listen, this is something I was doing, and I'm so sorry and I'm apologetic,
glad
and from
that-
going on, I'm
well,
going to
I'm glad
go
that
and
you brought
I'm going
that
to
up.
be on the straight and narrow and
I'm
all
glad
this
that
other
you brought
stuff.
that up because Ellie actually
Yeah.
did put out a video that said, Ellie did put out a video on her channel that actually said, she goes, yeah, I don't really have an excuse for I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. But I don't really have an excuse for the analytics. They look really sussy. Yeah, I could tell you that I'm not viewbotting, I'm not going to viewbot moving forward, etc. She literally, this was her response to it.
And so
she
again, says
from
that
a
she is
PR
not
perspective-
viewbotting.
Yes. So from a PR
her
perspective,
herself,
yeah.
as a person,
Sure.
was not doing it.
is
So if
possible.
somebody else was doing it,
Sure.
that's completely up to them, right? Whether if a super fan decided to viewbot somebody,
Yeah, Twitch just
then-
deleted half my viewers. This is the
last
video
time.
right here. If people want to see it, this is Ellie. This is what Ellie had to talk about it. This is what Ellie had to say about it. I think that again, Ellie's approach to this was in my opinion, I think she was smart because Ellie's a better content creator than Jnny is. She was smarter about how she handled this from a public perspective. She was like, okay, yeah, my stream looks fishy. I can promise I'm not going to viewbot going forward, and we're gonna keep fucking streaming. I don't care, right? Versus Jnny, who was like, guys, we're gonna stop streaming. We're gonna stop streaming until the bots were comfortably back, and then she brought all the bots back again. Which again, I think that again, Ellie is just a better creator. She handled it from a public perspective. I think if you ask the average person, there are more people that like Ellie than like Jnny. That's for sure. And part of it is to do with this. So streamers fuck up. I fuck up all the time. You fuck up. Ellie fucks up. Jnny fucks up. Some of those fuck ups are bigger than others, right? But like when you fuck up, how you handle it is a big part of why people watch you. Ellie, in my opinion, actually did handle this with class.
as much as Ellie fucking hates me, and I'm not going to get any brownie points for saying this, Ellie handled this with a decent amount of class where she was like, you know what? We're just not going to bot going forward. Whether she was doing it herself or having someone viewbot her is kind of up for the court of public opinion. But in my opinion, it looks better on her if she's not viewbotting, like if she doesn't have any bots long term, because again, that adds to the evidence that somebody was viewbotting her and she was the victim of the whole thing, in my opinion, which I think is why she approached it the way that she did, because it makes it look a lot better. We live in the court of public opinion choice.
Would you be able to directly quote what she said from her video? Like, can you find the section where she admitted?
I mean, we can just watch it here.
Yeah.
I think it's great, and I think Twitch should handle that. I think if you guys think somebody is viewbotting, you should report it, and that is it.
I'm playing it.
Get it out. Yeah, but that's how I feel about it. Right now, Twitch is doing a lot of cracking down on viewbots, so people are definitely going up and down, and I still think that Twitch hasn't gotten it correctly.
Yeah, it had a lot of mistakes.
Tectone came out today on Twitter and said, Viewbot update.
Hey, this is
Many
about
sponsors
Techie.
and creators
Where's
are
her?
still getting past the great Viewbot. This is definitely
I'd like to,
not
I don't need to watch the whole thing. I'm looking
Gonna
for
go
her.
live every day.
Oh, here we go.
Do I just like log off till going on? But I
bought it. I'm not stupid. My graphics look really weird.
There it is. Okay, let's back it up. Let's back it up. Let's back it up. Okay, here we go. In my good ear. Choice of 2 minutes 35 seconds. 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 Okay, sorry, I had to mute the Discord. Okay.
Handling thing. I don't know how true that is. This is just a rumor, but with the way Twitch is handling things, there could be some issues, some errors here and there. This is definitely not trying to say that.
Again, this is all PR, right? She's trying to say, well, there are some errors here. And again, that reflects back on her because she's about to address what happened to her. Again, this is all PR. We live in the court of public opinion. She handled this very intelligently.
I myself I am not getting viewbotted. I'm not stupid. My graphics look really weird.
there is almost no doubt in my mind that I have been being viewbotted. I don't know for how long. I don't know how long this has been going.
Yes, and do you see that was her public statement at the time, was that she was being viewbotted, right? And so do you see how now it looks really bad if she goes back, if the viewbots just start again, right? It hurts her fucking
It hurts her fucking all I can say is that I hope Twitch figures it out, because I do think it's an unfair advantage to anybody else.
And credit where credit's due. I appreciate this from Ellie. Again, I haven't really talked about Ellie at all. I think that she's gone back to playing by the rules, and you know, it is possible that she was being view botted, but she even herself admits that her stream was botted. And if she's willing to admit that her stream was botted and Jnny's graph looks identical to her, like the fall off looks identical to hers, you have to admit that Jnny is also being view botted. The difference is she went right back to being view botted again because she's not as good of a content creator. She didn't handle it as well as Ellie did.
Could you link that video again for me? I wanted to see when she posted it.
Yeah. Here, I'll send it in DMs here. Where is, there you go. There you go. Okay.
So let's see what the timeline is here. So this was posted August 24th, 2025.
It was,
when did all of this kind of drama start popping off exactly?
Just before
did she make this video
in response to me talking to her in voice about the whole thing? Yes.
Had she been streaming for a few days at her lower viewership? And then she made the video?
I don't know. It's possible. I don't know the exact like fucking dots, but like again, she made this video in response to it happening. Right. Okay. And she just came out and admitted it. And that's what, by the way, that's what based, reasonable streamers do, right? You just come out, you say, okay, I fucked up, or there was something fucking going on, you know, and she's not even saying that she necessarily fucked up, but she's saying, yeah, her numbers look bad. And she's just going to keep streaming. And she promises that she's not going to viewbot herself moving forward. And that was as based a fucking response as she possibly could fucking have to being viewbotted for the last 5 years. Does it absolve her of all of her sins? Fuck no, it does not. But I think it goes a long way in the court of public opinion to having people be like, okay, well, she's being reasonable about it. And she has not just dramatically shot back up in viewership again, so it helps people forgive her and so that she can move on as a streamer from this incident happening. Versus Jnny, who will never move on from this because she won't stop fucking viewbotting or being consensual in viewbotting.
Mm-hmm. So
another point on the graph for me.
I think this is exactly when it was happening, is right around here. This is when she posted the video, and this was the day after her front page stream, I believe. So she adjusted basically the day after her front page stream.
Okay.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
So can you make the claim then? Are you basically insinuating now that, let's say that it wasn't her that was doing the viewbotting and it was somebody else on her behalf and she didn't know about it? Okay?
We
Let's
didn't
just do
know at
this
the time either.
hypothetical.
I said multiple times at the time. I thought that she was consensual in doing it, but it is absolutely possible that she was being viewbotted. Regardless, there were bots in her fucking stream. I thought that way, but it was up to the viewers to make the call for themselves. That's why she came into voice and we had a discussion about it.
Yeah.
And it's still that way. It's still exactly like that.
I will personally maintain that I think that the reason why she came out and said that it was suspicious that her viewership was dropping the way that it was is because it was dropping. Outside of that one instance where Jnny's stream dropped during her Adonia stream, her viewership ultimately was the same. And you can say that, oh, conveniently she stopped streaming at this time.
She did.
The reason she stopped streaming at this time
conveniently took
is
a
because
streaming break right as the bot detection software it was enabled. She's like, yeah, I'm going to take a fucking break. You can't tell me that's not fucking convenient.
You know what else is convenient? She took a break right around the time that she's sitting in comms with me crying, saying, I can't believe this drama is restarting. I just want to stream. I don't feel like streaming. I hate streaming right now. This is so annoying. I just want to go live. I just want to play video.
I don't give a shit.
Her eyes out, saying,
that she was crying.
I know that you don't give a shit.
I don't give a fuck.
I know you don't give a shit, and I'm not trying to get sympathy points, but what I'm trying to tell
you
you
are.
is when somebody is feeling
You're
as
ulting
fragile,
for her. Oh, she's
if somebody
fragile.
is feeling
what? I don't give a fuck
feeling
if
in a
she's
fragile state, if you had something happen to you that is traumatic and people are very, very upset with you and constantly beefing with you, and they're
beefing with you because you're doing bad behavior. I'm not just beefing with her for the sake of beefing with her. Yeah, they're gonna say nasty shit about you. That's the job. Do you think that people in your chat don't say nasty shit about me?
Wouldn't you not feel like streaming?
What? People say nasty shit about me every fucking day. They'll call me a pedophile. They'll call me a sexist, a homophobe, a transphobe, a liar. I misrepresent events. Every single fucking day I deal with. They'll threaten to kill my dog. They'll threaten to fucking kill my family. They'll threaten to kill everything. And I
deal with it all the time.
Anyway,
and
yes, this is the job.
You're way better with dealing with it.
Yes,
you're way better at dealing with
streamer.
it compared to somebody who has never experienced that throughout their entire years
you
of
are
streaming.
A streamer, Choice.
This
she
was
is
the
a
first
streamer.
and second time that she had experienced that level of hate.
Don't care.
And
this
and
job,
you know what?
This job is not hard. We don't have any heavy lifting. We can make our own hours. We're inside. It's air conditioned. No, nobody's gonna say streaming's a hard fucking job. The only difficult thing, and I mean the only hard thing about this job, because I've had a lot of hard jobs in my fucking life, is the fact that mentally you gotta be a fucking absolute unit to get through all of the harassment, all of the hate, and all of the bullshit that people are gonna give you every day. That's the only thing you have to deal with. And if you can't handle it, move out of the way. If you can't handle the heat, get out of the fucking kitchen, because someone will take her spot in a second, and you know it. If she can't handle it, go get a fucking job. That's which is, by the way, my advice when this originally all started, if you recall.
Yeah, it is, Blue. And you know what? If somebody can't handle it and they need to take a week away or however long it was from streaming to start feeling confident enough to be like, hey, I've calmed myself down. People take breaks from streaming all the time, man. When people have big traumatic shit that happens, they stop streaming for a little while to rest their mind, get away from the
Sure.
whole like situation, and try their best to regain their mental before they start streaming again.
Yeah.
So for you to say that, oh, it's convenient that right around this botting time,
Well, you're the
when
one
they were
that's
removing
making it a
bots,
big
she
deal.
stopped streaming.
I said that conveniently
I'm
she
making
stopped
it a deal
streaming,
because
and now you're
I
making
am
it a big
refuting
deal.
your point. You are saying that the reason that she stopped streaming at that time is because
It's
she
convenient.
had to recharge her credit card to buy more fucking bots a week later.
No, she was waiting.
She stopped streaming because she was getting so much fucking hate that she was mentally unfit to go live and feel good about it. So she took a week away. She built herself back up.
Yeah.
And she started streaming
You
again.
know what's funny?
She didn't
I'm
stop
glad that
streaming.
Choice. I'm glad you bring this up because Extra Emily is currently also taking a break from streaming. Do you know why she decided to take a break from streaming? Oh yeah, I remember why.
Because the Mr. Beast thing.
No, because she moused over. No, you're not up to date on events. She actually was doing a TikTok stream where she accidentally moused over her Chrome tabs, oopsie, and revealed the fact that she was at Viewbot.ai and she had been purchasing Viewbots. Then she got so. And by the way, her choice of words could not have been better here. She said that she was getting so much hate from the reveal from people about this thing that she didn't do because she said it was just an ad pop-up, that she was going to be taking a break from streaming. How convenient that she decides to take a break because of all of the things. And again, this is something that, in fairness, women do this. Okay, it's fair, but guys do it too. Okay, it's not. We're not going to pretend that it's not just a unilateral women thing, but women do this. Where to avoid accountability, they're going to cry, or they're going to fucking step away, or they're going to play victim. Okay, and Extra Emily absolutely was viewbotting. It's super obvious. Can you prove that beyond a 99% chance? No,
So-
technically only Twitch can prove that. But
Jnny did
interestingly
not
enough,
go on stream and try to do
it's
this
the
type
exact
of
same
virtue
behavior.
signaling and
Jnny
saying-
did the exact same thing. No.
The
No. She
behavior
put out a
is
Twitter
the
post.
difference. It's completely different.
No,
it's
it's
totally
not.
different
It's the
because
same thing.
Jnny. It's not the same thing
They
because
both
Jnny
got caught
is
viewbotting and then took a break from streaming immediately after with the same excuse.
no.
How is this
You're
not the
trying to
same?
say. I'll tell you exactly why it's not the same. You're saying that women try to avoid this accountability. They come on. They say, "Oh, I'm a victim."
that
They
is
stop
true
streaming, mental health, all
sometimes,
this
yeah.
other stuff. Jnny didn't do that. She was in comms with me privately, telling me, "Hey, this is really mentally tolling on me. I don't feel like streaming
She
right now."
made an
She didn't
announcement
try
about
to
that.
gain. She didn't try to gain this like sympathy card to say that, people are hating on me so hard. This is why I don't feel
Actually,
like
she
streaming.
did. Do you want me to pull up the Ziridan Hunter video with Lunar and I, where we talked, and then she started crying at the end of the video? I would love to pull that up because I would say that
Well,
that's also garnering sympathy.
Listen, when you are under fire in a podcast, I remember when she called me. She called me at 4 a.m. in tears because she had this nasty podcast where you were accusing her about all these things, and she was emotional.
But
and
she was a
ended up-
part of it. She
Yeah,
was a part of the
Yeah,
podcast.
she was a part of the podcast, and she was mentally fit at the beginning of it. But you beat her up so fucking hard during that podcast.
Have
that
you watched?
by
I
the
didn't
end
beat
of it,
her
she
up.
was
I
a mess.
held her accountable. I didn't beat her for no
You
reason.
held- you
I
held
didn't
her-
beat her. I
You
held,
held her
a woman
accountable to your
shit.
standard of what is acceptable.
What? Yeah.
And that is the problem. Is you have a mindset of what is acceptable. You're like, Choice and Jnny can't duo stream if that means they're going to be at the top of the category during a special
that's
event.
not what I
That
said.
is your
During
that
the
is-
special drop stream where only 5 partners have special drops, you
yeah, and then
deliberately
in
fucking.
your
And by the
opinion,
way,
you're like, no, nobody's allowed to duo stream during that time.
You shouldn't be able to.
Only
Pluralist
the 5
should outlaw it.
You should,
Yeah.
not allowed. PA should start DMing all the CMs and GMs. This is totally unacceptable.
make
in
pluralists
your
look bad.
fucking opinion. In
Yeah.
your fucking opinion.
Yeah.
And so you have your
I wonder if you took a
opinion of
vote
what
with
you
the
think is
partners.
right.
I wonder if you took a vote with the partners, if they put it up in the partner chat and they said, hey, do we think that Jnny should be streaming with Choice during special drop streams that only partners can have, or that only 5 partners can have? I wonder how many people would vote for my sequence of events versus yours. I wonder how many fucking partners would be on your side of the fence
we can
with that.
speculate. We can speculate that, and I don't know. Maybe we could run a poll like that. But at the end of the day, it's a feature that Twitch has that allows people to stream together, and they combine their viewership
And
together.
you yourself
and
admit-
you have beef with a feature that Twitch has.
No,
and you're trying to dictate
that's
who
not
should
it.
be using
You
it
made
and
that
when.
up. Nope, I do not have a
I
beef
didn't
with
make
the
that up.
feature.
You literally said
No.
in this stream that you
Well,
don't like the feature and it's
I
not
don't
your favorite
like
thing.
it. I don't like it, but that's not the reason that I called this out. I called this out because your girlfriend is viewbotting. You admitted that she is obvious. You said But like, obviously she is viewbotting, and you still added those viewbots to your total fucking stream metrics. How convenient. But don't worry, you're not actually a bad person, or you didn't actually do it for you. You just fucking did it. You knew that she was viewbotting. You admit that she knew it. But now by the way, this entire last hour and a half of you we're looking at graphs, we're trying to defend her. It's all you trying to defend the fact that she's not viewbotting. So I want to hear you say it. I want to hear you say that she is not viewbotting. You genuinely think that she is not being botted. She is not viewbotting, right? She's not being botted, period. Okay? That's what I want to hear you say. I want to hear you admit.
I know you want me to hear that say, but you want me to say
you already
that.
said it.
But the problem
did say that, but I want to hear it again.
Nothing is in absolutes, Blue. I have already told you.
So now you won't say it. So now you won't say it again. But see, you already did admit it though. But like, I want to hear you stand on business.
I admitted to the fact that her viewership and chat activity looks suspicious. Obviously looks suspicious. Sure. Do you want me to add the word obviously in there?
So now you're saying that she's not viewbotting. So you think that there's not enough evidence? I also go on to say, so I say one thing and you jump on it like crazy. Like this is more complex because this is important.
White and black.
Choice. No. Choice, your thoughts on this are important, and that's why I'm trying to corner you on it. Your thoughts on this are very important because it's your reputation on the line. No one gives a shit about her reputation. No one fucking cares about her. Nobody watches her anyway other than the bots, okay? People care about you, your fucking reputation. You were the one that had everything to lose in this position. I want to hear you, who for years in the category tried to pretend like you were an advocate for the other streamers and you tried to pretend like you were on everybody's side and whatnot. I want to hear you say that you're that you think that your girlfriend is not being viewbotted, because I'll be honest with you, if you admit for even a moment that she has bots in her stream and you co-streamed with her, that means not only are you okay with the fact that she is being botted or the fact that she is viewbotting, but you are also complicit. You are happy to benefit from it too. You are more than happy to do it too because you know that it's happening.
What I've been trying to say the whole time is that I cannot say with 100% certainty whether she is or whether she is not.
Okay, but what's the percent certainty? Give me a percentage. I'm willing to be sporting about this. What's the percent certainty that there are bots in her stream?
I think that I could give you a much more. In fact, I hate that you asked me this question because I wanted to do a little bit more looking into this. Actually, I was going to ask her this today. I want to see her.
Well, she's in chat. Why don't you ask her?
If you have seen the amount of people that she has banned in her Twitch chat, it is alarming.
How is this?
The amount of times that
who cares?
Okay,
how is this relevant?
I'm going to tell you why it matters.
Because we're trying to dodge accountability again. Here we come.
We're not dodging accountability.
Yeah, we're going to talk about how many people she's blocked, how much hate she gets. Like,
give me 2 clean minutes here.
What?
I just need 2 clean minutes to explain my full stance.
Why does how many people? I have a lot of people banned in my Twitch chat too.
Yeah, and give me 2 clean minutes here, Blue. Okay.
How does
I think that her ramping up of viewership and her ramping down of viewership during changes in segments, and this she has streamed.
Let me get this straight.
Another
you think? Oh my God, your argument
with me. She's streamed Grand Theft Auto. She's streamed Minecraft stream, other sponsored streams. Her drop off in viewership during sponsored segments is what I would expect, and her ramp up in viewership is what I would expect. So what I don't expect, and the weirdest part, and the thing that everybody always gets to, is why is her chat activity so incredibly low?
Yeah, that's the most damning piece of evidence right there.
That is the most damning piece of evidence, and why I cannot say with my certainty that this is potentially, maybe it's not potentially that weird, because I have been in her stream for 2 years now. She bans people so fucking fast, and her ban list has got to be fucking massive.
So?
If you banned everybody that ever talked in your stream, which I swear to God,
start banning people.
I would say half of the people that talk in her stream end up getting banned. It's actually fucking ridiculous. And so if you are in a scenario like that where you have 1,000 people on your ban list because you are banning people because of sarcasm or because of whatever, or because you're in a bad mood, maybe you are banning everybody that ever would chat in your stream. So now I'm starting to wonder, maybe it's that. Also, I could pull up lots of moments where there are people that have tons of viewership and they have a very inactive chat or one person chatting. I can throw out tons of names. I'm going to go ahead and not throw out the names because I don't want to drag anybody under the bus. But some of our biggest creators have many minutes, including myself, between chatters during certain parts of their stream. or there's only one person talking. It is very uncommon in your stream and my stream. It is very uncommon in, let's say, I'm not going to name any names at all. It's very uncommon in some people's streams, but there are massive, big streamers that have gigantic gaps in their comment sections. And if you were to take those massive gaps and you were to say, hey, there's like 1,000 people banned in this stream, I think that you could replicate her chat activity given the circumstances of how many people are banned in her stream. I genuinely feel like
you think that she's banning so many people. You think she's banning so many people that actually hurts the...
I've lived it for 2 years, dude. I can't even believe it.
Did you just see how many people that I just scrolled through?
Fucking...
Did you just see how many people I just fucking scrolled through? I'd almost be willing to put money on the fact that I've got more... Look how many fucking people I've had to fucking ban. I just kept scrolling the entire time you were talking, okay? And yet here we fucking are.
You have tons of people on your ban list, that's true. And that's fine. But you have also been
I don't
streaming
understand
in
how
tons
this
of
is
different
even
categories.
relevant.
You also have 4 times more followers than her. You have a
You know what?
much
I'm glad you brought
higher...
that up, Choice. I'm
have
glad
the
you brought that up.
highest-
Let's talk about
sure.
follow counts for a second. Let's talk about that for a
okay.
second.
Let's
That's
do
a
it.
good idea. So if I look at your follow count, 88,000. Okay, we're going to look at the top streamers. 88,000 follows. I've got 78,700. Biceps got 57,000. Rapolis has 52,000. But the only outlier in the top streamers in the BDO category is your girlfriend at 25,000. That's interesting. She has half or less than half of the other equivalent top streamers in the category. She also, do
you really
let's see,
find that interesting?
Mr. Rapolis, super active YouTube. Biceptimus, super active YouTube. Me, super active YouTube. You used to have a super active YouTube, less active now.
So,
but
is that really like what point are you
it is
trying to
absolutely
make? She's been a
relevant.
She has been a streamer for 3 years. I've been a streamer for 7. So I have twice as much time streaming. Biceptimus has been streaming for 7 years. Mr. Rappel has been streaming for 7 years. You accumulate followers that are now gone from your stream over the course of streaming.
Sure, but she has a very small, like follow count compared to her.
We are
count.
reaching.
And I want to be very clear. No.
You're reaching.
You
at
brought
nothing
follow count up first. I didn't say anything about follow count.
Yeah, but you're reaching at nothing with this follow count thing because there
I'm
are
just saying
streamers that have
it's
a million
worth
followers
considering.
that have 300 average viewers.
It's worth considering. I'm not saying it's a big deal.
It's not worth
You brought it
considering.
up, so I'm saying
Follower count is directly proportional to the length of time that you've been a streamer.
that
if
is
you have
true.
been consistently a streamer for a very long time,
How long
you
has
will
Jnny been
accumulate
streaming?
followers and those followers.
Jnny been streaming since April of 2021.
3 or 4
April
years.
of
Or I guess
2021.
it's 5.
I
5
have
years.
been streaming technically
Or
since
4.
I've been streaming technically since about December. Well, this is like super spotty, but consistently since December 2020. So we're within 4 months of each other. But the difference in
Okay.
follow count
And-
here is 78,700 against 25,000. If you want to do me to her, but you can do Rapolis, you can do Bicep too, you can do you.
Well, we don't have to
right?
do Rapolis. I would like to. I'd like to point out hypocrisy here. If you're trying to say that her followership is suspicious because she doesn't have as
But it's
many
not a
followers,
super big
couldn't
point on
you
the graph.
also? Yeah, it's not a super big point, but couldn't you also say that? Oh, it's suspicious that you guys have similar viewership, but you have 4 times the followers. Are you being follow botted? Like, see how you can easily misconstrue data?
No,
you see how you can misconstrue
only a
the fuck out of
retard
data?
could try
If
to
you're looking at
misconstrue
just
that. No.
If you're
only an idiot would
and
do
that is exactly
Here's
what
the
I
reason.
think every time you
Here's
try to
the
make points
reason,
on a
Choice.
graph.
I've got it right
every
here.
time you
I
try to
can
make points on
disprove
the
it
graph,
immediately.
that's exactly what I'm thinking.
Well, Choice, I could disprove this immediately. Well, did Blue get follow botted? He's got about as many viewers as Choice does. No, Choice has 88,000 follows. Blue has 78,000. Okay, that tracks, right? Everybody on this
it
list
doesn't
has
track at all. Your
mid
followership and my
50,000s.
followership are totally different.
No,
You have
no.
followership
Totally,
from Warwind's
this is-
Meat and Throne of Liberty and other different games. Your followership is inflated
Now-
compared to mine because
be clear.
you have more exposure to more categories.
Yeah, let's be
People
clear.
that
I
have
wanna
more
be super
exposure
clear.
to more categories.
I want to be super clear. Your follow
more
count
followers.
does not have your follow count does not directly correlate into your average viewers. There are plenty of streamers that have millions of follows and like 15 viewers.
So
Absolutely.
why did you try to make that
right?
point?
Well, because you brought up follow count earlier. And so I was like, okay, well, if we're going to look at follow count and we're going to talk about it, I think that it's only fair to be like, okay, well, interestingly, Jnny has less than half the follows that any of the other top streamers in the category have. Does that necessarily prove anything? No.
but it's an interesting point. That's all I'm saying.
It's not an interesting point at all. Followers have no correlation to average viewership.
But your follows do go up, but you said yourself, but follow count does rise over time. While you like the
follow
longer
count
you stream.
tends to rise over being a longer streamer, but follow count also rises much
her and I
faster
have
if
been
you're
a
a more
streamer for the
popular
same
streamer.
period of time, but she's only garnered a third of the follows that I have, yet she has the same viewership.
So what are you trying to beat yourself off right now and say like, oh shit, I'm so fucking popular.
No, if anything,
look at all
it
my
makes
followers
no.
I got compared
it
to
makes
this
her
person.
look good.
Like, is that what you're trying to
You're
say?
deliberately trying to misunderstand me, but that's okay. We're gonna back up.
I'm not trying to deliberately misunderstand you.
It actually makes her look good. Let's
tell me how.
Okay, it actually makes her look good because she has a third of my follow count, but still maintains more average viewers than I do. Okay, so in the exact same amount of time, I've garnered 3 times the amount of follows she has. However, I still can't like she has more average viewers than I do. I feel like that is a little strange. It doesn't necessarily prove anything definitive one way or another. However, when you add other points on the graph, like the fact that Rapolis has a correlating follow count over time, right? And that you have a correlating follow count over time, and that Bicep has a correlating follow count over time, hers... She has a correlation follow count over time, but she has no YouTube to back it up, yet she seems to have Twitch viewership that reflects the same level of success that somebody like you or me or Bicep or Rapolis that has had successful YouTubes has. Doesn't make much sense.
You know the correlation
make
between
sense, that's all.
The commonality, it makes perfect sense. The commonality that the thing that is most common amongst the 4 people you just said, me, Bicep, Rapo, and Jnny, is that we are one-trick streamers. We only really stream Black Desert. Outside of Rapo streaming League of Legends during maintenance, everybody there, we have a very proportionate growth over time. Like, our followership can be plotted with the growth of Black Desert or the length of time that we've been streaming Black Desert. Okay. It is only when you start looking at variety streamers such as you or Ellie. Ellie has got 100,000 and something followers. There's other variety. There's people that have streamed other games. When you start streaming another game, you are not an idiot to this. You know that there is a gigantic jump in followership if you started streaming another game because people are discovering you for the first time because you're taking your BDO viewership and you're propelling yourself to the top of the category.
Sure.
And then you're getting a lot of followers.
Sure. But so let's take an example.
Followers,
well, hold on.
I'm almost on my point. All right. I'm almost on my point. Those followers do not stick around as soon as you go back to your old game.
Chat, how many
those followers might stay followed, but they're not going to contribute to your viewership because they're just not going to watch you unless you're playing what they found you in for the most part.
So let's use an example of somebody that has been streaming for. So your argument is that Jnny and the rest of you have only basically grown based on how BDO is doing over time. Okay, sure, if we want to say that that's the case, which it's not because there's a lot that goes into being a good, successful content creator and garnering follows, but let's say, for posterity's sake, that is true. Let's take another streamer who, for the most part, basically only has streamed BDO for the last, well, since he started streaming 9 years ago. Zethian here, my boy, started over here, okay, back in 2017. He was very consistent, streamed many hours. Many hours, okay? Has basically never streamed anything other than BDO. Yet his average viewership currently is 471. He has 38,000 follows, which you might document is 13,000 less than Jnny has. Yet he has about less than half of the average viewers that she currently has. Okay, but by your own metric, because you're like, oh, well, she only streams BDO. Well, so does Zethian. But he's been streaming for longer, so shouldn't he have garnered more follows over time than her and more viewers over time? If your growth as a streamer is directly predicated by the success of BDO, then why does Zethian not have more viewers, despite the fact that he's been streaming BDO for longer, and that's why he has more followers?
This plays directly into what I'm saying, is that followers have nothing to do with viewership. Followers have nothing to do with viewership. You will have people that have more followers than someone else and have way less viewers. Zethian has more followers because he's been in the game longer than Jnny.
Yeah, but look at his
exactly consistent with what I'm saying.
No, it's not, because look at the average viewers. It falls apart when you look at the average viewers, and that's what we're trying to point out.
It doesn't fall apart at all, because I'm literally saying that followership has nothing to do with average viewers. You can have somebody that has a million followers.
You said that growth in the BDO category has something, but honestly, it's semantics then. Okay, so you're going to try, so you're correcting. And you're saying, okay, so now we're back to follows have nothing to do with viewership at all. So you think that somebody with 1,000 follows can have 1 million viewers?
Okay, I'm not saying someone with 1,000 followers has.
Okay, so
can have
it
a
does
million
have
viewers, no.
something to do with viewership then, but it's not the whole picture, which is what I was saying before. I said that it's not like a crazy big point or anything. However, Zethian, everybody else's follow numbers track with their average viewership because, you know, they've got YouTube or they've been streaming for a long time like Zethian has. And their average viewership tracks with that. The only person that is out of row on this is the 25,000 streamer, the 25,000 follow streamer that has more average viewers than anyone else in the fucking category. Despite
The only
fact that
person
she
out of
doesn't
row
have a
here-
successful YouTube, and she does not have a very successful, like she's not very charismatic. There's not much fucking going on there, right? You add up all these points on the graph. Again, you're still unwilling
you are
to
cherry picking. For somebody that says that they are so into
I'm not cherry
analytics
picking.
and data,
I'm showing you
are
evidence
cherry-picking-
against your
You are not
girlfriend, and
showing
you don't like
evidence
that.
because why aren't you looking at counter evidence? How come
This
fake
is
Uni
your
averages
counter evidence.
100 Why does fake Uni average 100 viewers and he has 88,000 or 90,000 Twitch followers? Why does he have a successful YouTube channel and his Twitch viewership was never better than mine? Like, why? If we're gonna look at only things that make your point, why don't we look at the creators like back in the past? Koopa used to have 256,000 streamers and his average viewership in BDO was 200. So why are these people with way fucking more followers not also scaling their viewership with time?
Because
viewership doesn't scale with followership.
I feel like you're deliberately misunderstanding because you said you have a degree in statistics. So I'll explain it again. Okay?
I'm not deliberately misunderstanding anything. You are just you are only looking at points that favor you and never looking at the counterpoint.
That's not true. That's not true. I said, again, I was like, okay, so if we're going to talk about follow count, because you mentioned follow count, I said, if we're going to talk about follow count, here are the follow counts of the other top streamers in the BDO category. Every single one of the rest of them has an explanation or a plausible reason for their follow count versus their average viewership. I also said that follow count does not necessarily equate viewers. No, it's not a direct correlation, not at all. I even said verbatim, and see, again, this is you deliberately misunderstanding me because I literally said that a streamer can have like 1.3 million follows, but for some reason have under 100 viewers. That absolutely can happen. So it's not a direct correlation, but as far as BDO streamers go, we don't have too many examples like that. The only example that we really have is Jnny, where she has a massively low follow count, no standing YouTube whatsoever, and has been streaming for less time than someone like Zethian, and is arguably less entertaining than Zethian, in my opinion. But hey, that's my opinion. That being said,
the two people I just brought up?
What are the two people that you just brought up? Go ahead.
Fake Uniform and Koopa.
Well, Fake Uni. Let's talk about Fake Uni. Fake Uni has pivoted his. Okay, we all know that Fake Uni is a
now
massively,
he's pivoted. I'm talking about
he's pivoted
2 or
multiple
3 years
times
ago.
Yeah. How many times? How many people in chat know that Fake Uni got all of his fucking gear back from the CM team after he blew it all up on fucking stream? That did massive, irreparable damage to his fucking reputation. Okay, everybody fucking knows that happened. So yeah, Fake has had trouble continuing to grow in the BDO category because of his own detriment.
Did irreparable damage to him at all.
I think it absolutely fucking did. And it also.
Have you never heard of any publicity is good publicity? Like
that is not true at all. Lakari.
People can take bad situations and turn them into positives.
Immediately. Lakari pulls up Notepad on stream. He got a ton of fucking publicity from that. Guess what? He's also a fucking pedophile.
Lakari was pulling up a thing like that he's being accused of being a pedophile.
You said any publicity is good publicity. I said absolutely fucking not. Lakari got a lot of publicity for pulling up a Notepad. So now there's exceptions to the rule.
Okay, but we're talking.
Oh shit.
We are always talking about a more complex situation.
Pirate software.
If you have pirate software, he had to get like a douchebag after whatever the fuck he did. I don't even know what he did. But you can take
off
bad
every
publicity
point of
and
example
spin it
that I
into
can
something
give you.
good.
You're just gonna write it off like, oh, that's an exception.
But that's exactly what you do, Blue. You write off every possible example.
No,
that
I explain it.
What
That's
you
not
believe.
true at all. I explain it. I attack it directly and I explain it. No,
I am addressing it directly and I am explaining it. Yes, I am.
Okay, so explain to me.
Yeah.
So explain to me how your girlfriend is 100% not botting. Okay? Or tell me the percentage chance that you feel she is botting. Let's get to the heart of the issue again, because you like to try to get us distracted and stuff, but and that's fun to play those games. But let's get the heart of the issue here. What's the percent chance that you think, as her boyfriend, you know her, what's the percent chance that you think that she's actually has bots in her stream? What's the percent chance?
I think I would have to get back to you on it after I see the ban list. I do not know the scope of how many people are banned in her stream.
I gotta see
because
the
big
ban
thing-
list. Who
Blue,
in the
the
fuck
big
needs
thing-
to see a ban list to know
I'm gonna
what your
tell you
average?
why.
Are you saying
I'm
the
gonna
ban
tell you
list
why.
directly correlates to your average fucking viewership? Is that what you're trying to say?
One of the only suspicious things about her stream is her lack of chatters. And ban list correlates directly with who the fuck is chatting in the stream. So obviously it matters.
Then why do I have a more active chat despite the fact that I have probably banned more fucking people than anyone? I'll be honest. I mean, you guys just saw me scroll through my fucking ban list. It's massive. I was scrolling for like 4 fucking minutes or whatever the fuck. Okay? But my chat is the most active in the fucking category. How the fuck is that a thing? Your ban list, I don't understand. Why are you said that before I was jumping through hoops and I'm reaching and all this shit. In order to make an excuse that your girlfriend is not viewbotting or to not directly say it, you are literally like, we have to see her ban list. Honestly, that's a new one.
What
I
I'm
gotta give
telling
you credit.
you-
We're doing Olympic
I
level
have-
fucking gymnastics, mental
I
gymnastics.
have no idea
to try
how
to
I
not
can give
admit
you
this.
a percentage. How can I give you a
Just
percentage?
ballpark.
I don't know how to do a
You
ballpark,
won't-
Blue.
you
Because
won't do it
I am
because-
more conflicted. I am so fucking conflicted with it that I had all.
You were
the
so
only
conflicted
thing that I am certain
you
of.
streamed together with her and benefited directly from the fucking bots.
No,
Oh
no,
my god, it
let
was
me-
such a
let me tell you the
conflicted- I
only
was
thing
so
that I'm certain about.
conflicted. Oh god.
I'm going to tell you the thing that I am most certain about, Blue. And this is the thing that ultimately matters to me. I don't think that her as a person is doing it. I think that there is a point in her favor to say that she is not, due to the normalcy of what her graphs look like outside of those extreme moments that we go back to September, whatever the fuck, or August. But I also think that there is a negative in terms of her chat activity. And I think that her chat activity is the biggest, like, oh shit, something's weird. But the thing that matters the most is that I believe her when she says that she is the one that has nothing to do with it, if it is occurring. And ultimately, you can try to get me in a gotcha and villainize whatever and try to do all this, ultimately this shit.
This isn't a gotcha.
If I think,
literally
if
just
I think
admitting
that
what
she is
so
not
plainly
responsible
obvious.
for whatever
Like,
is happening, if she's not responsible for it and she is just streaming in good faith, why would I not want to spectate a tournament with my girlfriend?
because you know that she has over 700 bots based on Jnny's engagement. I would argue that she has less than 10 actual viewers in her fucking chat at any given point in time. Maybe she gets up to 20 on a good day. But that being said, her engagement is so fucking low, and you just admitted yourself, oh, there is, yeah, okay, her chat engagement's really low. So you yourself admit. Okay, and you said obviously before, but then we're backpedal on all that now. Now we don't want to fucking admit anything. The reason that you should not want to stream with somebody who is very obviously viewbotting is because it is disingenuous and you would be benefiting from those viewbots yourself. Do you feel that I would stream alongside? Do you think I would use the stream together function in the same situation? Do you think that I would stream together with somebody that I knew was viewbotting?
That's actually
be at the top
really
of the
fucking
category?
funny, actually, Blue. That's so fucking funny, actually.
Okay.
Because around the time during the Calpheon Ball when her and I first got together,
Yep.
I
was
were in
pissed.
Ellie's DMs.
Yep. I
because
DM'd Ellie.
her and I were streaming the
Yep.
Hideout Ball together. You were in Ellie's DM
Because
saying,
you-
"Can
yep.
you believe that these guys are streaming together and they're boosting themselves to the top of the
Yeah,
category?"
for the same reason I'm calling it out
almost
today, by the way.
insinuating, almost fucking insinuating the fact that you would like to do a group stream with somebody else so that
I
you
would.
could signal boost yourself.
No. I want to be clear. I absolutely would. See, here's the deal. You are very clearly using the stream together function with somebody with viewbots, which is massively disingenuous. It's very different than using the stream together function with another streamer in the category that has legitimate fucking viewership. Okay, that is a massively different thing. And I did DM Ellie. I was like, hey, do you want to use the stream together function too? Because I'm pretty sure us together beat them. But the funny that you bring that up, Choice, is that I still beat both of you anyway that night. So it turns out I didn't need Ellie at all anyway. So, hey, what are we gonna do?
So why would you be DMing somebody that you think is a viewbotter to do the group together thing? You're virtue signaling that I shouldn't do it with my girlfriend, but you're trying to hit up Ellie
Well, at the
to do
time,
it?
I wasn't. At the time, I didn't know that Ellie was viewbotting. That was before. That was, I don't know, at least a couple months before. I was like, oh yeah, I think.
So now you're
I think
claiming
she's
plausible
viewbotting.
deniability here. So
No.
someone who
But I
you're
didn't
saying
do it
plausible
either.
deniability, you're like,
I
I
also
didn't think
didn't
it was
do it.
something that she was doing at this time, and I was just trying to boost myself.
She never
to the
DM'd
top
me
of the
back
category.
either. We
it
never
sounds
did it.
like you are,
But, like-
you project onto me and Jnny
know when the
what
fuck
you
that
are
happened.
thinking in your own mind. In your own mind, you're
Well,
thinking,
I think that you're
God,
disingenuous
I wish I
pieces
could
of
stream
shit.
together with someone. God, I wish I could stream together with someone to boost myself to the top of BDO. That is, I swear to God, you think like that, and you think that because her
This
and
is
I
back
watched
here.
a tournament together, that's what I am doing, and that's
is
what I
back
am
here.
thinking. I don't have insidious thoughts like that, Blue. I just want to watch a fucking
Well,
tournament.
you don't have insidious thoughts like that because you're the one committing all the bad behavior. You're not worried about what everyone else is doing
How am
because
I-
you're the one fucking doing all the bad behavior. I love how
I am not doing
everybody
bad behavior.
everybody that does like terrible things is like, why don't you just stay in your lane? Why don't you just worry about yourself? Why are you being a moderate? Why are you calling me out? Because you're the one being disingenuous. Because you're the one being a piece of shit. So yeah, I'm calling out the behavior, and now you're trying to play victim and make me look like I'm the bad guy. You did a bad
So-
thing. Multiple times
I did
you've
not-
streamed
I don't-
together with Jnny to get to the top of our fucking category, which is bullshit. And that was the first time you had ever tried it because it was new, and I was frustrated, and I DM'd Ellie, but we ultimately didn't fucking do that. And yeah, I didn't think that Ellie
Yeah.
was necessarily viewbotting at the time. I was like, I don't think that she's viewbotting, right? But
So
later
we're just
on,
gonna
once I
believe
started,
everything you say. We're just
Yeah.
gonna believe everything you say. You can
I mean,
say
I can
like,
pull
"Oh, I
up
didn't
the- I
think
can
Ellie
pull
was
up the-
viewbotting at the time," and then
yeah, I didn't.
you could
Like,
you
this
could
was-
just say that she didn't. Like you thought that all of her viewership was natural and all this other stuff, and this was all
Yeah,
around the same
her
exact
chat
time where
engagement
she was
really
switching.
fucking good too.
Her chat engagement is always good. She's
Yeah.
always switching categories.
Well, Ellie and I
she
used to.
was
You gotta
at that
understand,
time
Choice.
as well.
Ellie and I used to have a really good standing relationship. We were good.
Yeah.
We had a good standing relationship for a long time. So part of the reason that I DM'd Ellie is because we had a good standing relationship at the time. So I DM'd her. But again, it never happened, right? But also at the same time, I just realized
Just because it never happened doesn't mean you
Correct.
weren't thinking of doing it.
Correct. Well, yeah, but I was thinking of streaming with another legitimate fucking what I thought was a legitimate fucking streamer, right? And
And then 8 months later, you call her out for being a view botter.
yep,
So just,
because
it's just conveniently at this
I
time.
fucked up. Yep, because she was viewbotting, and I probably shouldn't have done that. Do you see how that works, Choice? Because we make fuck ups as a streamer, you just say, "Yeah, shit, guys, my fucking bad. I got heated in the moment because I saw a Choice trying to viewbot like stream together function with a viewbotter. That was frustrating to me. So I reached out to another streamer and said, "Hey, do you want to use the stream together function?" Turns out she's fucking viewbotting too. Son of a fucking bitch. My bad. My fucking bad. I
Yeah.
should not have done that. Do you see how that works? Is I can admit it frankly.
I see how that works.
Yeah, that's my
I
bad.
100% see how that works. But at the end of the day, I think the thing that matters the most is the character of somebody. And if
Anything
if
to
I have
avoid
a-
accountability. Your character
No,
is
listen.
terrible. We need to see the ban list. Blue, you're a bad person.
No.
I think we really just
Now
need to
you're-
think
now
about
you're
the
saying all kinds
character
of shit. You're saying
people
all kinds
streaming.
of shit, Blue.
We just need
You're
to
saying all
talk about
kinds
the
of shit.
character. That's the character that matters. I have never I have
If
not
I-
once in this conversation attacked your character. You know
have
why?
not attacked my character, and I'm not talking about my character. I'm talking about because you interrupted
But you're
me.
talking about mine.
I'm not talking about your character either.
You
I am
just
about to
said
talk
we-
about. I said what's most important is character, and I want to talk about Jnny's character. If I, for a single
Okay.
second, thought that she was responsible for whatever the fuck's weird shit's going on in her own stream, I would not be with her, and I would never do anything with her as a result of it. I do not think she is responsible for whatever weirdness. You can pull up every graph, you can pull up everything, you can pull up whatever. I literally live with her right now. I can look in her room when she's streaming. She's not pulling up viewbot.ai. So how am I supposed to say, hey, this is something that you don't have a hand in, but I'm gonna give you shit for it anyway? You are blaming somebody for something that they are not doing.
So you think she's not so she's not being botted then?
I'm saying that whether she is or whether she is not, there is points to say that. God, we circle in a million. I
Because
don't
you
think
can't
her
answer a
as a
direct
person.
question. Because you can't answer a direct
I
question.
can't.
It's I just
Her, the
I'm
person.
just asking a question.
Her herself, as a person, the human being is not viewbotting. Whether her stream is being view botted is questionable.
Right, because her
That's what I'm
stream could
saying.
be view botted and she knows about it and she's consenting to it, right? And you would have no idea that that's going on,
Listen,
right?
I would know that
also
it's
argue,
going on because I know that it's going on because
Choice.
I can go on her fucking computer right now. She's in the next room over to me. I know that she doesn't have this type of shit on her computer. If I wanted to scrub through her DMs, I could do that. Her phone literally pops up DMs like we have.
All right, so let
she
me
doesn't
ask
even
you
have a password on her
something,
phone. If I wanted
Let
to
me
go to
ask
all
you
her regular
something,
viewers
Choice.
and check if they ever talk about view bots, it wouldn't be there.
Let me ask you something, Choice. Do
Yeah,
you
let's
feel
hear it.
like you're too close to the situation here and that your opinion on the matter might be swayed a little too much because you're dating and living with the person?
Do you think that you're too far from
Answer
the
the
situation
question.
and you have no the fuck idea what you're talking about?
I think that makes my I'm going to be honest with you. I actually, no. I think that being an objective third party or looking and trying to be a third party on a matter actually makes my opinion more relevant. But I answered my question. Could you please answer my question to you?
Okay, ask your question again. Do I think I'm too close to the situation?
Yes.
I think that I'm close to the situation in a way that yes, I don't want to go ahead and just 100% throw her under the bus and start giving percentages and start doing all this stuff. Yes. In my mind, I actually
Can you just tell me that you're biased?
I try to give her the benefit of the doubt.
More than
in the
other people
situation.
would. More than other people would. Right?
I give her the benefit of the doubt more than other people would.
So you
but
are
I also
biased.
have way more information than everybody else
Do you,
because
though?
I live with her.
Do you
Yeah,
though?
because I live with
Right?
her.
Because
Yes.
again, the
I do. I
implication
have way
here
more
is not
information.
necessarily that she's viewbotting herself, but it also could be that she's aware that she's being viewbotted and she's totally okay with that.
She's not.
She's not aware. So she has no idea. She thinks that this is just normal streaming behavior thing. She thinks that she's not being botted at all. That she thinks that she's not being botted at all, to be clear. And again, I offered to have her come into the call. She could speak for herself.
There have been, during that whole September blip or whatever, August blip, around the same time as Ellie, there were doubts in her own mind where she was like, oh, maybe something's happening.
In her
She
own
had the
mind?
same. Yeah, when we were talking, her and I, she brought it up that, hey, yeah, this is kind of weird, and I hate all this allegations. So she is not unaware to the fact that her chat is generally weaker than it ever should be.
Than everyone else.
She's not unaware to that. She's not oblivious to that, but she's also not responsible for it. And so at the end of the day, if she is not responsible, you cannot execute somebody and just say that,
Well,
hey,
here's
I'm
the deal.
never gonna co-stream with you.
Okay, well,
because
here's the deal. One, you absolutely can say that because if they're being view botted and you're like, yeah, I'm not okay with this. So, honey, I think, honey, you're clearly being view botted. I'm not okay with it. And you can't do anything about it, but I'm not going to use the stream together function because it would be unfair to the other streamers. I think that's a reasonable thing to fucking say. Now, that being said, I do think that, bro, oh my God, I just lost my fucking train of thought because I was thinking about other shit. Regardless, Jnny, absolutely, very obviously fucking view botting. Everybody else can see it. You are too close to the situation to admit anything that is to the contrary. The fact that she can't understand herself that she is being view botted or is view botting or is consensual with the view botting is honestly just a testament to low IQ, if I'm being entirely honest. But there's no way. Even Ellie looked at her analytics and she was like, yeah, they look bad, because she's a smart woman and she can look at it and see that the graph looks bad.
Jnny did the exact same thing back then.
Really? Where's the public statement on any of this?
There's no public statement, but ultimately she had those doubts in her mind that it was
even still
happening because
so she's got doubts in her mind.
She had those doubts in her mind because she saw the blip and she's like, oh shit, Ellie's viewership never recovered. Therefore, maybe Ellie and me both had the same thing. But then when her viewership recovered to normal level, she's like, oh, maybe it is normal. So how, the thing that matters the most, once again, is the character that I care about.
That was what I was going to talk about.
Thinking
Let's
about
talk
the
about the
character of
character.
her,
I'm so glad because I was like, damn, what was that point I was going to say? Let's talk about her character because the reason that I'm so hard on her for the bot thing is because her previous track record in the category isn't exactly super Christian. Okay, we go back. She is AFK drop streamed the category not once but 2 full fucking times, fucking over literally everyone else.
Why?
To spite herself.
Do you know why?
Why?
She did it as a.
Here comes the sympathy card. Prepare yourselves.
It's not a sympathy card. It was done as a clapback to her distaste for being rejected from being able to join the Twitch partner program.
So your punishment for not being able to punish the partner program is to punish everybody but Pearlibus.
Okay, but listen, Blue, you just admitted that people make mistakes as streamers.
Pearlibus.
You just admitted that people make mistakes. She doesn't do that anymore. But she did it during
twice.
The time. She did it twice because
on
she did it when she first got.
Occasions.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, they're not so different because I'm so close to the situation that I know the fucking difference. See how that works?
Okay, what's the difference? Go ahead.
Here's the difference. She got removed from the partnership program that's on her birthday, and she did it in September.
Oh my God.
And then she did it in September to get back at Twitch. Then she reapplied in January, got denied, and did it again to get back at them again. And I understand.
How is that getting
it's
back
not the way
at
to get back
Pearlibus?
to PA. Obviously, it's not the way to get back to PA.
So why wouldn't you tell her,
not.
honey, sweetie pumpkin,
Listen,
you're not hurting
Blue,
Pearlibus
she's
here,
not
and
doing
she
it anymore,
kept
is she?
doing it.
She ain't doing it anymore, is
not
she?
Because
she obviously
of you.
realized the fault in their ways.
Not because of you. Do you know why she recognized the fault in her ways? Because
how can you say not because of me?
Yeah, because
you don't know what goes on behind closed doors.
Because she's on fucking record saying that it's like, yeah, I'm getting so much hate from Blue, and then Gelly finally fucking sided with me too, and she said that was the final fucking straw. Fine, I'll fucking do it. Yeah, fine, I'll fucking stop doing it. If I hadn't have said anything, she'd have kept right on fucking doing it. And you can be mad and virtue signal about the way that I fucking went about it, but you can't argue with the result. Ultimately, she stopped doing the behavior. It had nothing to do with you. You were complicit in it the entire time. I mean, shit, she had you all over the fucking stream. She was like, she's just AFK with you fishing live on the air. You're clearly okay with it, dude. You're totally fine with her AFK viewbotting, AFK drop streaming and fucking over every single other streamer in the category. And your name is front and center on the whole thing.
That is fully a lie. And that is exactly what I wanted to address today. We haven't even addressed what I'm trying to address. And that is slandering me. That is you slandering my name in situations like this and saying that I'm complacent in these types of situations.
You are.
We had an extremely in-depth conversation in DMs about this situation, about how I was working behind the scenes. Do you forget that? Also,
no.
You don't.
I remember.
You also don't realize that. Yeah, we were fishing beside each other and we were in a party
every
together
night,
because that's what we always do. Because we literally just got together 2-3 months ago, and that was our ritual. Every single time I'm AFK fishing, she knows I logged into Bound 06. We're always in a party together because it's cute. That was it. It had nothing to do. You project these insidious thoughts of things that I'm doing.
Here's
when
the
in
deal.
reality,
here's the reality of the situation because you're too close to see it. She was using you as a smokescreen to make sure that everyone else didn't call out her shitty behavior. She thought she could get away with AFK drop streaming because your reputation in the category was so good that she thought that no other streamer would dare trying to call her out.
How can you put these thoughts?
Hold on.
You
hold
seem to know more thoughts than anybody else.
She thought that no other streamer would ever have the gall to call her out, because in calling her out, they would have to address the elephant in the room. The choice is very clearly the one in her, the only person in her fucking chat, the one on the fucking screen, the one on the donation goal, despite the fact that she's somehow supposed to be raising money for her fucking family. We're going to go to the fucking Bahamas. Let's set that aside for a second, though. But you're all over the place. She knows the more she plasters you on the screen, the less likely people are to call her out on her bad behavior because they like you and they don't want to jeopardize their reputation with you. What she underestimated was my lack of giving a shit about what you think about me or anyone else in the fucking category for that matter. I didn't give a fuck. Okay? And I did what I had to do. I regret nothing. Okay? You guys forced me to bring up your fucking relationship with it because you put it front and center. It's all over the fucking place. How do you not address it? It's very obvious that you're complacent in it. Otherwise, you would have put it to a stop. Anybody in a fair, equal relationship of equals that realized that their wife was doing something wrong, they would be able to say, "Honey, this is wrong. You can't keep doing this."
How can you say that? how could you possibly even know whether or not I was or was not, given the fact that it stopped? Like,
Because
if it
you're like
continued to
taking credit
happen-
for the fact that it stopped, but
I'm not.
you already said
I'm not taking. I
you
am
already
saying
said that
you
she
have
was
no
taking
fucking
breaks and
idea.
stopping because my videos and my fucking you call it a harassment campaign. It's a response campaign to her bad behavior. Okay, it's not harassing. I'm responding to what you're doing. Okay, so I responded to her behavior, and she got a lot of hate for that. She got a ton of hate for that, and so she stopped. She got hate from other streamers who she thought liked her, like Engeli, and she finally said, "Okay, fuck it, I'll stop doing it." Without me intervening on that, she's still AFK drop streaming. 100%, she's still doing it, guaranteed.
So when it's convenient for you, you are going to make 100% guaranteed claims of things that you don't know. But in our prior conversations
Okay,
about,
well, it's a
we
high
don't know how
percentage
your
chance,
Minecraft
sure.
viewership would have dropped, or you don't know because your stream crashed, whatever. Like, you have these absolutes about
Well,
what
let me
you
ask-
think you know.
okay, all right, well, let me ask you something, Choice. If you really were standing against it, and your relationship is a relationship of equals, where you are like fair and it's a healthy, balanced relationship, and you were really against it, and you went to her and you said, "Honey, you AFK drop streaming is hurting everyone else in the category, including myself. I think that you should stop doing this." And then she said, "No, I'm just going to keep fucking doing it for another 2 days." Isn't that a bit of a slap in the face? I feel like if my girlfriend did that, I would be like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, but that's not what happened.
Yeah, because you were complicit in it. Because you weren't against it, were you?
No.
Okay, so you
No.
were against it.
To be honest with you, we didn't even really talk about it, because what she told me is that she was doing a marathon stream where she was going to be streaming like 16 hours a day, sleeping,
didn't
waking
talk
up,
about
doing
it?
another 16 hours, and she needed to do it for 3 days because she had low funds in January.
you
And
said
she
you didn't
also
talk
said
about it.
that she was doing it as a way to
How-
get back at Pearl Abyss.
How could you
so-
be the reason that it stopped if you didn't talk about it? You just said, "Well, we didn't
Okay,
really
but-
talk about it." So how could you possibly be the reason that it stopped if you
Yeah, let
didn't
me
talk
get
about
there.
it? And also, how could
Let me
you
get
not
there.
talk about this? You're both streamers. You're both in the same
Yeah,
space.
let me
I
get
find that
there. Let me get there.
extremely hard to believe. I'm just
So
speculating, of course.
Okay, so I guess I did misspeak when I said that we didn't talk about it, because we definitely talked about it.
Okay, all right, okay,
So
all right.
when we talked about it, she definitely, I said to her, I remember precisely saying that it is something that is really not the greatest when you are streaming, doing AFK drops.
Honey, what
It's
you're
not
doing
something.
is not the greatest.
Yeah, what it's doing is not the greatest, but there was always the end goal of it was 3 days, and then she did not want to do it again. It was only because she was mad at Pearl Abyss and she needed to get some money in January. And so I remember having this conversation with you the first time, and we're bringing up this old ancient shit where I said, when your girlfriend comes to you and says that she needs money because, and I remember, okay, now it's all coming back to me again, because this was 2 years ago we're talking about. I remember saying to her that I would be willing to give you the money that you needed if you really needed that to make up your January.
Okay.
Because I thought that was a solution to her not doing the AFK stream. And that ultimately she was like, "No, I want to be independent. I want to do this." And I'm like, fuck. So do I, at this point, end a relationship?
So she did tell you to
over
fuck
3
off.
days.
Basically, she did tell
She
you,
said
"No,
that
I'm
she-
gonna
she
do
said
this.
that
I'm gonna
she
be
wanted to be
independent. I'm gonna
independent and she
fucking
didn't
do
wanna
it
accept my
anyway.
money."
Fuck you." Basically, just said, "Yeah, nah, I'm just gonna do it anyway."
No, in fact, she didn't want to accept the money. She wanted to say that she wanted to be independent and then she could make her own way.
Okay, so let's back up for a second. Let me ask you something, Choice. Jnny has better viewership than both of us. Okay, so theoretically, she should be making more money on Twitch at least. I'm willing to bet I know how much you made on Twitch in 2025, and I know how much I made on Twitch in 2025. Based on our average viewerships, okay, and this is not including sponsors, this isn't including YouTube, whatever. She was saying she was making under $2,000 a month as an almost 1,000 average viewer streamer on Twitch by itself. I mean, I would argue C-Zane probably makes more fucking money than that. He's got
half that fucking viewership, okay? So the only reason that she would not be making enough money to live at that average viewership is because the viewers aren't real and Twitch doesn't actually pay you if you have bots in your stream. And we know that that's true because if they did pay you based on bots in your stream, well, everybody would just bot up to 60,000 and then make that bag. They'd make $1 million and walk away. But they don't. So they don't pay you based on the bots in your stream. And the reason that her income looks way fucking lower than it should be in relation to mine or Biceps or yours is because the majority of her viewership isn't actually fucking real, so her income is massively lower. Oh, of course you don't.
Yeah, of course I don't. Like, I'm going to refute your point. Are you mad that I'm refuting your point?
No, go ahead.
She wants to make 2K net, and I'm pretty sure that's 2K net after taxes. And taxes are extremely high. She's also got her health insurance she has to pay as a German citizen.
This doesn't matter. She should be making clear. She should be making clear and above over anyone that has this viewership on Twitch knows you're making with sponsors, with YouTube. Well, she
never got
YouTube,
any sponsors at that time.
And why wasn't she getting sponsors?
Got 0
why is that?
Throughout that entire year.
Why is she not getting any sponsors? Could it possibly be
she didn't get
she's
any
viewbotting?
Oh, remember our conversation that we had before this, where she wasn't really introduced to the world of sponsorships, and I was making. She got some sponsorships around the time that I started going out with her, and I was even making her invoices. Like, she never did this shit.
Yeah, because you're pushing.
It was just
but she gets sponsors.
I was trying to push her to getting more money through sponsorships.
Well, she actually did have sponsors.
Like AFK
she actually did have sponsors. She had She had 2 drink sponsorships, if I recall.
Yeah, but those drink sponsorships, those are affiliate ships.
Okay, but she did have sponsors.
They were not a base pay.
Okay. All right. So so she had sponsors, but they're affiliate ships.
Affiliates are different than sponsors.
At the same time, she should still be making clear and above the amount of money she needs to pay for $2,000.
I don't think that she is making clear and above. To be honest with you, I think that if I was to take the amount of money that I made last year, I just did my taxes actually.
I did too. That's why I'm bringing it up.
If I take the average amount of money that I made from just purely my ad revenue, because she doesn't have a lot of subscribership. She has a decent amount, but not a whole lot.
But she runs 50 like 50 more minutes of ads an hour. She has her ads like maxed the fuck out. So her ad revenue should be fucking insane. In addition to the fact that Twitch should also be offering her the ad incentive program, which is thousands of dollars a month. She should be making a fucking fortune.
Do you think that's another reason why her chattership is not that good? If she has high ads, doesn't that really interact? Like, doesn't that really fucking interrupt with?
It does, but if the viewers are fucking real, then it doesn't. Then she's still getting the ad revenue. Okay, so like if the viewers are absolutely real, then she should be still getting the ad revenue.
Viewership at all, she would not make the money that she makes through ad revenue. Like,
now,
how many of her viewers do you think she has that are real?
Less than 50.
In your opinion. So you think that she could make $3,000 a month off of 50 viewers?
No, but see, here's the thing. I know
then
she
how the
can't.
fuck is she doing it?
But choice. I know she can't. You're arguing that she can't.
How's she doing it?
You're arguing that she... I think that if you have that legitimate viewership, there is no fucking way you're not making over $2,000 a month on Twitch. It's just not...
I'm telling you that she makes between $2,000 and $3,000, and she might even make more after tax.
Okay?
Like,
and you are saying
taxes.
that's like, oh yeah, somehow we're going to do all these excuses and stuff for how she's running fucking 15 more minutes of ads an hour, but is somehow making less in ad revenue than I do running 3 minutes of ads an hour in the same month with less fucking viewership. That doesn't make sense.
Blue,
it's not
I don't know what
possible.
your ad revenue per month is, but it's probably like between 1,500 and 2,000.
Yeah, because
she's making more ad revenue than you.
Yes, she should be making
ad money than you.
Way more. I mean, I'm talking enough that.
And she is. So obviously, way more than 50 of her viewers are real.
What? Well, no, not at all.
You said
in
that
fact,
Twitch doesn't
I would
pay
argue
for bots.
Depending,
so
see,
how
I
the
don't
fuck
know.
is she making money from Twitch?
Well, hold on. Because she's running 13 minutes of ads an hour. Do you have any idea how much money you can make? Of course you do. Do you have any idea how much money you can make off of even 150 to 100 viewers on Twitch if you're running that many fucking ads? It's fucking insane. We're talking thousands upon thousands of fucking dollars, right? The trick is trying to get people to watch that many fucking ads. I don't do that. I have 3 minutes of ads an hour because I try to encourage chat engagement, right? Because it's important.
There is also a lot more.
Right?
There's a lot more at stake here than just. There's a lot more to consider than just. Oh, she's running a lot of ads, therefore you
Okay.
get paid different amounts of ads based on who is watching your ads and where. Somebody
Correct.
that watches an ad
Correct.
from somewhere else in the
Yes,
world
I'm glad
can
you
get
brought that up.
paid different money.
Yes, I'm glad
And
you brought that up.
additionally, not
Yes.
only that, so that's only one factor that can change how much ad revenue you earn.
Okay.
The other factor that changes how much ad revenue that you earn is when you are running that many ads, Twitch can actually start to run out of ads to serve people. Like there is a point in time where they're like, we just can't serve this many ads because we can't serve the same ad 15 times in 1 hour type of thing. So
your
even though you
argument,
might have
just
your
so that
ads
I'm
cranked
clear,
up,
just so that
if
I'm
your ads
clear
are-
about this,
Mhm.
your argument is that Twitch ran out of ads to run on her stream, and so she doesn't actually make the same amount of revenue.
that's
that
not at all.
someone-
That is part of my argument. So,
Okay, so you
my
are
argument
saying
is
that, though.
three-pronged.
You are
My
saying
argument
that.
is three-pronged. I'm saying that you can run so many ads that Twitch physically can't handle the demand of how many ads you want to run.
Which is insane, by the way.
The
Insane.
second thing is that based on where your viewership is, somebody that is 1,000 viewer streamer can make very, very different amounts of money based on where their viewership is from. 1,000 viewers does not equal 1,000 viewers, because you could have 1,000 viewers from Turkey or 1,000 viewers from
I would
the
argue
United
that-
States.
I mean, let's
Massively
talk to,
different.
We just ask Bicep. We can ask Bicep what approximately what his fucking revenue is. He lives over in EU.
Okay. But then
Right?
the biggest point of my argument here, that is and once again, you're
I bet
asking
he's
me to
making
say
more than
these
2,000.
absolutes.
I think he's. I think
You're asking
Bicep's
me-
making more than $2,000 a month. I do. I would be willing to stake my entire bank account on the fact that Bicep is absolutely doing better than $2,000 a month revenue. 100%.
And I don't know if
with
it's-
way
I don't
less
remember-
ads, by the way, with way less ads
It might be
in
2K
in the same category.
net. I don't know if it's 2K
Trying to
net
say
or
that
total,
Europe
because she makes
somehow-
more than 2,000.
You're acting like this is some Saudi Arabia stream. She's streaming from fucking Europe. Europe is still a super lucrative economy that allows ads in their fucking country. What are we talking about?
We can totally ignore those 2 points if you don't like them, but let's get to the most important point. You said that Twitch does not pay for bots. Twitch doesn't pay for bots.
Correct. That's why she's not
Why
making
would
enough money.
Why would she ever earn thousands of dollars in ad revenue a month if none of her viewers are real? Nobody can make
That's the point.
$3,000 or $4,000 a month off of 50 viewers.
You can. If
doesn't
you run
matter if you
13,
crank
if
up-
you run 13 ads an hour, you can absolutely make over $2,000.
No, not even close.
Mhm.
Literally,
with the
not
ad
even
incentive
close.
program, you absolutely can.
No.
You absolutely can.
You cannot.
And in fairness, again, so now you're moving the dial. Now you're just admitting
I'm
that
not moving the dial.
She's bottom. You're just admitting
I'm
she's
not
bottom.
admitting that
so
she's
you,
botting.
no, okay,
I am
okay,
trying-
hold on.
What I am admitting
Your logic is
that
completely
she-
flawed. Let's back up. I have to show you because you don't understand. Okay? You are saying
You're the one that does not understand that if Twitch doesn't pay for bots, how the fuck is she making any money if all she is a bot?
Yes, again, choice. You're trying to say that all of her viewership is legitimate, or the majority of her viewership is legitimate. And I am saying that if that was true, she would be making a tremendous amount more money. The fact that she is not making more money tells me that a strong percentage of her viewership is bots. It correlates. It matters. That's what I'm saying. Okay?
Sure.
Okay, so the fact that she's making less money than me, or you, or Bicep, or even Zeppian.
She's not making less money than me or you. She gets more money in ad revenue than me. And it's probably by twice or potentially more.
Yes, but her total. I'm talking about the total. Total money on Twitch. We're talking about total money on Twitch. Yes, almost all of her money.
We can't include
is
total money because she's not a part of Mythic Talent. She's not a part of
No, I meant
like
on
these types
Twitch.
of-
On Twitch.
And I mean on Twitch too. Yeah, exactly. On Twitch.
Well, subscribers
her payout
matter.
from Twitch. Oh, yeah, but her subscribership can vary greatly.
Oh, yeah,
People
sure.
can have-
They can, yeah. So
I
how
know a
many
streamer that
subscribers
has
are
an
we
average
talking
of
here?
150 viewers.
Uh-huh.
150 viewer streamer I know has an average of 1,500 subscribers.
An
monthly.
average? Which streamer?
Oh yeah. It's a streamer from this province named Sasky.
Okay,
And she
right
gets
on.
insane amounts of support
There's no money
through-
laundering going on there. Looks
through
good.
gifted subs.
Now, that being
And so
said,
the point
that looks good.
like there's
Everything's fine.
there's nothing to say with that being said. What's being said here is that you can't say that because her subscribership is lower than mine or yours that means that she's botting. What I'm trying to tell you is that it's very fucking simple. If Twitch doesn't pay for bots, they only pay for real people.
Well,
and she is making far more money in ads
let me ask
per
you
month
something.
than me.
Let me
That
ask
means
you
a
something,
large
Chase.
proportion of her viewership, or maybe all, is real.
If you ran 13 minutes of ads an hour, Choice, how much money do you think that you would make a month in ads? You have less viewership than she does. How much money do you think that you would make?
13 minutes of ads an hour. Well, let me think about this. I think that I would make approximately $4,000.
Okay, so
net.
you would make
But
approximately
$4,000
in just ad revenue, right? Yeah, in just ad revenue.
But then
Sure.
obviously tax gets removed from this. Like
Yeah,
this is
sure.
what Twitch would pay you for.
Yep.
I think it would be about 4,000.
Okay, about
If I did that.
$4,000, and that's if you did that. So why is it that she's not even making two off of her ad revenue?
I'm telling you that she is making more than that. I'm telling you that
Okay,
you are
so
taking
now your
her
argument
worst
is
month.
okay. So
you're taking her worst month.
Okay.
Remember what we were talking about, Blue? We said that in January was a bad month for ad revenue because everybody knows January is the worst for ads. You don't get a lot of ads. A lot of companies blew all their load in the fourth quarter and they don't have first quarter money. She was making under 2K for just January and she needed to boost it up. She also streamed less in January. So she does not make less than 2K in ad revenue every month.
Oh, I'm glad you said that.
Pretty much always over 3
So-
or potentially even 4.
So
I've
she's
seen
making
the numbers.
3,000 to 4,000. Okay, so she's making 3,000
She
to
makes a
4,000
lot
a
of money in ad
Excellent.
revenue.
So why the fuck would she need to AFK drop stream in order to fuck everybody else over because she doesn't have enough money then?
Because it was January when
So
she
she
wasn't
did-
able to make
so-
the 2,000 sheets.
so your
Listen,
argument-
I'm going to be the first person to admit that I think that she has a very hard time saving money. She has a hard time saving money she lives very much paycheck to paycheck and she spends what she earns. And she
I thought that she
doesn't
was taking care of her family. That was the whole fucking argument back then.
That's exactly right. She spends it on taxes and she spends it on her family. I could get into the very deep details of how many
Not
thousands, actually tens of thousands, that she spent on her family last year and the year before. It is a lot of money. A lot of her money goes, she is expected to produce a certain amount of money. Her family is reliant on it. It's as simple as she was making under 2,000, which was her baseline, which is what she needed to make in January, which is why she did the stream for those 3 days to get it over the 2K. So I think if anything, you've actually led me down a rabbit hole here to say that the biggest plus to the fact that she has hundreds of legitimate viewers is the fact that she gets paid out so much money from Twitch. If Twitch doesn't pay for bots, how the fuck does she get paid $4,000, $3,000 a month when she's streaming? She said literally 3 days ago, Blue, I was hearing her talk to her brother on the phone. She said, if I locked in for a month, I could make $8,000 in ad revenue.
Okay, so
how is that physically possible? How is that physically possible if none of your viewers are real? Let me ask you that.
So how is that? So here's the deal. So choice one of two things. You've backed yourself into a bit of a predicament here. One of two.
I haven't backed myself in a predicament at all. I backed you into the most ultimate corner.
No,
We're talking about United States dollars.
Now hang on. I've got the ad revenue. I've got the ad revenue up right here. Okay. That being said, either she is making a lot of money on ads, and her entire excuse that she had to take care of her family and all this bullshit in January is bullshit, or she does have bots. She doesn't make as much revenue as she should be, and she had to stream the extra hours, AFK drop streaming, because she needed to make up the extra ad revenue difference. There's no in between it. There's a either
you didn't
she's
catch me
lying,
in any gotcha at all.
Right?
She's not lying. Blue, you know what? The problem is I'm a little bit too close to the situation, man. I've seen her fucking dashboard.
Okay, so
I've seen her fucking dashboard. That's how close to the situation I am.
Yeah.
I can see how much money she makes.
Okay, and you yourself, by the way, said that you would be making like over 4K an hour with ads in January. How much money do you think that you would have made on ads in January if you were running 13 minutes of ads in January?
Less than December by a long shot. I don't know what I don't
okay,
know.
all right, fuck it. It's
Like
honestly,
half
we're just
as
gonna
much.
keep going. Insert
Half as much in January compared to December.
Okay.
Maybe three times, to be honest.
Well, honestly, I mean, like if you take out sponsors, like I don't know if you're counting sponsors and ads. You certainly have more sponsors in December, right? But as far as dips in ad revenue,
you got a lot of sponsorships in December.
Yeah, as far as dips in ad revenue go, YouTube and Twitch, I don't see a dip in my overall a bit like the amount of ads, but I never change how many minutes of ads an hour I'm running. I always run the same minutes of ads an hour, no matter what. I always run the minimum. that I possibly can. So mine doesn't necessarily fluctuate, right? And I'm certainly not running 13, which would have an impact on my viewership. The interesting thing is that Jnny jacks her ads up. So, okay, we're a pivot away from this because, we're going to keep going in circles. Jnny jacks her ads up to 13 minutes an hour, doesn't lose a single fucking viewer. I'm curious how many people on Twitch actually would do that. If you clicked on a stream and you had to watch ad after fucking ad after fucking ad after fucking ad, how many people would actually immediately click away because there's just too many fucking ads going on and the stream just can't, it's just basically insufferable. Most Twitch streamers, if they're constantly fucking watching ads,
that is
would leave.
Totally fair to say.
Yeah, and so
That
why
is fair
is
to
she
say
running?
that cranking up
why
ads
is,
will.
Yes. So why
will
is
tarnish
she?
viewership.
Why is her average viewership higher than everybody else's, despite the fact that she doesn't have a YouTube, has less followers than everybody else, which again doesn't mean everything, but also has more ads by a factor of 4 than literally the next streamer in the category. But she's still got more viewers than everybody else.
Listen, the biggest thing, Blue, that you are unable to defend, you can speculate that.
Choice, you've been playing
Listen,
deflection this entire time. You've been deflecting
I'm
more
not
better
playing-
than your Suck Zerker is.
I'm not deflecting because you're not answering the most important question.
Choice,
How the
I asked
fuck
you
is
a
she making so much?
Like,
Okay, then
she's
I'll answer your
not,
question
like,
first,
she's-
and then I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna answer your
ahead.
question first, and then I'm
ahead.
gonna want you to answer very verbatim
Okay.
or very directly.
Okay.
Answer my question that I answer after.
Okay.
So, how is she averaging such high viewership when she runs so many ads? Ads are insufferable, and therefore you would expect her viewership to be lower. She's running more ads than people, but she has higher viewership than
Why
people.
is that?
That's what you're basically saying. Is that true?
Why is that?
Why is that? Well, we can also ask why
We're
do
going to ask another
people
question
like?
instead of answering it.
Well, I'm going to make a comparison here. There are people such as God, who the fuck is that guy? There are bigger streamers that tend to run 14 minutes of ads. There's this one FaZe Clan member who is specifically talking about how he runs 14 minutes of ads, and
Do
his
you
average
mean the
viewership.
View-botter?
No, it's
Almost
who
every
the fuck's
single
that
member,
FaZe member guy.
Every
He's-
single
he-
member of FaZe has been outed for fucking viewbotting in the last 6 months, and you're going to come in here and use a FaZe member who is obviously fucking viewbotting to try to defend the why she's not fucking viewbotting. The reason he's viewbotting, the reason he's running so many ads is because he's viewbotting, and he's trying to milk as much money as he can for the people that
I
are
remember his
watching.
name now. I remember his name now. It was Lacey. So
Yeah,
he was
that's Lacey. Lacey's a
Lacey-
retard.
he was deliberately talking about how he ran 13 to 14 minutes of ads, and he has a higher average viewership than everybody in the BDO category combined, even after you
'Cause he
take out
view
whatever
bots.
perceived bots or whatever he was caught from. Even after you take out all of those bots, he still has a higher average viewership than the entire BDO category. So if you want,
I found an
what
interesting
I'm trying-
article here. XQC says the reason that Lacey didn't get paid as much is because Kick's anti-bot system can't have view botting, so he wasn't paid for the bot views. Isn't that exactly what I'm saying? That's interesting.
It's not
that
part of the
XQC
argument that I'm trying to make.
Well,
right
it
now.
is because you were the one that you wanted to use Lacey
I'm
as an
saying that if
example.
you-
Now I'm
if
bringing
you
Lacey in
remove his
too,
view
and as
bots-
it turns
if
out,
you remove his
XQC
view
is
bots-
right with me. XQC is right with me. Lacey.
So, Blue, are you
Lacey
are
is
you trying to
viewbotting.
argue that Lacey is not as popular of a streamer as the entirety of BDO combined, despite his
No, I'm
viewbotting?
arguing that Lacey is viewbotting and he runs more
Okay,
ads to
Lacey
make up for it.
Lacey might have been caught viewbotting, yes, sure, but he is still way more popular than all of us combined. Is that true?
How is that relevant? How does that matter?
Because I'm getting there. I need you to admit that
Because
first.
because he has, so he's more popular, but at the same time he also runs more ads because he's viewbotting. This supports my argument that Jnny is running more ads because most of her viewers are bots, and she needs to make up the extra revenue from the non-actual viewers, exactly like Lacey
Why are
does.
you not? You asked me a direct question, and I'm trying to get a direct answer out of you
What's
too.
the question?
The question is Lacey, after you take away his view bots, more popular than the entirety of everybody that streams BDO combined?
Let me see. Wait, he's only on Kick, isn't he? He's not on Twitch, is he?
Well, he was
Oh,
on
he is.
Twitch, but he's got a massive, he has a massive following, and
I would say
massive
that
amount of
yes,
YouTube
he is more
presence.
popular. Yes, he is more popular. Yes,
He's huge.
yeah,
Okay.
sure, yeah.
So
Excellent. Yep.
he manages to
Sure.
maintain a very good viewership average, even after he lost his bots. Still way fucking
Did he,
better
though?
than any single person.
Did he lose
Oh,
his
yeah.
bots?
Well, whatever. I mean, how did he ever get outed if he didn't lose it?
What? because
it
he was
was the-
complaining about how much money he was making, and then XQC responded to him saying that the reason you're not getting paid as much is
Okay.
because the bot system
But if
caught
we
you
look at,
viewbotting and you weren't paid
let's
for
look
bot
at all
views.
these other metrics.
Literally
let's
right
look at all
here.
these other metrics
Well,
that you like to
so now
use.
we're gonna pivot
If
again.
we look
Okay.
at his
I'm gonna break my ankles.
followership, if we look at the followers he gets per stream, if we look at his Twitch or his YouTube
The
metrics,
argument is
amount
not
of
that he's more
subscribers he
popular.
has,
Sure, he's more popular. What's that
he's
have to
way
do with
more.
anything?
Yeah.
So
Here's what it has to do with everything. I am trying to point out that there is a difference in somebody that has 14 minutes of ads running and somebody that has 14 minutes of ad running. You can actually be a more successful streamer when you have more ads than somebody else. You are a far less successful streamer than Lacey,
Yes,
and you have 3
obviously.
minutes of ads.
Obviously.
And he has 14.
sure.
So what I'm trying to get at here is you're trying to say that how is Jnny more popular than everybody else here, yet she runs 14 minutes of ads? There are the two parallels.
Well,
Lacey runs 14 minutes, he's
not
more
just-
popular than you. Jnny runs 14
he's
minutes, she's more popular
Viewbotting.
than you. People can be
Well-
more popular than you, Blue.
yeah, that's not the argument. Are you trying?
That's exactly
Like,
the
what, that's
fucking
not the-
argument.
like,
you were trying to say
what?
how is it possible that she has more average viewership than the BDO category? That's exactly what you were trying to say.
Yeah, how is it? Okay.
People that run more ads can be more popular than somebody that runs less ads. So how is that a gotcha moment?
Yep. Okay, so they can be more popular. Why is Lacey more fucking popular?
Does it even really matter? He's more
It
popular
does
because
fucking
he's
matter. It's
part of a
relevant.
big organization. I don't
Yeah,
know.
he's part of a big organization. He has a YouTube. He streams on multiple platforms. He does content that's much more viral for kids, so he appeals to kids. Kids are a very large view base. Okay, so like he's
Yeah.
extremely popular for any number of fucking reasons. Now let me ask you something. Why is Jnny, despite all of her controversy and the fact that she only streams BDO and appeals to a very small fraction of the BDO player base, why is she more popular? Any reason for that?
You know, Blue, I ask myself the question as to there's so many fucking factors as to why somebody's more successful on Twitch. There are amazing streamers that are far less viewers than me. And there's better streamers than you that have less viewers in the BDO category. And there is amazing content creators in the Black Desert Online category. So how are you going to ask me why do I have more viewers than you? Why do you have more viewers than them? There's a million factors as to why somebody might have more viewership.
But can you just give me like two?
Two people that are amazing content creators? That have...
No. Give me two reasons why Jnny would have more viewership than everybody else, despite all of these different factors.
Okay, two reasons. Well, I think her biggest asset is obviously that she is a female on Twitch, and I think that females generally, especially like there is a big lack of cam-related female streamers in the Black Desert Online category, and I think that there's a ton of VTubers, and therefore I think that it's possible that that's one of her assets is being a girl on the internet.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna go to the just chatting category. I am since you're just gonna say, well, she's a girl on the internet, she's really hot, that's why she has more viewers. This person in just chatting here, this is a 200 viewer streamer right here. And I would wonder if the viewers would find this person more attractive, because if they're only watching for attractiveness, they clearly would pick the more attractive woman. Would they pick this person over Jnny?
So
that's a big question, right?
The question I have is, how come I never watch just chatting streamers and I only watch BDO streamers? Sometimes people want to watch the game that they care about. You can't cross-contaminate categories.
I'm not going to compare fucking the looks of two streamers in the Black Desert fucking category because it's inappropriate. But
And it doesn't matter if you compare the looks of streamers. There are people on their merit that I think that you are a more popular streamer than other amazing content creators in the BDO category. There are people, I sometimes look at myself and I think, how the fuck do I have more viewers than some of these amazing content creators in Black Desert Online? And there's a ton of
because you're
factors.
streaming together with your girlfriend who's botting.
Oh, so you think that all my popularity has everything to do with the fact
No,
that
that
I'm
was a
doing that?
joke. No, that was a joke. Okay, go ahead. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, very funny. So, also too, Blue, you know what's also interesting about what you're saying about why are some people more popular than others? And you're doing all this speculation to say like, oh, how the fuck is she so popular? How the fuck are you the same person from before your drama with your guild and after your drama with your guild, you quadrupled your viewership overnight.
Oh, I'm glad you.
And
talked
you're the
about
same streamer.
Let's talk about this.
You're the same streamer.
Okay.
So, what the point that I'm trying to make here
Is that I'm only popular because of the Asmongold interview? Go on. Say
that
it.
is not at all what I'm saying.
Well, that's
what
what
I'm
you
saying. I didn't imply that at all because I got to finish my point. What I am saying here is that
good.
you were the same streamer before and after that drama. The day before and the day after, you were ultimately the same. You went from shoutcasting and comedy and making jokes to shoutcasting and comedy and making jokes. You went from 200 viewers to 800 viewers because you got recognized for a specific instance that caused you to blow up. And so circumstances can lead to one person being more popular than another. And I don't know what history of her stream where she ever became more popular for however her viewership started to grow or whenever it happened. I don't have an expose on when she started to gain her viewership. But I remember watching her as a 100 viewer, 200 viewer streamer, 300 viewer streamer. Eventually, I was not paying attention, and then she ended up becoming a bigger streamer.
Okay,
so ultimately,
let's talk about
the point I'm making here.
Well, let's talk about the point that you said that like I'm only a big streamer because I blew up with the Asmongold.
I didn't say that.
You literally
I didn't
just
say
said that.
That's why you're not. I'm saying that is where you went
where I
from the
garnered
same
4
streamer.
times the amount of viewership. You said 4 times, I believe, was the number.
So let's
gained talk
3
about
to
it.
4 times your viewership due to exposure, not because you are a better or worse person. You're the same person. But due to exposure, there was a factor that caused exposure, and therefore you became more known, more talked about, and that's how most streamers tend to blow up.
My turn. I didn't blow up because of Asmongold. It certainly helped, right? Like that.
It wasn't Asmongold. I was talking about your guild drama.
Even
I didn't
still,
even mention
the whole
Asmongold.
guild drama, sure. I mean, I'll be honest with you. Most people in BDO had already. Well, that's not true. Yeah, the guild drama gave a lot of exposure, but it also did a lot. Like, what else was going on during the guild drama? Right? What else was going on? Well, I had just started doing YouTube. Right here on the graph, that pivot right there, that's the choose your class guides coming out, I'm pretty sure. Right there. And then if you look, this should be August. Yeah, I stopped putting out consistent videos because school started. But then I realized I could do fucking reacts, so I started putting out a video a day by myself. And look at that. It starts trading up to 655. Now, let's take the Asmongold blip out of this fucking equation. Okay? Yep. Look at that. It averages right back down to where it was. Like I was already on the way up. If anything, it skewed down a little bit. It was still, take the Asmon blip out of this. Take this blow up out of this. The reason that I am popular, okay, but the reason I'm popular is not because of the guild drama. It's because my YouTube is popular. People like watching my reacts on YouTube.
I would also say
it's my reacts and my videos on YouTube that garners all of the visibility for me. Has nothing to do with my guild drama. Yes, back in the day, that was a big blow up thing, but streamers and popularity exposure like that can only help you for a certain amount of time. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. The continued success in the Black Desert category is a direct result of me starting to do YouTube, which you can see on the graph has a dramatic impact over my ability, in my ability to garner views on Twitch.
You were just saying that it was, you like to pick out one specific thing and say that was the entire reason for it.
Well, no, you just said that. You said that I blew up, and that exposure from blowing up is the reason that I had 4 times as much viewership. But even at the spike, I only had 300 more, or 300 or 400 more viewers right there. That being said, it came right back down to where it fucking should be, because guess what? That exposure isn't forever. And you know what carried me? My YouTube, because my YouTube is better than everyone else's. That's what carries me.
Your YouTube is better than everybody else's.
It gives me exposure. Yes.
Okay, great. Your YouTube is better than everybody else. It gives you exposure. So you think that a popular YouTube is directly correlated to the amount of viewers you have on Twitch?
100%. Yes.
So why don't I post on YouTube, and why do I have more average viewership?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. This is really great. This is awesome. Okay, so by my calculation, when I started doing this, I said to myself, how in the fuck are Bicep and Choice and Mr. Rapolis garnering so many views in the category over time? Why are they so far and away ahead of everybody else? And if I go to Bicep to Miss Prime's YouTube, you can see that Bicep has 29.6K subscribers. He posts very consistently. Right, God bless. Back in the day, I think he had like 20K. Now he's not 29.6K. If I go to yours, you have 26.3K. So by my calculations, anyone that has a YouTube for Black Desert that has over 26,000 subscribers and is also an entertaining Twitch streamer should start garnering much more views on Twitch. And I was correct about that, because when I started doing YouTube, my Twitch viewership skyrocketed, because then I had the extra visibility from YouTube, and I was already a really entertaining person, and I just started putting the videos on YouTube, so it helped me tremendously, just like it helped you, just like it helps Bicep, because we are more charismatic than your average everyday YouTuber, and it works. Now, if I go to Jnny's,
So, yes, you can go to Jnny's, and while you're doing that,
I don't even know.
I'm
Where's
gonna
5,000? She has 5,000. Her most recent videos were 3 months ago. It has 355 views, 365 views. And in fairness,
all
these are not.
IRL
Yeah, I was going to
content.
never mind. Okay, so let's take a look at the BDO videos. 3.2K, 5.1K, 3K. Right, and if you look at this is gear progression right here. Okay, so this is the updated gear progression guide. Let's compare the two gear progression guides.
You're comparing your gear progression to hers?
Yep. So mine's only been up for 1 month, has 91,000 views. That's why I'm so
you're
popular.
you're a way bigger YouTuber. Like, do we want to compare if
But-
Shroud posted a gear progression
but
guide,
I-
he would blow you out of the fucking water.
Yeah,
You're just a bigger
but
YouTuber.
but he's also by translation a bigger Twitch streamer. Uh-oh.
Okay,
Again,
but
just
let's-
unraveled your
let's go
argument
back.
immediately.
No, you didn't. I'm about to unravel your argument again. How come people like Verdict and John Law and a lot of other bigger YouTubers do not have more average viewership despite being big YouTubers? Like, if you look at John Law's YouTube channel, he's had 81,000 subscribers. Verdict has 10,000, but he doesn't, like, you would, if your YouTube subscribers
Verdict's only got
are
10K,
core aligning.
to be clear. And Verdict has been in
I know that Verdict
any
has
number
10K,
of
but
controversies, including the
if
potential
you are
cancellation
saying
of
that
Pistanity.
the size of your YouTube channel corresponds to how many viewers you get on Twitch,
Not directly,
you can
no.
find.
Not directly, no. But here's the deal.
Okay,
but
it
here's the
doesn't
deal.
happen directly.
If you are a charismatic YouTuber and you have charisma, it will encourage people, especially if your YouTube videos are your Twitch VODs. It will encourage people to have click-through rate. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, I want to go watch this guy live." It's very different. It's very, very different than like a normal YouTuber like Verdict, who's just posting lore videos and stuff. His viewership, his click-through rate on the videos are not going to be nearly as good, right? So he doesn't see nearly as much turnover. But compare that to Biceptimus Prime. Biceptimus Prime is extremely charismatic. He posts on YouTube all the time. He gets way more fucking views than Verdict does, but people want to have that click-through rate because he's really energetic. They want to go watch him while he's live. YouTube absolutely contributes and feeds your Twitch viewership. Obviously.
It definitely does.
Yes.
But if you start posting on YouTube and you start posting really good content on YouTube, it does not mean you're going to blow up on Twitch.
No, it does not. It doesn't.
Not
You
at
have
all.
to be also charismatic. It has to be a full package.
But
Agreed.
exactly, it has to be the full package. And you know what matters more?
But would you say that
matters
Jnny is more charismatic or Biceptimus Prime? I'm curious.
I
Who do
think
you feel like
Biceptimus
is more entertaining?
charismatic.
Oh, so Bicep is more entertaining, and he has a better YouTube, but he has less views on Twitch. How does that track?
Okay, well, are we going to? Why do we make such weird comparisons? Because there is a fucking billion things that factor into how popular you are. Why does fucking God? What's an e-girl? What's an e-girl? That's like, why does Emaru have more average viewerships than Bicep? Why does anybody have more average viewership than Bicep?
She does have more average viewership than Bicep.
She
and
does.
You're making
Why?
some crazy tangential like argument with somebody that's not in the fucking category. Like what the fuck are we? You're trying to. I'm comparing Jnny and
so
Biceptimus
if we
Prime.
want to compare
We have
category,
very
okay, we can
similar
compare.
streams and like population bases. You're like, let's compare Emmy and Jnny because that's somehow closer, or Emmy and Bicep because that's somehow closer.
Well, listen, you can't give me shit for comparing it. You tried to compare Emmy to other points I made.
Yeah,
so
when
let's
it was
not act
relevant.
like you're not doing it too.
Because
It
you were
is
talking
relevant.
about like female
what's relevant
streamers as a
is-
whole.
Here's what's relevant, Blue, is that you cannot look at a single thing like, oh, this guy's charismatic, or oh, this guy's a YouTuber, and that does not matter. Those things matter to your growth, but it is not the absolute ultimate. There is even a factor of luck that comes into being a big streamer.
Absolutely. Yep. There is.
So how can we possibly be pointing at specific things like charisma and YouTube and saying that why is
let's do
Bicep
it your
not
way.
more popular than her because
Let's
of
do
this?
it your way. Okay, so Jnny, we're trying to figure out why Jnny has so many more viewers, and you keep saying there's all these points that, oh, we're not considering whatever. So we've considered, just to be clear, follow count. We're gonna make a list. Follow count. We've considered YouTube. We've considered the fact that she's a woman. We've considered what else have we fucking talked about?
Lots of things.
Ad revenue somehow again, but this is a point against you right here. We've talked about that.
So
luck.
That ad revenue
Sure,
is the biggest
luck,
point in my favor, by the way.
Exposure.
And
okay.
that's the thing that I want you to respond to.
Now, hang
After
on.
you make this list.
Now, hang on. So we've considered all of these things. Okay. Yeah. And because we talked about the ad revenue until we're blue in the face. Okay. Now, that being said.
No, we didn't. We did not talk about the ad revenue. You still have not explained to me.
So you lose on this argument, this argument, this argument, this argument, this argument, and you lose on this one. But it's not a complete loss. But we're going to fixate on the one thing that maybe potentially,
does the
if you
ad
give her the
revenue
benefit
not
of the
matter the
doubt,
most?
maybe we'll
Does
fucking
ad revenue
thread
not
the
matter
needle,
the most?
right? No.
Does the amount of money that Twitch pays her not matter the most?
No.
I think that it actually does, because you yourself admitted that Twitch
because she
does
has
not
low
pay for
subscriber
bots.
count, right? She has low subscriber count.
But we're not comparing subscriber count. We're comparing ad revenue strictly. You said that Twitch does not pay for bots. So how does she make thousands of dollars a month streaming? And by the way, she runs 8 minutes of ads per hour, not 14 or whatever.
Okay. Again, she can just be in the discussion if she wants.
How does she make thousands of dollars per month streaming if she has no real viewership?
Because you can absolutely run a massive amount of ads on a small amount of viewers.
8 minutes.
Right? 8 minutes of ads is a fucking eternity.
Could you make $4,000 in a month running 8 minutes of ads on your stream?
100% with less than half the stream time. I absolutely could. What are we talking about? What's happening?
I'm not sure how good your analytics are, but with mine, I think that if I was to scale my ads up from the 4 minutes that they're at up to 8 minutes, double them, I actually reach a very similar amount of money that she makes per month. And if her average viewership is similar to mine, then therefore, wouldn't that suggest that a lot of her average viewership is similar?
No. But we've already run in circles on this.
Her average viewership,
I've exhausted.
Real
I've tried to have you see reason on this for any different.
Here's the reason that you don't see
here.
is who the fuck is paying her for fake viewers? You're trying to insinuate that everybody's fake. Who's paying her?
Fucking no, bro. I could be you. Could be your mom. Could be your dad.
Dude,
how the fuck am I supposed to answer that fucking question? What are we talking about?
The Twitch dashboard says $3,000. Where is it coming from?
Milking viewers for 11 minutes of ads or 8 minutes of ads an hour. And by the way, she was running more than 8 minutes of ads
you said
an hour.
that. Oh, wait a minute. You said that she has viewers. Oh, wait. So they're not 50
milking
viewers,
the small amount of viewers that she has for
you
many
cannot
ads,
milk 50 viewers. You cannot milk 50 viewers. You can't milk 50 viewers to get $3,000 running 8 minutes of ads.
But you said
Blue.
in January.
But
you said in January she didn't even make $2,000.
Because
that's the month in question.
Look at how much she streamed in January.
There it is.
Go look at how much she actually streamed there.
Because that's the month in question.
She missed a lot of days, and ad revenue is down in January. This is so fucking normal. You should know this as a content creator, that in January, ad revenue is typically lower than December.
So in January of 2025, she streamed. Hold on, I gotta move this out of the way. Let's just delete all this.
How many days?
All right, so how many hours did she stream in January of 2025? She streamed 268 hours. It was down from the previous month at 260. Now, I know you majored in statistics, but for those of us watching from home who majored in biology or something else, or maybe even have a high school diploma, the integer 268 is oftentimes greater than the integer 260.
Are you factoring in the fact that she left her stream on during those time? She left her stream on.
But her average viewership is almost it's literally within 50. So she streamed more hours though, right? So you said first the argument was she streamed way less hours.
But ad revenue is down in January.
But first you said she streamed less hours. Do you see how every time I catch you on a point choice, you're immediately like, well then no, hold on, I'm almost broke
You're not
my
catching
ankles.
me on a point.
You're not catching me on a point. In this argument 15 times, I disprove something
all
that you're
streamers'
saying.
ad revenue goes down in January. Ads are the biggest in December than they are in January. You get way more money from ads in December than you do in January.
Here's the deal. Here's what you said. You said the ads are down in January, and she streamed a lot less. She didn't have as many hours, so she needed to make up the revenue. Well, she's got
And
268 fucking
she
hours
made up
streamed in it.
because that was the month she left her stream on Blue. How fucking dense are you?
Yeah.
She wasn't even close to 200 hours before she left her stream on. How fucking dense is that?
Okay,
she had under 200 hours of streaming before she left it on. The only reason she has more is because she left it on.
We're still not there. So she needed to make.
How are we not there?
Well, hold on. Again, you still, because you're not connecting the dots. So if she's making $4,000 a month on ads, but then she knows that January is going to be less than the previous months, and she needs to make up the difference. She streams for more hours in January to essentially the same amount of fucking viewers, right? And you're telling me that she made less than half, because you're telling me she makes about $4,000 on ads a month now. That was like 3 to 4K, something like that. You're telling me she made less than half in January. January might be a slump, but it is not less than half. On top of the fact that she streamed more hours, which should have helped make up the fact that she had less ad revenue. Like she was making less on ads in January. Okay, so she streamed 8 more hours than normal, which is a decent amount. Okay, so she made a little bit more ad revenue off of that 8 extra hours, but is it 50% of what it would have been in even fucking December? No, you do get more sponsors in December and November, but as far as ad revenue on the platform itself goes, it dips a little bit, but it's not that big of a deal. You do see less.
It's actually a massive deal.
You do see less.
If you've been in the YouTube game for a long time, you would know.
You're gonna
from
try to
YouTubers.
educate me on fucking YouTube here, brother. Okay.
Yeah, I am going to educate you on YouTube. There is the most common month for YouTubers to go on vacation is January, because that's how bad ad revenue is in those months. It is much worse. People take the holiday season and they spend a lot of time trying to accumulate money to ultimately then take a break in January when ad revenue is the lowest. So we still have not hit the point here that if you think that she truly has 50 viewers, there is a 0% chance she can make anywhere close to $2,000 off 50 viewers.
Well, now she has 50
Period.
viewers. Based on her engagement, yeah, I would say that she has reasonable.
Then how is she still? Then why is she still continuously making over $3,000 a month from that type of from ad
ads
revenue at only 8 minutes?
Ads,
at only
brother.
8 minutes.
Ads, buddy, ads.
8 minutes, Blue. It's 8 minutes of ads. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It literally makes the math is not mathing. I do not make $3,000 in ad revenue a month. And if I bump up to my ads to 8 minutes, I probably get there. Barely.
With the ad incentive program on Twitch, and you know that the ad incentive program offers you thousands of dollars a month.
I'm in the ad incentive program.
You absolutely can get there. 100%.
You can get there because of real viewers, right? They wouldn't pay you for bots, right?
Correct.
True.
Correct.
Why don't I just tell you how much money I made in ads last month?
Okay.
At 4 minutes of ads.
Mm-hmm. At 4 minutes of ads an hour. Wait, that's not the ad incentive program. You said you were in the ad incentive program.
Ad incentive program is over 3 minutes of ads per hour.
Read this chat. Okay. What am I supposed to read?
So, last month in ad revenue, I made $1,329 in ads at 4 minutes. If you were to double that to 8 minutes at the same average viewership as her, that tracks with about how much she makes. She goes up to that 2.5, 3K.
Yo, give me the website back. Give me the fucking website back that calculates ad revenue.
Listen, Blue, we don't have to look at a fucking website to calculate it. I'm telling you real life statistics. But I insist,
because right now we're taking your... Well, why wouldn't we? Right now we're just taking your word for it.
Why are we using some hypothetical website when I'm telling you literally from an actual standpoint how much money? I am giving you the exact amount from my Twitch statistics.
How about that?
Why would you trust a website over me?
So this is, by the way, this is streams per week 6, ads minute an hour 10. Okay, I want the actual the actual revenue on the stream. I will adjust it to the average viewership. So she had what, 854 average viewers, something like that. And she had 8 or 7 streams a week, right? And they were 8 hours a day because
Can you give me this website too? I'm going to plug in all my shit
number of
and
minutes
I'm
of
show
ads an hour.
Full of shit.
Okay, 854 viewers, 7 streams a week, 8 hours a day, ads per hour. Wait, no, this is ad minutes per hour 9. Audience country. I don't know. I don't know. So I'm gonna get that specific. Ad revenue per month. So that doesn't line up with either of our expectations here. So am I putting something in wrong here? Am I putting something else in wrong here? Because it's not. That's not lining up with his numbers either.
I would like to see how
I got
accurate
you.
this
I got you.
website is.
Yeah, I'm trying to see too. Let's just see.
Wow, holy shit. You literally put it in the website and it's exactly how fucking much she
No.
makes. Well, maybe it is good.
No. This is ads per hour 3, dipshit. Let's drag that up. Uh-oh.
Well, let's take a look at mine.
Oh, wow! Wow!
Let's see how accurate this actually is compared to reality.
Man, it's almost like you tried to catch me in a gotcha, but then, as it turns out, the only person telling the truth here is, well, you guessed it, me. Oh my God, it's me again.
I'm plugging in my numbers right now to see how accurate this actually is.
Holy shit! $107,000 a year on ads but we don't have enough money to feed our family. Damn! Holy shit!
If
4 streams a week.
If I take a look at this website, it's trying to tell me that
she did 7 streams a week. She did 7 streams a week at 9 minutes of ads an hour. Okay, hours per day.
8 minutes.
7. Okay, so how many total? Okay, let's calculate per hour. How many total hours did she have? It was 269, right? 269 divided by 30.
Are we
right?
ignoring the fact that January has difference in ad
hours
revenue?
a day. So we're talking about 9 hours a day. Okay, so hours per day. Let's jack. So it's still not accurate. So we're at 9 hours a day. I'll even bring this down to, we'll say she only did 4 streams in a week. At 9 hours a day, ad minutes per hour, 9 minutes of ads an hour. Okay? At 782 average viewers. By the way, this is actually lower than what she had back in January. She had over 850 average viewers in January. So even if your argument is that, well, January's lower, well, her average viewership now is actually lower than January. So theoretically, even if January was lower, it should be at least close to the same. It should be reasonable. This is saying $11,500 a fucking month in ads. Revenue per stream, $665. She can't afford food? Huh?
So, I don't know if you could go ahead and put in the right information, but could you change that audience country to Germany, where she actually lives?
Not right now, though, right? She doesn't live in Germany right now. Oh, look at that. $5,238
Isn't that
a
amazing
month.
how the ad revenue drops in
But here's
half
the deal.
Just because
it's still $5,238 a month. You said she made under $2,000 in January, right? That would mean that a lot of her fucking viewership isn't real then, right? This is almost a factor of 3.
Okay, however, I would like to make
greater
some,
than what you
here.
were saying.
No, let me make some points to refute you. I think that the numbers are actually adding up really well here. If I plug into this Twitch ad revenue calculator and I put in my own name and I put in my number of ads per minute, this is saying that I'm making $2,300 of ads per month. I just told you I made $1,300. It is overstating by almost double how much I actually made. So, are we going to trust actual real life numbers that I actually
Well, hold
received?
on. You said you were in the ad incentive program.
I said I'm at 4 minutes of ads an hour.
But you said you were in the ad incentive program. So how much money did you make from the ad incentive program? Because it's a minimum of like $600 to $800 minimum.
When I look at my earnings and it says the ads for the last period ads.
Well, that doesn't add the ad incentive program into that.
Yes,
that
it
figure.
does. It 100% does.
But so were you in the incentive program or not?
I am in the program where you get 55% of all ads, and the Twitch gets 45. Is that not the incentive program?
No, the ad incentive program is an extra bonus program that rewards you for running over. Normally, it's over like 7 minutes of ads an hour, which is the reason that if she's running 9 minutes of ads an hour, we're talking thousands of US dollars.
Okay, listen, Blue. I'm pretty. Let me go to this because I don't know what you're talking about.
How do you not know what the ad incentive program was?
The ad incentive program was, in the past, what it was for streaming a certain amount of time. You had to stream a certain amount of hours in order to get a base amount of money. And then they changed it to be just a baseline 55% of the ad revenue goes to
Okay.
you as long as
So-
you have over 3 minutes of ads remaining. I have
Sure.
never heard of this. Oh, if you have over 8 minutes thing, you get whatever
It's-
the fuck.
Yeah. Regardless. So let me get this straight. So we dodged on all of the previous points, and now that we're on the ad thing, and the website, which admittedly, could technically not be. It could
It
be
is not
skewed.
accurate.
It could be skewed.
It is.
could not be.
It is
skewed.
100% skewed. It's saying I made an extra $1,000 that I didn't actually.
But see,
earn.
here's the
I'm
deal.
looking at
How
my
many
dashboard.
streams did Jnny actually have in here? How many streams did Jnny actually
Listen,
have
Blue.
in January? Hold on. Just hang on. How many fucking
whatever.
streams did she have in January? Let's take a look. January.
Let's go off some real.
Hold on.
You know what I'd
I
like for you
am
to pull
going
up
off
on your
real
stream
numbers.
after?
Let's take a look. Okay, hold on.
After you do that,
So,
I want to show you what the actual real
She has
numbers are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 at 22, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 streams. Okay.
What is the point of this website when the website is wrong?
Is the website wrong though? Let me put it in mine.
Because it says I made 2,300 in ads. I made 1,300.
Let me see mine.
Yeah, let's take it like yours.
Okay.
Make sure you change it to USA. Change it.
It is on USA. It automatically goes to the
Okay,
country
good.
of origin, which is actually interesting because when I pulled up Jnny,
Is it accurate?
Right? Well, let me check. Stream summary.
Because we can speculate all we want, but real numbers
Yeah.
matter.
Hold on. No, I understand. I totally understand. Let's go to overview. This would have been for the month, for this month, the past 30 days. How do I isolate revenue?
If you scroll down to your revenue sources, you can just see last period numbers under ads. If you go to your earnings under
Oh,
revenue.
if I go to earnings and then under revenue, you can see last period under ads. Oh. Last period.
How's it look?
Oh, it keeps fucking refreshing. Here, I'm just gonna snip it because it keeps fucking going absolutely fucking ape. God damn it, dude! I can't even snip it fast enough. All right, I am snipping.
I'm
it.
gonna,
Hold on,
I'll make a
snip it.
snip of mine too.
I'm gonna snip it. Yeah, I'm gonna snip it. I don't want anybody to think I'm misrepresenting anything.
Well,
ads.
here's my reality. My reality is that last period I made 1,329.31. This website is telling me that for the same shit, I put in all the same metrics, I should have been making 2,285. So it overrepresented by nearly $1,000.
Okay.
That's,
Sure.
That's my
and
reality.
for mine, this is ad revenue for 30 days, right?
Okay,
Or
so
what
it
period is
more
this?
than doubled yours too.
Hold on, well, hang on. What period is this? This is going from where the fuck? It doesn't say what the period is. This is going from March 31st to April 28th. So it's not a full month. So in a full month, right? Because this is estimating based on a 30-day period, right? This is
We're
estimating
getting
based on.
super
No.
granular
Well,
here.
I
It's
understand, but
twice off.
isn't it important, right? So,
Yeah, sure.
estimating based on a full month period, you could realistically say probably about 1,000 because it's not going to include today either or yesterday, because it takes longer for that ad revenue
Yep.
to come in
Keep
and
going.
get registered, right? So I would say that realistically, you're looking at about about $1,100, right, in ads in April.
So okay.
Right? Okay.
So it
So now if I
overstated
look
you by
back-
1,000. It
Now-
overstated me by 1,000.
Well, now hang on. So it overstated both of us by about $1,000,
Yeah.
right? Regardless of our viewership. Then if
But
we go
let's
back
talk about
to,
it as a percentage.
Okay.
It overstated us. Let's use your numbers. So you said 2173.59. We're going to divide that by about 1,100.
Okay.
So it overstated you by almost exactly double here. So
Sure. 50%. Let's cut her number in
yeah,
half.
let's say it's 50%.
So I've got
Yeah, let's cut her
I've got
number
the
in half.
numbers in here, and let's be honest, her average viewership is higher than 780. It was 880. Okay, can I just type this in? Yeah, 854. Right. So our average viewership was 854. Streams per week 4.
Yeah.
Ads per hour 9. Okay.
Yeah.
And then hours per day.
It was 8.
She
It was
streaming.
8 minutes of ads. 8 minutes of
Okay,
ads.
so it was 8 minutes of ads.
Not
Okay,
9.
so 8 minutes
Yeah.
of ads an hour. Hours per day. She was streaming 9 hours a day. So she was streaming 9 hours a day. Okay.
And now let's switch it to Germany.
Okay. Boom. Okay.
And you said she made under $2,000 in January. So even if you want to cut this number in half, it's still 26. It should be $2,600. But she said she's not making enough to pay the rent.
So-
she's not making enough for food. She has
on
to
a
make
sec.
over $2,000 a month. She's not. She's not.
Yeah.
Even
Here's-
at the same ratio, it doesn't
So,
add
Blue,
up.
Let's do this. Let's find out exactly how
And
much
by the
it
way,
does add
she
up,
actually
okay?
had more streams per week than this. She streamed every single day of the week.
That is not no.
Well, actually,
she barely
correction.
streamed in January.
Correction,
You got to go
correction,
back to her
correction.
Jan.
So it would be 9 hours a day if she streamed every single day of the month, right? That was what we calculated.
Well, let's see how many times in January she actually did stream.
Well,
How
we
many
already
days
added
was
it up. Wasn't it 19?
How many days?
Chat, was it 19? I thought it was 19. It was 19. She streamed 19 days out of the month for a total of 269 hours. Okay, so she was streaming, so 269 hours, and
Yeah,
she streamed
and
19
what if we-
times. So she's streaming
what
for
if we took
14
out-
hours a day. Okay, I need to get these hours matched up, to be clear.
Yeah,
I
the
need to
hours
get
got to
these
be
hours
matched up.
matched
But
up.
you
They-
also
they
have to
have to be
consider
matched
something
up.
too here, Blue.
Let's match the
Here's what you
hours
have to
up.
consider. She was under 2,000 before she did the AFK
Well,
thing.
hold on.
So
Let's get this
we
straight
have to
before we.
factor
Okay,
in that she got a
table that.
big
Table that.
influx in the last
table that.
month, right?
Let's get this right. We don't want to be fucking going on misinformation. I completely agree. Let's get this right.
Yep,
So
we're
how
getting
many
to the- we're getting to
streams
the
a
bottom
week
of
does
this.
she? So let's say hours per day. Let's jack this up to 14, and then we'll say that she had 7 streams a week at 14 hours a day. Is that accurate hour wise? 7 streams a week. That's
How's this thing
30
work?
streams in a month, right? Times 14. No, that's not right. So it needs to be like what, 4? Needs to be what, like 4 or 5, somewhere in there, right? So we need to get the total number of hours correct. 269 hours, because what she did do was she streamed 19 times for a total of 14 hours a day on average, right? So 5 days. Okay, so it's 5 days a week for 14 hours a day. Is that correct? 5 days a week times 14 hours a day. Why did I just do that? 14 hours a day times 5 gives you how many streams per week, or how many hours per week she had. Then you need to multiply that by 4.2, because there's 4.2 weeks in a month, 294. So this is pretty close. Okay, so this is reasonably close. Okay, this is a little skewed high, but it's reasonably close. And you can see that the total here, streaming from Germany at 850 average viewers with the same number of stream hours she had in a week, was 9,800. Granted, it is 2 times what it's supposed to be, right? Let's cut that in half. You know what?
I'm not sure
Fuck
how
it.
you arrived at such a big number. I'm doing my own analysis real quick.
$4,943.50 if it's cut in half. I'd even take another $900 off for clarity. That's still $4,000, right? The audience must be the USA. Well, this was back then. We're talking about back then, but I can change it to the USA to show you guys what the difference is. I'm not trying to hide shit. I don't know what the fuck. Man, that looks kind of bad. Because not all of her viewers are from Germany, right? Her viewers are naturally from a mix, right? So you can't say that they're all from USA.
I mean,
but
at that
would
time,
be-
she started streaming at literally like 2 a.m. in America's time.
So
and
we
she's
could
been
realistically
in,
say
like,
it's
this
most
before,
of
like,
Europe, not just Germany. But this is just from just if she was having ads watched in Germany, she's almost $10,000 a month, buddy. Almost $10,000 a month. And
Have
even
you
if you
already
take off,
factored in having that? Because
yes,
we know
well,
that this website's
having
off
it
by 50%.
having it makes $5,000 a month, a little less than $5,000 a month.
Okay.
So
and
again,
the other thing you must
which is
consider,
much higher than 2,000, like I said it was.
Hold on. Yes, it is. However, she was under 2,000 the day before she started her marathon stream. And if you look at her metrics, she streamed an additional 48 plus 14 plus 2 plus 10 hours after that fact. So 48 plus 1 plus 14.7 plus 2.3 plus 10.7. She streamed after 75.8 hours. So if we take off 75.8 hours, where are we sitting at here?
75.8 hours? Why are you taking off
Yep.
75.8 hours?
Because she was under her 2K that she needed at the time that she
But
started her
we're
marathon
talking about the
stream. Not in
total
total.
month's revenue. Well, what was her total month's revenue?
Well, I don't know her total month's revenue, but she.
Give me a
What I'm
ballpark. She
saying
knows,
is,
right? Give me a ballpark. Doesn't
But
need to
I
be
don't know.
exact. Well,
I'm
you
saying
said it was
that
under
she is
2,000, and she
under
did claim at the
2,000
time.
before she started her 24-hour stream. And I'm saying that after she started her 24-hour stream, she streamed an additional 75.8 hours or whatever it was. What the fuck was that calculation?
So if you do a number of mental gymnastics and you exclude a bunch of hours for the month, guys, you can see that
There isn't even a bunch of mental gymnastics.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
telling you
taking
that
off
she was under
fucking
2K before the
73
marathon
hours.
stream.
Yeah, and I'm talking about
Because
her
that's
total
where-
after the marathon stream. All of her
We
total
don't know what her
hours.
total is after the
Why
marathon
not?
stream.
Why don't you know
Because
that?
I don't know that number.
Okay, well, why don't
I
you
could-
get the number? I'm sorry, I thought that you were her boyfriend. Get the number. How much money did she make? Was it $5,000?
Okay, well, let's get the number. I'll ask her. Well, she's probably on stream. So what is the number in January? We'll see if she produces it. Anyway, I think that as we are putting in these numbers, you're going to find that hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of her viewers are legitimate. Not 50.
It could be 150. It could be 50.
It
I
could
don't
be.
fucking know.
It is.
Her
It is
chat
looking
engagement
like
is
at least
low.
600.
Less than
It's looking like at least
less than
600.
20% of her
average.
viewership is real. At minimum, being generous.
I think that that's bullshit. I think that if we continue hammering out these numbers, you're going to find that way more are. I think that this is the biggest thing that matters.
Of course, you think
is
it's the
the
biggest
amount of
thing that
money at the
matters
end of the
because
day.
it's the only.
Why
thing
would it
you
not be the
can-
biggest thing that matters?
Well, hold on, Choice.
Because Twitch is not going to pay you for fake shit.
It's the only reason that you
Simple.
think it's the only thing that matters is because I have completely obliterated every single other argument. And the
That is
only thing that you
legitimately
can
not
do,
true.
the only thing you can do with this, because you know you have ground to stand on, is because we have to rely on this to tell us how much ad revenue she was making. So either she
you
has
are
to admit.
so much in your own headspace, bro.
This-
You are so much in your fucking
Am I, though?
headspace to think that you eliminated all
Okay,
these
so let's
points.
go back. Okay, so let's go back to my earlier statement. The original question was why
All of your
is
points. Here's
Jnny? Why is Jnny
Let's not
so
even go back
popular?
to
No,
anything.
no. Why is
Let's
Jnny
talk
so
about what's
popular? Choice. Give
Listen.
me 2 reasons why your girlfriend is the most popular streamer in the video category. Go.
I don't know, dude. That's not a fair question.
Why not? I could do the
It's
same
not a
thing.
fair question.
I could do the same thing about Bicep and Zethy and no fucking problem.
Okay, I'll give you 2 reasons. She has an extremely popular Discord because she has thousands and thousands of people in her Discord, and then she makes extremely up-to-date guides in her Discord. So she has a gearing guide in there. I'm also constantly referring people to this gearing guide, and
So-
she gained a lot of exposure through a lot of her guides. So there's one reason.
Okay. And the next one?
Reason number 2:
I'll refute
attractive
at the end.
female with a webcam in a sea of VTubers.
Okay.
There's 2 reasons.
Active woman with webcam. Okay, so by your own logic, okay, so if I compare, I'll handle the second
So-
one in a second. Number one,
We
popular
don't need even
Discord.
to handle anything.
Popular Discord. What do you mean handle anything? I just started speaking. Let's talk about popular Discord. Okay, her
Yeah,
having a
okay.
popular Discord. How many people she got in her Discord? Out of curiosity.
I don't know, over 5,000.
Over 5,000. Okay. I have 8,181. So immediately refuted because I have more. If it was a Discord thing, I should have more fucking viewers. But hey, that's just my
You
Discord.
just
because-
asked for 2 reasons.
well, but I'm refuting your reason. I'm literally
How
giving
can
you
you refute it?
evidence because my Discord has way more fucking people, 3,000 more people in it, but I don't have more average viewers. And that's just me. I guarantee you the other streamers can corroborate this. Now that being said,
You were saying with so much matter of fact that I didn't say that Discord
just-
is the only reason she has more average viewers. You asked
No,
me for 2
I'm not
reasons
saying
why.
that.
She has a
I
popular
literally-
Discord with guides, and she's an
okay,
attractive woman.
well, hold on, but
She
then
has
I
6,800, she said.
so
in
when
her-
I
in her,
refute your point, you're like, well, I don't know why the fuck you're splitting. I don't understand what I'm just
but Blue,
refuting your point.
tell me how you are refuting the point. We've already gone over the
Okay,
fact
I'll
that
explain
being
it
popular
because
on
we're
Twitch,
apparently slow.
you don't have to
Okay.
explain it. You need to open your ears and
all
fucking
right.
turn on your brain.
Here we go.
Okay?
So-
Open your ears, turn on your brain. Open your ears, turn on your
If-
brain. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Mhm.
There are 100 factors as to why people are popular on Discord.
And I'm asking you to
Present-
give me 2 legitimate of them. 2 legitimate
And I gave you
ones.
the 2 I gave you 2 reasons.
Well, hold on, and now
It's-
I'm
it
and
can
now
be
I'm and now we
YouTube
are
channel.
discussing
I'm not
them. and now we are discussing them. Here's the thing.
Yes,
Choice,
and let's-
how many
and let's
people do
discuss
you
them.
have in your Discord? Because I think it's more than mine. How many people do you have in your Discord? Since we don't want to use mine. Is that...
Okay, well,
How many people do you
let
have in your
me
Discord?
first. I'll tell you, and let me first say
I haven't
that
gotten
I
to the
used to
second
have
point
about
yet.
I used to have about 3,000 up until a year ago, in which I started to care about it. But I started posting grinding guides. I now have 8,600 in my Discord.
So you do. So you have 8,600
but
people in your Discord.
I
Okay.
gained
So
5,600 people in the last year, and my
Sure,
viewership average
yeah.
has dropped in that time.
Okay,
So
I'm glad you
what
said
I'm
that.
trying-
So you're
what
saying
I'm
that
trying to say
Discord does
here-
not correlate to your viewership then?
I am
Got
saying
'em.
that Discord is one
Gotcha.
of the many factors.
Gotcha.
You didn't get anything, Blue.
Yes,
you literally
I did.
got nothing.
You just
You
admitted
got
that
fucking
your
nothing.
Discord went
You
up
have
in number of
literally
people,
fucking
but
nothing.
down in average viewers. I literally
Blue.
just disproved your whole fucking argument in like 2 seconds.
I did
You
not
did it.
disprove
I didn't even
any
do it.
part of my
You
argument
did it.
whatsoever.
Caught again.
God, the IQ is fucking room temperature, bro. What
No.
the fuck is
Oh,
happening?
I know. Let's insult-
Listen,
yeah, let's insult my
there
intelligence.
is
Here we go.
there is like
Yeah.
a dozen different things that matter when you come to how popular somebody is.
I asked you
It
to give
comes
me
Are they a
two.
VTuber? Are they a webcammer? Do they have a popular
Okay.
YouTube?
All right.
Did they come from an old game?
So-
are they known as a pro player? Are they charismatic?
not.
Are they
She is not.
attractive?
She is
are
not.
they whatever?
She is not.
There is
She is
there
not.
is a
All of
dozen
those
different
things.
reasons why somebody can be a popular streamer. In fact, people can be popular streamers for being hated. In fact, there are people that get hate watched, and you can have someone with
Yes.
thousands of viewers that
True.
fucking hate you.
Chat, how many
so
of you hate
that
me?
can be right. So average viewership can come from people that hate somebody. How many people in your chat hate Jnny?
Probably is a representative of a shitload
fucking-
of people.
a ton of them,
shitload
right?
people. How many people
So-
in your chat hate Jnny? Is honestly a better question. Now, okay, hold on. So we talked about the Discord thing, okay, and we talked about. You said, well, there's a number of ways people can be popular. Oh, I'm glad you said that. Number one, it's popular. So popular Discord. We can just scratch that off the list because, like, you and I both have more popular Discords. Yet it seems to have absolutely no correlation with average viewers. But hey, you know what? The next thing you said was being a professional gamer. She's not a professional gamer. Being really good at the video game. She's not really good at the video game. She's playing shy, for fuck's sake. Being charismatic. She's not charismatic. Being entertaining. She's not entertaining. Having a successful YouTube. She doesn't have a successful YouTube. So we are left with her
Do you
being
think
the
that
attractive
there-
woman. Well, hold on. We're arriving
Do
at
you
the
think
point.
that there are
We're
worse
arriving at the
streamers
point.
than you that are more popular than you?
Hold on. We're arriving at the point. Okay? Because you said it, so the only one on your graph that actually makes sense would be that she's an attractive woman with a webcam. But if I compare how attractive she is to how attractive like other streamers are at 1,000 average viewers, it's night and day. It's not even fucking remotely
But
close.
it is absolutely not fair to even say that, oh, this person's more attractive than this, and that's why they have more viewers.
You
point
implied that.
You
You implied
Blue,
that when
shut
you
up for
said
1 second
she's a
and
woman
listen
with
to
a
this.
webcam. That's why they're watching
Listen
her.
to what I am saying right now.
Because she's
Blue, okay?
attractive.
Listen.
More attractive than everyone else.
Listen to what I am saying, Blue. What I am telling you is that there are even luck factors into how much viewership you get.
Are you saying she was
There
lucky?
are
you saying she was lucky?
there are
I'm asking you
Blue,
why
I'm
she's
not-
so popular. I haven't gotten a single legitimate reason yet.
I'm pretty sure I gave you some legitimate reasons.
You gave me the Discord, which is not a legitimate reason. We immediately fucking
I think that is
it.
it.
That. Thank
no,
you.
that's
for that.
100% a legitimate reason.
You said that your Discord blew up 5,000 more people, but you actually lost average viewers. Do you
Yeah,
see
but
how
I lost
those 2
average
points? You're
viewers.
the statistician again.
But you're
Again,
ignoring
you're the one
something.
with the degrees.
You're ignoring something. The BDO category fell in popularity.
Yeah, but your Discord
You're
is blowing up, right? So your average
You're
viewership should
ignoring
at least
all of these
remain
external
the same,
factors
then, right?
that matter.
But no,
There's these external factors that matter. But here's the thing, Blue. Literally, all of this shit is speculation, and we're looking at all of these little things and factors and trying to figure out, oh, what is this? What is this? What is this? The numbers are pointing to the fact that like 70 to potentially all of her viewership is currently getting served ads, and she is receiving money from it. How do you refute the fact that she is receiving thousands of dollars if all of her viewership is fake? That is
because
the
she
only
should
point
be
that is
receiving
objective.
way more. Because she should be
That is the
receiving way more
only
money
point.
if her viewership was legitimate. She should be receiving way more money.
This is
Way more
not
money.
true, though, because we are comparing this website, which we've already determined is overinflating by 50%.
Fair.
We are also
Cut it in half.
over.
She's still less than half.
Yeah, okay, we're cutting in half, but we are still going off of numbers. That is her total month, which she still doesn't give me her total month, but it was 2,000 before she started her marathon stream. And we also have to factor in that it's January, the lowest fucking month of the year. Do you not think January is the lowest ad revenue month of the year?
I get less sponsors
This is probably
in
just
January,
giving-
and I do get less ad revenue. It's about 20-ish%.
Okay, so if we take off the 50%, if we take off the 20%, and if we take
Still
off the
not there.
75 hours before when
Why
she
are
said
you
she was
taking
under
off the
2,000,
75 hours? What the fuck?
because that is the number we're working with. She said she was under 2,000 before she started her marathon stream. After her marathon stream, she was streamed for 75 hours. That's why we take off the 75. It's simple.
No, because we have
If
to
we-
take the entire month's revenue choice. We're taking the full the full month's revenue. Okay, you can't just take
I don't
part
know
of the
the full
month and
month's
then be like,
number
well,
right
she
now.
made less money. Like,
I
yeah, we're
gotta-
taking the full month's revenue and we're saying, okay, she should have made approximately this much money. And you're saying, well, she's made so much less money, she's made less than $2,000, or she barely made $2,000 in January. We're saying that's fucking bullshit. She should be making over double that. Like, that's what we're saying.
I think by the time you add in those 75 hours, if I knew that number, it would be great. I don't know the number. I just DM'd her to get the number. But if we go off what I do know, right? If what I do know is that she was slightly under 2,000 before the 75 hours, I'd be very interested to take off those 75 and go with the number that we know right now.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't paying attention. I'm exhausted. I feel like I think we've exhausted ourselves.
Well, you better get fucking ready for round 2, because we haven't even talked about the main thing that this entire fucking call is
Okay,
about.
let's talk about it. Go ahead.
No, we're not talking about that yet, because we still got to go over these numbers. Take off the 75 hours, and this
No.
shit's gonna be
No, choice. I'm not taking 75 fucking hours off the total.
because
so that
you know
can
that it lines
mental
up. You
Gymnastics.
know that it
No.
fucking lines. It's not
so
mental.
that you can
know that it
mental
lines up.
gymnastics your way to the fucking magic number that you're fucking looking for, bro.
It's not mental gymnastics. The number that we know is 2,000 before the marathon stream. That's the number we know. We don't know the number at the end of the month. Why are we calculating the number at the end of the month?
She said she was going to be under $2,000 before the marathon stream, right?
No, she was currently under 2,000, and she wants to always get over 2,000 in that month. So she decided to do the
So
marathon
she
stream.
decided to do the marathon stream so she could get over 2,000, which the assumption here
Yes.
is that the reason she did the marathon stream is so that she could get over $2,000, right? She did the marathon
Yeah.
stream. You said the plan was only to do it for
And she
3
probably-
days. Hold
and
on.
she
You
probably
said
ended
the
up
plan
way
was to
over.
only do it for 3 days. And so that
And that's
3
exactly
days
what
of doing
happened.
the marathon stream got her up to $2,000. 269 hours in a month, and she made $2,000 streaming. Get out of Dodge. Not with over
Yeah,
with
but-
over 8 minutes of ads an hour.
And we already
And
know
she
that the
had-
website is overinflating by half, and we also know
And
that
even
January, you
granted
just said,
that, she's
is a
still
20%
less than half of half.
And you said that 20% is lower in that month, and we are still under this flawed website. If the website is wrong about us, who the fuck knows what it's actually right about?
Okay,
It's not an excuse,
we're
Blue.
gonna move to the next topic, which is
We're not moving to the next topic.
we're gonna move to the next
Because
topic, which is
This is the most important topic.
your girlfriend is viewbotting. The fact that
The
you
most
can't accept it
important
is
topic?
because you're way too fucking biased. That's
Blue,
the topic.
How is
we're
she
on right
earning
now.
so much money from fake viewers?
Again, I'm saying she's not. She should be earning way more money if all of her viewers was legitimate. The fact that all of her viewers
Do-
are not
do those
legitimate, right? Or the
based
fact that
on
she
your
has less than
analysis-
200 fucking average viewers. The fact that she has less than 200 average viewers tracks with the fact that she's making a lot less ad revenue than she's supposed to, despite the fact that she's streaming for 269 fucking hours in a month with 9 hours. And by the way, this is assuming, of course, she has absolutely no subscribers. 0. As in, the number is a fucking goose egg. Because, and I know you said it was low. I'm willing to admit she only has 100 or 200 subscribers, but let's be honest with you, that adds another $500 or $600 fucking dollars to the actual fucking total. So again, we're just, but if I bring that up, then we're gonna try to move the goalpost again. We don't want to talk about the sub revenue. It was all fucking ad revenue. She only has how many? 50 subs? Something like that, right? That's still hundreds of fucking dollars a month that are completely unaccounted for. So again, she's making even less ad revenue because
What
her
would you
total
estimate
revenue.
then would be real?
Oh my fucking god, Choice! Choice. We're gonna keep going in circles on this, and I can keep slamming points.
We're going in
against the wall.
circles because your brain is not computing the fact that she is arriving at an approximate 70% legitimate viewership based upon your analysis.
Chad,
and
I'm
this
running
is
an
all
ad. Fuck you.
hypothetical.
Okay. All right.
So if she only has 50 or 150 real viewers, and
Just
she
speak your
averages
piece on this.
800
I'll let you have the last word. Speak your piece on this, and then we'll move on.
Okay, here's my piece on it. If we take the amount of money that she is projected to earn from this flawed website and we cut it by 50, we factor in the fact that in January ads are 20% lower, admitted by Blue, and then we take the amount of money that she actually made in that month, it points to her having an approximate average a real viewership of like 70% or higher. And that is all based on just plugging numbers into a fucking website. It could very well be 100. So my thing is that we can speculate day after day and hour after hour and minute by minute that, oh, her followers are this, her activity is that, her Discord is this, her YouTube is that. But at the end of the day, Twitch does not pay for fake viewership. So why is Twitch paying her the 70% of what you think she should be getting if 30 or 20 or 10% of her viewers are real? Why is she getting so much money? Why is Twitch paying her money that she doesn't deserve? That is where we're coming to. That's the point I'm getting at.
Okay. I'm just gonna let you speak your piece so that we can move on. Okay. Are we okay with that? Okay, because you got to speak your
I'm okay
last-
with that.
Okay, all right. So now we're gonna move on. Okay, so the next thing that I'm sure you want to talk about is the fact that I brought up this testing audio thing, and I want to be on like again, and I told you, and just like I said then, I used to give him the benefit. I used to give you the benefit of the doubt on this particular instance. Okay. And there are cases to be made. To be clear, there are 100% cases to be made to say that you somehow garnered the viewership on your own, blah, blah, blah. It is technically possible. But the reason that I started thinking that this is less and less likely is because of your behavior with Jnny. So the fact that you're talking about embedding your kick stream with your app is ridiculous. The fact that you're co-streaming with Jnny in the category, the fact that you're complacent with her doing all this other stuff, it adds up to me to this point being like, well, maybe this really is choice viewbotting here, because it does look awful fucking suspicious. So why don't you go ahead and talk about this? Go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and talk about it, but I'm going to start you off with one question.
Okay.
Blue, do you know who Mark A. Boy is?
Kind of. Yes. I don't know if we've ever spoken, but why?
Who do you think who is Mark A. Boy? What's he known for?
I don't know. Again, this is an ancient name. I think he wasn't he like a Black Rose player or something? Or he's a PvPer of some kind? I don't remember. I don't know. Why is it relevant?
Yeah. So he is the one-tap god. He is the Penn Layton. He is the guy that is a striker. He was known for hitting the first ever Penn Layton.
Sure.
And he had a very viral clip of him hitting a Penn Layton. Okay. So knowing that, he is
How do you
known
spell
enough.
his name? How do you spell his name?
Markayboy or something like that. RK Boy. I have no idea if he ever or how much he streamed. I don't know what his Twitch stream name is, to be honest with you, but that was his BDO name.
Okay,
Mark A. Boy.
Yeah.
Anyway, the reason I wanted to lead with that
Okay.
is to explain why my viewership went up, and I'm really happy that Big Sasha is here. Big Sasha's in my stream.
All right.
So if we're looking, I would like for you to look at my Discord stream for a second.
The only reason I brought up Sasha
you.
before is because Sasha told Viz that he thought that you were viewbotting.
Yeah.
That's what I was told. And I can't confirm that necessarily. Yeah, it's secondhand. I can't confirm that necessarily.
So,
but, hey, another point on the ground.
Look at the Discord stream real quick.
Okay, where's your Discord stream? Let me see. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So this is the analytics you like to pull up here of my very first stream.
I'm looking at it.
You see my average viewership of 6, 4, 7, 4, 15.
Mm-hmm.
I know you do, but I just want to show you with my mouse the things I'm looking at. This was 2017, 2018, right? 2018. I want to explain what these streams are, first of all. I started streaming this stuff so I could show my guildies how to pull Gyphons. that is really where my stream started. I didn't stream with a microphone. I had my stream on as it was a Discord stream because I was showing my guild. I was just chilling with my guild in Discord comms, and I would have my stream on. I didn't actually engage with my stream with a microphone whatsoever during this time.
Okay.
There's actually a clip of me getting 8K ecology in which I have no microphone. That's like one of my oldest clips.
Sure.
So then we go ahead, and this is 2017 and 2018. If we then go ahead to the next month, you can see that there is a big jump here where November, like July, I streamed like a couple times in July. Then I didn't stream. I streamed once in November. I streamed like 2 times in December. I streamed 1 time in January. And then I have the testing audio. This is when I got a mic. And I was testing. I also got a stream PC. And I was testing voice meter to figure out how to get voice meter to work with the stream PC and the mic and all this other settings.
Sure.
Okay. So that's where that came in.
Sure.
So then, 8th of February.
Apparently, a microphone
This is my first
1,000% viewership.
This is my very, very first actual stream. And you can see that my average viewership for the first 3 hours was pretty much bad.
You probably got
similar
it
to
looks
the
like
average.
a raid. Looks like a raid. You got a bunch of
And I
followers
got
from-
raided by none
Sasha,
other
probably.
than
Yeah.
Big Sasha.
Well, you were in his guild.
I
at the
got
time.
raided by Big Sasha.
You were in the guild.
And you
at the
can
time.
see, I was, yeah. Standard procedure, your viewership drops.
Mm-hmm.
Do you notice something about this title? Enhancing for pen, time permitting? Well,
Sure.
I'll tell you what, there was time. On this stream,
Yeah.
I back-to-back clicked a pen dandelion. And at that time, it was one of the most
I remember.
talked about things of hitting 2 pen dandies within 4 clicks because it was such a rare item at this time.
Sure.
And this is the type of thing that truly propelled me as a player because people started to notice, holy shit, he has a lot of gear. He's a top fragger in Black Rose. He always streams his Node Wars. I always started my stream right before
Let's
Node
talk about
Wars.
that for a
and
second.
People,
Okay.
and
Let's-
people loved hearing Big Sasha's shot calling.
Let's talk.
That
let's
is
talk about this for
where-
a second. Let's talk about that for a
Yeah.
second. Because at the time you were kind of a nobody on gear, but then you went from 0 to hero very quickly. Is that a direct result of sea monster hunting?
Ah, yes, I'm so happy. I'm so happy you brought that up.
Let's
I
talk about it.
began yeah, let's talk about it. Sea
Mhm.
monster hunting. I believe I left art in 2019 and I
Mhm.
started getting geared starting in around September or August.
Yeah, but you gained a tremendous
And
amount of
that's
gear
when I
score
started.
when you started. Yeah, that's when you.
So
that's also when you started.
I began
yeah.
sea monster hunting in my guild art.
Correct.
I sea monster hunted for approximately 600 mil payouts. I then
Uh-huh.
joined Sailors. And I was sea monster hunting in Sailors for a month or 2, and I was gaining about 1 to 2 billion per week in
Sure.
sea monster hunting through Sailors.
Okay.
I then switched, or no, pardon me, that was Torrent, I should say. I then switched to Sailors because they had a higher payout threshold of 6 billion.
Well, hold on. So you are jumping around guild to guild in order to, for the chat that doesn't understand how this works, what you could do was you could join a guild, get a payout
Okay.
from a guild,
I'm
drop
going
guild,
to stop you for
join
one
another
sec.
guild,
I
get a
wasn't
payout
hopping from guild to guild.
Well, hold on.
I was
All right, this is how
I was
it
in
works.
Torrent for months, like 2 months.
Okay.
And then I
Yep.
joined Sailors, and I was in Sailors for like 2 months
Okay.
or 3
And
months.
Okay. So, and while you were in the guild, I just want this on record. You never paid IRL dollars to receive payouts, did you?
Never.
Because that would technically be RMT if that were to
I never
transpire.
paid real life money for my sea monster hunting payouts. Absolutely not.
Okay, so you never, so you just jumped guild to guild, and then you did your due diligence and all of it. For those of you that don't know, what happened back then is that so sea monster hunting was overwhelmingly popular because what people realized they could do was they could go out on their boat and they could ram sea monsters all day, and they could make their guild, because it made guild funds, billions and billions and billions of silver. And this is back when we were making like 20 mil an hour or 50 mil an hour, some fucking pathetic shit.
It was
this
about 100 million, and
Yeah.
people in
It
history
was-
are making 160, which was actually very similar to the amount of money you could make per
Right.
hour sea monster hunting.
But and so no, the sea monster hunting, what the sea monster hunting did to the market, guys, is it injected a tremendous amount of silver. So the people that were sea monster hunting were just getting billions and billions and billions of silver. And what this did was it inflated the economy tremendously. So, and we've never seen this before in BDO. We had base ogre rings being pre-ordered for like billions of fucking silver because nobody was actually out grinding. Everybody had essentially infinite silver, but did not have any of the items that went along with it because no one was actually grinding the grind zones. Right? Yeah, Vel orders were up at like 40 to like 20 to 40 billion because everyone's silver went up dramatically. So sea monster hunting was not even close to grinding. It was way better. And that's why you were doing it.
It wasn't actually way better.
It was 100% way
hour?
fucking better.
No, it wasn't. Hour by hour, sea monster hunting was approximately 158 million per hour. And I remember at this time, Histria grinders, there was only about 5 of them. They were making about 168 million per hour. The average amount of money that most people could make, not being able to go to Histria, was about a little over 100 mil. So it was better than most people could make, but it was not better than what the height of what high-end PvE could make. So I'm just giving you the actual numbers.
No, SEMA again. Like I mean, we him and haw about this, but sea monster hunting. I think most people that were playing at the time know that sea monster hunting was making a degree of 10 almost more money over everything else in the game. It was not even fucking remotely fucking close.
You're probably thinking about when the actual bug abuse of matchlock hunting was a thing that got nerfed very quickly, and that was happening far before I ever started.
It was best in slot.
The matchlock hunting thing and the whole, there was some other thing too that was like a big problem with guild items. That happened before the summer. I began my sea monster hunting in like August of 2018. So you could make insane amounts of money up until that got nerfed, in which it became a much more competitive, but way too close to high-end grinding, way too close, way more money. Like I had so little gear compared to, I can't remember this freaking DK. Who's that popular DK that grinded history a lot and he streamed it?
Etsu. No, I'm just kidding.
No, it wasn't Rugs.
Nah,
it
So
was
Dandy, maybe?
No. Well, it was Wishful. Thank you, Rolvy. Wishful. Wishful was grinding, and he was making. I remember speaking with him about this. He was making approximately 168 million an hour grinding Histria. And I was making about 158 million an hour by the time you consider I was on the sea for 50 to 60 hours per week. Okay. And I was getting payouts of around 6 billion.
Okay. So we're taking what we believe to be, this is a number of jumps here, but we're taking to believe to be the most money per hour on the whole server from from a phenomenally good grinder. And we're comparing it to how much on average you were just making just hitting T on your boat and sailing around. So are we just going to go ahead and admit that the average grinder was making fucking far less money per hour than sea monster
I would say they were making less.
Way less.
A solid amount less, yes.
Okay, so it wasn't. But earlier you said that grinding and sea monster hunting was the same. But see, now you're like, okay, yeah, they were making.
I said
less.
exactly what I said.
Okay.
I said that the highest of grinders were making slightly more, and the average grinder was probably making 110, 120, while sea monster hunting was approximately 150.
Yeah, in order to make this money, you joined all these PvE guilds so that you could garner these payouts in these big sea monster hunting guilds to get a tremendous amount of money to get ahead of the gear curve on everybody else, yeah?
So I joined, I was getting about 600 million per week in art, my original guild that I didn't leave. We just started sea monster hunting. Then art ended up dying, and I decided I was going to go to Torrent, and I started making over 1 billion silver per week from doing sea monster hunting in Torrent. Then I decided that I wasn't making enough money, and I wanted to go to Sailors, in which I started sea monster hunting full time, and I was starting to make 6 billion in payouts on average per week.
Okay, sure.
And that usually, I think I joined Sailors for only about 6 weeks.
The reason that I feel that you were paying, the reason that I feel choice that you were paying, and honestly I can check what guilds you were in. There's a bot that can check that, but I don't have it. Family does, I'm pretty sure. There's a bot you can check what guilds people were in, but I don't think it goes back past the Pearl Abyss like takeover, but I don't know. Right? Regardless, the reason I said that you potentially RMT'd during this time is because I saw Excel spreadsheets and explicit DMs of you literally asking how much money it was going to be this week for the sea monster payout. Are you saying that all of that was just illegitimate? It's all just made up bullshit?
I would love to see it. Pull them up.
I'm not going to pull. I'm not going to pull them up. But if you say it's illegitimate,
censor the names and pull them up.
If you say that it's illegitimate, I will just go ahead and say, okay, then I was wrong about that. I shouldn't have accused you of that.
Well, now your credibility is on the line. I want you to pull them up.
Well, again,
Show me that they exist.
I'm not. Okay, hold on. Okay, he's already said. He's already like, dude, don't leak my DM. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you that he just sent me a DM, but it's not. I'm not gonna show you his name. But he was like, you can't leak my DM. Hold on, watch. That is literally 1 minute ago. He's here.
Chat.
He's here. Okay. And so I'm just going to go ahead and say, okay,
So
Choice.
why
if
if
you
he has
say
such if
you're not RMTing, if you say that you didn't RMT, Choice, I'll let it go. I'm sorry that I accused you of that. Because I am not going to pull all of this shit up right now. Because the guy who
you don't
told
have to
me-
pull all this shit up.
Okay.
But let's I would like to explain why I ever hop between guilds or whatever. I don't know what screenshots. See, that's the thing. I don't have the screenshots, so I don't know what it is. But I can tell you that I was solidly in Torrent. I was solidly in Sailors up until Sea Monster Hunting got nerfed. And then I was hopping between Barcode and Illuminati because they had implemented a payout cap. And I was grinding Sea Monster Hunting in Barcode. I would go there for Siege. I would then leave after Siege. I would do the quota in Illuminati. I would then leave Illuminati and I'd rejoin Barcode. So I was hopping back and forth between two guilds to get approximately 600 million in two payouts, two separate payouts. And that was after Sea Monster Hunting got nerfed.
So you were hopping around to acquire payouts from guilds. Your guild exactly as I explained before. Literally exactly what I said before. You were just hopping guild to guild to get payouts.
I didn't pay to do it. I was doing it the quotas myself. I was going into Barcode as a sieger, and I was doing the quota.
If that's what you want to go with, okay, sure.
But you got to remember at this time, the quotas were massively nerfed. I didn't have to Sea Monster Hunt for 50 or 60 hours a week because they had nerfed it to where the max payout was a certain amount. And so instead of me only getting 600 million a week, I decided I was going to make 1.2 billion by hopping between two guilds and completing each of their quotas as a result to get tier 10 pay.
So you said that but it was pretty quick though. You meet the quota pretty quick, but you made 1.2 billion silver each week, but you did it really fast. Well, I don't know anybody that was making 1.2 billion silver in a quick amount of time in 2018 like that. Like it would take a normal grinder by your own metrics. It would have taken that fucking Dark Knight. It would have taken Wishful. Fuck, man, that would have taken him 8 or 9 hours to do it just for really solid grinding.
It was still about 150 mil an hour. That never changed.
Right. Now, again, so you hopped around to get guild payouts so that you could acquire more money more quickly to get gear, but you did not RMT. That's what we're clarifying.
Nope.
Okay. Nope. All right. Granted. I'm sorry that I accused you of that because I am not pulling up any of this shit.
You immediately believe me.
Well, I'm not going to pull up any of this fucking shit. And if I got to take people's word for it, then I got to take people's word for it. I saw what I saw. But at the same time, if you're like, well, no, none of that. I did hop guild to guild and get payouts, but I never paid for them with IRL dollars. I mean, I just have to take your word for it. I wasn't I was there 7 years ago, but I wasn't in the guild. I didn't do Sea Monster Hunting myself.
Blue, I want to show you how actual accountability for actions, like what accountability actually is, and actually making a point and proving it looks like.
Okay, go ahead.
So pull up my Discord stream.
Where are you at? Okay. I'll pull up your stream. Okay. All right, go ahead.
This right here is my repository of screenshots of all the Sea Monster Hunter loot that I ever got, ever.
Sure. Yeah, but
I had to go Sea Monster Hunt and take pictures of every piece of loot that I got before I deposited on the guild.
I didn't say that you didn't Sea Monster
Hunt. And there are endless amounts
you Sea Monster Hunted. That's
of screenshots.
Yes, correct. You Sea
and
Monster
totals
Hunted.
of guild funds
yes.
that I had to take pictures of absolutely everything.
Yep. Yep.
In order to prove that I actually Sea Monster Hunted as much as I actually did.
Yeah, that's not the argument here. The argument was, how did you get how much were you making in silver on the payouts, and were you paying IRL?
The argument that you were making is that I was someone who was paying for sea monster hunting, like paying real life money. And I obviously have all of the screenshots of all the loot that I ever accumulated. And so what is the argument here? That I utilized a in-game thing? Like,
Well,
if I
a lot
start
of people-
bartering right
well,
now,
a
are
lot
you
of
going
people
to
at the
say, like,
time-
holy
you
shit,
gotta
you made $9
understand.
bill a week?
You got to understand, a lot of people at the time very much so considered the sea monster hunting because it was making so much fucking silver per hour, like unheard of silver per hour, or silver per day, whatever. People were saying that that was an exploit, right? And so a lot of people hold those people to a very high, like they're like, yeah, that's exploiting 100%.
People said it was an
right?
exploit
Now,
because
that being
of the
said-
matchlock hunting, which got nerfed
No,
before I
it was
ever did it.
literally, nope, it was just literally just sea monster hunting. I was there.
Yeah, okay.
like-
I was there too, and the biggest exploit came from the matchlock thing. It was still controversial to sea monster hunt because people that didn't do it were mad about it, but it was very normal for people to sea monster hunt and join sea monster hunting guilds at this time. There's tons of people that got their gear this way. In fact, tons of snake people would leave snake, they would go join sea monster hunting guilds. And quite frankly, a lot of them actually did RMT, and I know this because
Yep, they did.
in Sailors,
Yes.
there's people that would join for a day and
Correct.
leave the moment after.
Correct.
So
that's what, and,
I would
and that's the
stay-
distinction here. I'm
I
asking,
would stay
were you
in the
one of those
guilds
people?
to finish the quota.
Okay,
And I have
alright,
all
so-
the pictures of all the quotas that I've ever achieved.
Okay, but you achieved quotas, but like again, you can split hairs and say, oh, he only meant the quota for the little end or the big end. Again, I'm just going to take your word for it. If you're saying that you did
You
not,
could add it all up.
again, if you saying that you did not pay to have, like to pay to get those payouts, because like you just said, right? That's why when I heard it and I saw some of the screenshots, I was like, man, did Choice fucking do that? That's fucking crazy, right? Because at the time, there were a lot of people doing that. As you just said, there were a lot of people who were like, yeah, I'm just going to pay IRL dollars. I'm going to join this guild, pay IRL dollars, get the fucking payout, drop guild, and then keep doing that for basically infinite money. That's why the apprentice system exists in game, is because people were exploiting it literally that much. Okay. And so I'm like, okay, well then okay, well.
So I do not appreciate
I know
when
some-
you speak on your stream in speculatives that can tarnish my name. And you have spoken
Okay.
on more than one occasion about the sea monster hunting thing, alluding to the fact that I was a guild hopper and I wasn't
You
RMT.
were a guild hopper. You just admitted that you were a guild hopper. The only thing
that
you're
I
not
was an
guilty of is that was your
heavy on the
technically an
RM
RMT.
tiers.
Correct.
Heavy on the RM tier. And ultimately, you can't believe what the fuck people are DMing you. And there's a ton of people that hate everybody for a bunch of reasons. If somebody DMs me about you, Blue, I don't immediately take it
I
as
understand.
fact.
I understand.
And so if whoever this guy is that DMs you, I can promise you I can refute whatever claims he has because I still have all the
understand.
screenshots.
I get
And
it.
you could add up every single cent
So-
I've ever gotten in payouts. I even have the spreadsheet still.
Haters do
by
be
the way.
real. Haters do be real. 100%.
And I could pull up
Which is
everything.
why when you're like, no, I never RMT'd, but I did guild hop. I'm like, okay, I believe you. Like that's fine. Okay, but it's
The
coming from
guild
you.
hopping was
right?
only done after they had
And
nerfed the
again,
max payouts.
I'm sorry for
I physically
insinuating.
couldn't do more than
I'm sorry
50.
for insinuating the RMT part of everything. Everything else, yeah, you're hopping guild to guild. You were getting paid billions and billions of silver. But if you're not RMTing, you say you're not RMTing, sure. I'm sorry
Okay,
for
cool.
insinuating that.
Let's move on to the.
And I just want to point out,
Viewbotting
you
thing.
literally, before we came in here, you said that I would never be willing to admit that I'm wrong or give on a position. I'm absolutely more than willing to give on a position or admit that I'm wrong. Or if I get misled on something, which happens, right? Like I did it
Yeah.
with Canon, and now I'm doing it with you. I'm more than happy to give ground where, like, it's like, okay, yeah, I need to concede here. I've fucked up a little bit here. So like, just understand that
Yeah,
I don't
I
want to be
appreciate
told
that.
that like I'm not trying to be fucking completely unreasonable. Okay, I'm gonna take your
well,
word for it.
Be,
Here, right?
You'd be very, very silly to refute hundreds of screenshots as well as numerous spreadsheets. That'd be.
Well, I don't need to see that. I
was
if you say that
hoping
you didn't do it,
and waiting
then
for you to
okay.
pull this up because, like,
well, we
it
were
is-
going to talk about it. I knew we were going to talk about it, so
the
like we needed
biggest
to move
thing.
on. Sure. Okay.
So let's talk about the viewbotting thing.
Okay. So let's go back
you
to
are,
potentially viewbotting. So
you
you're,
are claiming that I was viewbotting.
well,
and
no,
large in
whoa,
part
whoa.
because
You're potentially viewbotting. This can be explained. I want to be clear. This spike can technically be explained for any number. And I've seen this. I saw this years ago, and I saw this choice, and I was like,
okay, well, it's technically explainable through other means, but unlikely, right? But like, you know what? I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. The reason why I turned around on this and I'm like, yeah, he very likely, in my opinion, did abuse bots, is because your recent behavior with Jnny, your inability to admit that she's botting or just like benefiting from her streaming alongside her in the category, and then you openly admitting that you're thinking about embedding your stream into your app so that you can get false viewers.
That
on
right
Kick.
there is being very blown out of proportion.
Is it though? Because that's fraud.
Oh, it definitely
You
was
put all
being
these
blown out of
points on a
proportion.
graph. This makes me question this.
So
Okay, this makes me question this.
Well, you're always putting points on a graph, dude. But you got to think for a second. I mentioned off the cuff one possible monetization strategy for the app, and I didn't even fully say what the idea was, and I didn't even say that that's what I was going to do. The app itself has costed thousands of dollars in development, and one of two things need to happen. It needs to be a free thing that has ads. It needs to be a free thing that has a tutorial on how to use the app that is a constant looping Kick stream that pays me Kick revenue. Or B, it needs to be a paid thing. I'm not going to signal boost a BDO stream on a Kick stream.
I'm gonna
be purely related to only the app.
Well, I'm gonna play.
These are the three avenues.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna play the kick in or the clip in question so people know the context here. Okay.
Yeah, let's hear it. Like that? Hell yeah. You could probably put an ad bar at the bottom and call it good. Yeah, we'll see about that as well.
He's talking about his new application that he's making. Yeah.
So, if you guys are familiar with Kick is a live streaming platform. I multi-stream on Twitch and Kick, and Kick pays you per viewer. So something I was thinking of doing as well is, what if I put my Kick stream as like an embed in the app, and every time a viewer, like every time my stream is there, every viewer Kick pays for. And so I'm thinking I probably don't even need to put much more than just my live stream there.
I agree. Okay. Again, so that's the clip in question. Okay. So the reason that I look back on this and I'm like, you know what? He might actually be viewbotting here, right here, is clips like that. Because you're literally like totally okay with embedding and misrepresenting your viewers on Kick, which would boost you to the top of the Kick category. Not that that's crazy.
What is not
but
said,
you would be making a bunch of extra money from illegitimate viewers through an embed. F Extra Life tried to do the same thing.
What is not said in that clip is what I had just said, which is this would not be like, I say my stream because I can only get Kick Partner on my choice.
You're already on Kick. You're already a partner.
I know I am. I can only get revenue from choice.com/Kick. I wouldn't be putting in my BDO stream. It would be an unlisted stream that is only showing how to use the app, a tutorial, something that looks a lot more professional and clean, instead of putting up ads for Ask Cream and Viagra.
You're talking about
those are the two options.
A totally different,
essentially, to have a free app.
Okay, so embedding a different stream, not your main stream, embedding a different stream.
It would be. I would stop multi-streaming on Kick completely. My current Kick account would be dedicated to a looping video of the tutorial of how the app would work as a way to have a more sightly advertisement of sorts, rather than just whatever Google ads say.
Okay, so but it is a different. But you're talking about having a completely different stream on Kick that you're embedding into your app. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
but
so
it would be my choice name. I would just stop duo streaming.
Correct, but here's the deal. Kick pays you per viewer. Do you think, I wonder how Kick would feel if you tried to, because this is fraud, Choice. I don't know if you know how this works, but if you don't legitimately have the viewership that your stream says you have, and you're trying to bot it in some way through an embed or something, you are deliberately trying to scam Kick out of money that should legitimately be theirs, because they're running ads for people that aren't seeing them, okay? Or they're not running ads, right? But they're paying you per viewer for viewers that aren't actually there. That is fraud. I wonder if Kick would just permaban you if they heard that.
I understand what you're saying, but you're also taking a very half-baked idea of me just yapping on a live stream. It's the first time I'm considering it, and the first time I ever said it out loud. I never looked into it. And if this is, I never even looked into the Kick's terms of service. I didn't talk with Kick. I don't know.
Well, how
I
would
don't
that
know
be?
anything
How would
about
that
whether
even be a thought in your mind that that's okay? Because you got really upset with Garmoth when Garmoth embedded their fucking stream in their website and absolutely gapped everybody on the Twitch platform because they
but
were
that was
recruiting for
in the
charity.
BDO category. That was in the
But
BDO
but
category.
it doesn't.
This
Fraud
was-
is fraud. What are you running a fucking Minnesota daycare here? Fraud is fraud. If
No,
you're
I'm telling you,
defrauding
Blue,
Kick,
that I
they're
didn't
not
look
going to
into
care
it
what
when I
category
said that
you're
idea.
in. Like
I didn't look into that idea. Whether like once again, I don't know. Maybe Kick is willing to pay ad revenue because someone could click on the tutorial to get a more expanded view, therefore bringing them to the platform. I don't know what the value in Kick is. This was just an idea that I had before I ever researched whether it was possible. Sometimes when you're streaming, you're just yapping. The point is that there needs to be a form of either it needs to be a paid thing for the things that we want to do for the development, or there needs to be a free option. And it was one half-baked idea that I yapped about one time that's getting very blown out of proportion. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, but do you think that Zethian would ever out loud on stream be like, I think I'm going to embed my stream? In fact, any other streamer in the BDO category has talked publicly about, like BDO partner anyway, has talked publicly about, I'm just going to embed my stream and just.
Do you think
fuck it.
context matters though?
It does.
Yeah, it does. So
Yep.
embedding a categoryless stream that aids the user in learning how to
It's
use the
still
app
fraud.
doesn't hurt anybody on Kick if it is allowed.
does.
And I don't know if it's allowed.
they're
And if
paying
it's
you-
not
it's-
allowed, then it's a half-baked
They're
idea.
paying
It
you
was just
for per viewer per hour choice. If those viewers
Yes.
aren't actually legitimate or aren't actually watching the stream, then they're paying you more money than they should be. It's fraud.
Okay, but
It doesn't matter
listen,
what
Blue.
category you're in. Fraud is fraud. That's how it works.
I
And
need to speak with Kick about it before I ever did it. It's something that I wouldn't do without speaking to them first. And to be honest with you, I could have a application up on my second monitor that has ads running and I'm not looking at them. Is that fraud because I'm not looking at them? Like, yeah, it's up on my monitor, but if I'm not looking at it, is that fraud? Like, people get paid for ads that nobody ever ends up seeing. And so I don't know if Kick wants that type of exposure to where somebody's like, hey, I don't know how to use this app. Let me open it for a tutorial. And it goes to their platform. That's real value to Kick. So whether or not that is something that they would do, it was just simply a half-baked idea.
but it's
And
not
so
an idea.
I
that
guess
somebody that
I
wants
guess
to
I
play by the rules
apologize.
would
I
have.
apologize for ever uttering that it was something that I was going to do because I never was going to do it. I would ultimately poll and say, hey, listen, if this was a real thing that was possible through Kick, I would poll my users of the app and say, hey, would you like Google ads or would you like this ads or should there be a paid tier? I'm just a streamer, man. I'm just trying to make an app and I want to continue to make it better. And I have already spent like $10,000 on development of this thing.
I'm aware.
I can't continue to fund it alone. And it needs to be eventually to a point where there needs to be a form of monetization that can carry future features.
Understandable.
I've carried it to where it
Understandable,
is.
but nobody
gotta
thinks
figure
that
out where it can
embedding
go.
your stream into any Twitch live stream or any live streaming platform is a legitimate way to monetize your particular website or in this case app, whatever. It's a completely illegitimate way to do that, or it's a illegal in most cases way. That's why F Extra Life did the same thing, Choice, but he did it with a website. He would embed his stream into his website, just like you're going to embed your stream into this app, right? And he's getting a bunch of illegitimate viewers. That means he's garnering sponsorships and he's garnering ad revenue and all this fucking shit from viewers that aren't actually fucking watching, which again, not and it fucks over everybody else. That's the most important thing, is it fucks over every single other streamer in the category. But if you want to say that I don't know where the fuck you would have said that you were going to make a whole extra stream and you weren't going to be in a category. That sounds, because I was watching there, you did not clarify that I heard at all at that time. You were
How
just
much should I
talking-
talk about it though? I said one half-baked idea and then
Yeah,
that
but
was
why
it.
are you even like the fact that you would even consider that, along with the fact that again your girlfriend is clearly has her stream being
Listen, Blue.
viewbotted or is viewbotting, and then
consider-
you're streaming together with her as well.
If
right?
if you're an entrepreneur and you're creating something new, you are going to think of every possible avenue of things that you can do, and you will immediately be running into walls the moment you have a single idea. Like, oh, that was was immediately stupid, and then you just shipped off it. I never took any action to do any embedding. I'm never going to if it's against the terms of service. You're acting as if I did it,
But you would embed
and all I
your
did was come up
stream.
with a half-baked shitty idea.
Okay, but
and
you
nothing came of it.
okay, but you would embed your stream if it was if like for example, would you embed your BDO stream on Twitch if it was legal? Would you do that?
I don't think that I would, because I think that I would. You know what? I think that if that was legal and it was something that was okay, and that was a way to add a tutorial of a separate stream, not my main stream, because that is, I think it's immoral. So I would never do my mainstream, but if I did a category-less stream that was dedicated to tutorials on how to use it, I think that that would be a much more sightly and appropriate way to gain revenue for
Okay.
the app, rather than
But just to
putting
be clear,
very
then it's
intrusive other
okay
ads
because
for Google.
then it's okay because you're only stealing money from Twitch.
You said if this was okay.
Right? But okay. All right. So if it's okay, you would do it in a categoryless way.
Yeah.
But you would
If it
never
was
do
okay,
it. You
if
never
I-
do it with your video
listen.
stream. Okay. But see,
You're
you understand.
acting like Kick is the fucking I'm stealing from the priest. It's a fucking
No.
gambling website
Well, that's
that is
correct.
I'm
But-
trying to like take
Oh, I
advantage
understand.
of minors.
No,
Like,
look-
I don't give a shit if I take
Okay,
money
well,
from
let's
Kick.
chill. Well,
Who the
okay,
fuck
let's
cares?
chill with that. Okay, so because Twitch is like we'll get into the weeds on that. But like at the same time, you can't go to the grocery store and just start stealing stuff. Why? Even though you're stealing from a multi-billion-dollar company, why can't we just have everybody just start going to this grocery store and stealing stuff?
Well, because it's not allowed.
Okay, right?
However, you know what is allowed?
Because ultimately, the downstream effects of that is if everybody starts stealing stuff from the store, what happens?
Yeah.
Prices go up for everybody. Everybody suffers as a direct result of the people that are stealing, right? And just
So-
like that on Twitch, if you embed your stream or are talking, or even on Kick or on any streaming platform, right? In this case, it was Kick. Whatever. If you're embedding your stream, period, and you're stealing from a company, all that's going to do is have negative downstream effects for everyone else around you, just like stealing from the grocery store.
Yeah. So you're acting as if that I was not going to verify this with Kick. Because like I said,
know. Well, again, it was
is
just a clip.
value to them
It's
to
just a
have
clip,
people to want to
but it's
open
just
an
a dot.
expanded view of the tutorial
So-
to go to their website.
Yeah, so
It's a
again,
value to them.
it's just a dot on the graph, Choice. Okay, so like I look at that,
It's
and then I
really
look over,
not a dot on the graph at all.
and then I
dude.
look over at you live streaming alongside Jnny when you know that she's got bots in her fucking stream, and you're directly benefiting from it. Then you're talking about embedding your fucking Kick stream, and you're totally fine with her basically AFK drop streaming at the top of the fucking category. Like that was totally fucking legit, right? And you look at all of this bad behavior in a line, you're like, okay, well maybe he was viewbotting here. Because it is technically possible that you were, but it's also technically possible that you're not. So I tipped over the edge where I'm like, okay, well, fuck it. I think he probably was. That's
yeah. Is this you backpedaling from you saying that you think I'm a viewbotter, or
no, not currently. And I said it yesterday too. I said that I don't think
Yeah.
that Choice is currently viewbotting, although your engagement is admittedly low.
I'm
I
talking
don't
about
think that
in
it was
2019?
viewbotting.
Do you think that I viewbotted in 2019?
I do,
Okay.
but that's
All right.
my
Well,
opinion.
let's go through it.
To be clear,
I'm
that's
gonna
my
go.
opinion.
I'm gonna go through it.
Well, let
and
me
show you...
here. I'll present the evidence to the contrary. So just to be fair,
Here, let's see the evidence.
no, I'll
and then go
present
on
the
mine.
evidence to the contrary. One,
Yep.
Choice had just gained a tremendous amount of gear score through guild hopping with the like this is over the course of like with the sea monster hunting stuff, right? So like you had gained a bunch of gear
Legitimate
score.
money I worked for.
Okay, but you had gained a bunch of gear score there, so you went up in gear score, so you had high gear score, right? But we both know
Yes,
that
sir.
necessarily having high gear score doesn't necessarily correlate to a super strong Twitch. It does help, right? It does help you. You also
back then.
decided to start using a microphone, which helps the viewer experience significantly, right? You also had joined Black Rose, which was that in February? It was somewhere around there. You had just joined BR.
No, I joined
Right.
February. I joined Black Rose in, I believe, early January. I got headhunted.
Okay, but you didn't stream until February. So this is your first streams in Black Rose, right? So you also
Yep.
had the support of the guild Black Rose at the time, and then Sasha was rating you and stuff too. So again, I think all of this lends evidence to the fact that you might not have been viewbotting. Okay, I think that all of these are very solid points on the graph that you may not have been viewbotting. On the other side, the numbers look
really rough, right? So on the other side of things, the numbers look really rough through here. And then again, I was like, I was willing to give you the benefit of the doubts for all of the points that I just laid out for you right there. Until all of this behavior over the last like year or so has been happening. And then I'm like less and less certain that this is actually good, reasonable streamer behavior, right? So like I think it's totally reasonable. If a viewer wants to look at this and say, no, I don't think Choice was viewbotting, I think that's a very reasonable conclusion to come to based on all of the factors combined. But by that same token, I also think that if a viewer wanted to look at this and be like, yeah, this is obviously viewbotting, they could also come to that conclusion as well. I think there's sufficient evidence for both sides, and there's no way for us to 100% prove whether or not somebody was botting, or even currently is botting right now. If we could do that, we'd already know Jnny was botting. Right? Like, instead, we just spent like 2 hours arguing about it, right? So that's my piece on it.
Okay. Well, my explanation as to why I was not botting at this time is I was signal boosted heavily by that initial raid from Sasha. And I hit back-to-back pen dandelions, which is what you can see in the next stream. I hit pen B2B, pen dandies B2B. Which at the time was an insane accomplishment that was like ridiculous. People have talked about it for years and people still give me shit about it.
Right.
Not only this, this was also at the time in which I had just graduated university. I had graduated December of 2018, and I had literally nothing but time to grind and play the game. I was gaining gear at a massive rate. I was getting like a pen every other week, it felt like. I was constantly gaining gear score, and that is provable by looking at my gear score in the titles. 605, 606, 609, 613. This was unheard of progress at this time because I already was at the height of gear score. I went from 613 to 620 to 624.
Sea monster hunting's a hell of a drug.
630. This was during no sea monster hunting at all. Sea monster hunting had been dead. At the point that I was in Black Rose, they didn't do sea monster hunting.
No, once you had gotten into BR, that's true. You would have gotten paid. You were getting paid.
So
more.
I was. You can also see it through my title. Pen Nouver obtained, Pen Bags, Pen Ogre Ring, Pen Bassie. These are all insane milestone items within my first 2 or pretty much 3 months.
Let me ask
of
you
streaming.
something. Let me ask you something, Choice. There are plenty of streamers that are far more carried than this early on in their streaming career. They hit like fucking crazy insane shit, but they don't see even remotely the same growth that you saw basically fucking immediately and consistently. I think most small streamers would agree with me that they've hit really like lucky things on stream before, right? They've gotten raids from me, or which is like, 1,000 fucking viewers or whatever. And again, their viewership might be good for 1, maybe 2 streams, but ultimately it goes back down and they have to continue that grind. You don't just jump from fucking 7 or 8 average viewers every single fucking day to over 100 within the span of a week because you hit a couple enhancements. I can try to give you the benefit of the doubt on this, but that's just simply not how it works. And I use as evidence even current streamers. They hit stuff, they hit a spike in viewership for the stream that they hit the thing. Maybe they have a spike in viewership for the stream or 2 following, but after that, the hype dies away and people fucking leave. This is how small streamers work. So like the enhancing argument, I'm sorry, it just doesn't hold a whole lot of water for me.
Yeah, well, here's some more water to hold.
Okay.
There are lots of streamers in BDO that immediately start streaming and can start getting ridiculous numbers that people don't see after years. When Rujinx, a very popular wizard, ultimately starts streaming and playing AOS, his viewership goes up to nearly 100, over 100.
Yeah,
just
but he's
by
way better
AOS.
than you. It's not even close. At the time,
back then,
he's infinitely better than
Rose,
you at the game. Infinitely better than you. It's a completely different situation.
At the time, it is not a different situation.
He 10-0s
because
you.
At the time, Blue, that I was streaming in Black Rose, I was the rank 1 fragger. I got the most kills in Black Rose, and I was in the guild where the most popular shot caller was in the guild. So people would join my stream to watch me top frag and hear the most entertaining caller in the game.
Okay. And
so
there were, just to be clear, there were dozens of Black Rose streamers back in the day, but again, not all of them.
They weren't the top fragger.
They were close though, right? And
Nope.
you weren't the top fragger.
There was only
everywhere
one
either.
guy that was close.
You
to
were
me.
not the top
There was
fragger
like one
everywhere
guy.
either, right? But
there was one guy close to me.
Right?
I was gapping people.
Sure. Okay. I mean, like, if you want to say that you were gapping people, sure. And you were good. You're good choice. But you bring up Rujinx. The reason you're like, well, he had tremendous success immediately, and it was even more. That's because he's like a fucking. He's been building that reputation for years. If Rujinx hits the go live button, yeah, but he's been building that reputation for everybody knows who the fuck this guy is. This guy is a fucking legend.
Let me go even
he's like
further.
The best player to ever play BDO, aside from maybe Divios. Like, and even then, I think Divios would be like, "Damn, that kid's fucking good." Like, it's a gap.
So let's go back to another example of somebody that's not a good PvPer that gets good viewership.
Okay, me.
Are you familiar with Joe Bell?
Yeah, a little bit.
Joe Bell is a not PvPer, not very geared, not very anything. He's just a really likable guy that spends a lot of time in Twitch chats. I used to spend a ton of time in Twitch chats, in Verse Stream and Max Stream, and I was constantly a active chatter. Joe Bell doesn't even have a mic. His average viewership when he streamed with no mic and the times that he did was 70 to 100.
Okay,
immediately.
Didn't
just
Joe Bell have a
because he was
YouTube
known.
too?
He did not have a YouTube. Just because he was known as a Twitch chatter, that was enough for him to build up viewership almost immediately.
Because he's got raids, he's got raids, he's networked, right, etc. But again, Joe Bell didn't have a track record for streaming for months or years even at 5 or 6 average viewers consistently forever. He just hit go live and then suddenly had fucking 70.
I don't have a track record of that either.
I'm looking at it.
I streamed
here.
how many total streams can you count? I streamed like
dozens,
30
bro.
times over the course of 2 years.
I'm literally looking at this dozens.
30
this is like
times
literally
over
the
2
month
years.
before, right? This is December 2018. This
with
is just
no mic.
This is just less than 2 months before the jump to 115. You had 7 average fucking viewers, right? And yes,
but
no
you
mic.
also have to understand.
Sure, no
you
mic.
have to understand too that
I already said that though.
The no mic thing. That's not what I'm going to say.
Okay.
I was literally a nobody at the time that I was streaming this stuff. Like I was quite literally just a brand new Steam player in 2017 and into 2018. All I did was grind and try to get gear. So I hadn't built a level of popularity at all because I didn't hit the back-to-back dandies. I wasn't the top fragging Zerker in Black Rose. I wasn't in a guild with Big Sasha getting raids from Big Sasha.
How many raids?
The back-to-back dandy is fucking huge, dude.
Like how many raids?
Back-to-back dandy.
Like I don't see. I saw that one raid from Sasha there. How many times were you getting that? That's not a raid, right? But you still had 105. Sasha, you still had 105 viewers here. If I look at this one, this is 110 viewers.
Listen, Blue.
This is not a raid. There's no raid
people
here.
Blow
you got
up.
One raid.
Chat, or not chat. Blue. People blow up
from somebody with 200
because of
viewers.
Saying, are you listening to me?
Oh.
People blow up for saying Hawk Tua. So it is not unreasonable to me.
Well, that's completely different.
It is not unreasonable for me to be a top fragging Zerker in Black Rose and hit back-to-back dandies going viral amongst the community and being a good enough entertainer to keep a level of viewership. Is that so fucking unimaginable?
No, I didn't. I said these are all points in your favor. Right? But I also say that I can poke holes in it. Like the dandies didn't really matter too much. Yeah, they're a bump in the short term, but and then the Sasha raid, well, he only raided you like once a week, maybe, right? Like it's like, okay, well, that's not going to garner. Known. Yeah, that's not necessarily going to garner like an insane shit, right? I can't tell you how many times I've rated people for 1,000 viewers over and over and over again, and it just doesn't have. I mean, people know how many times does your favorite streamer get rated by another streamer, and it just doesn't seem to have an impact over the long term and how many fucking viewers that they have, right? So like again, so I'm writing off the Sasha thing partially right here. I'm writing off the enhancing thing partially here, but again, they are technically points on the graph that I gave you, right? Like I'm like, okay, and yeah, sure, right? And he's in the. I think the most important thing, in my opinion, was the microphone and being in the Major Siege Guild and performing well with Sasha shot calling. I think that those were the two big things that I think help you the most, right? But there's still the other points on the graph against this argument, right? And ultimately, it's up to the viewers to decide for themselves what the fuck was actually going on here. Personally, I think given all your current bad behavior, I look at this again and I'm like, doesn't look as good now. Doesn't look as good now. But you know, hey,
Well,
it's up to them
you're
to
entitled
decide.
to that opinion. But I do want to caution you, first of all.
Go ahead.
There are many times where you have said that I was viewbotting at this time, as a matter of fact. And I know that you have been recently very cautious about your tongue in saying that I believe or I allegedly and all of this other.
It is an
legal
opinion.
shit.
Ultimately, it is always an opinion.
It is ultimately your opinion.
Correct.
And I would like to keep that as such when you're talking
Fair
about
enough.
this.
I will make sure
because-
that I know that people know that it is an opinion. I've tried to be more careful
That's
about
great.
it. Okay. But
So,
like
know
I
that
try
it's
to,
your
even when I
opinion.
brought it up in the past, I tried to at least be reasonably careful, but I will try to be more careful to say, hey chat, I think that you should look at everything yourselves and decide for yourselves. I will be more careful going forward with it. I will present all of the, I'll try, if I bring it up, I will try to present all points on the graph to the best of my ability. Okay. I'm sorry if at any point you
not
felt that I
really-
was being disingenuous with how I was representing things. This is just how I see things from my perspective, and no matter what I say, ultimately, as I said at the start of our discussion, all of this is an opinion. Whether your opinion is that Jnny is not viewbotting, and my opinion is that Jnny is viewbotting, or that you're viewbotting, or that you aren't viewbotting, whatever, it's all an opinion. Ultimately, at the end of the day, none of this matters. Nobody gives a shit. It's an amazing day for the unemployed, and we're all gonna go back to what the fuck we were doing before. That's ultimately what's going to happen here. But it's up to the viewers to make up their mind for themselves, because neither of us can prove that Jnny is viewbotting or not viewbotting, and neither of us can prove that you were viewbotting or not viewbotting, right? But you can present all you can do is present the evidence.
I find that your argument that I'm viewbotting is so ridiculously weak that I'm so surprised that you even bring it up. Because
I don't know, man.
I have tried to be the best content creator that I could be. I stress a lot about being an entertaining person, and whether or not people like my stream or not, I do try to put in effort, and I put in a lot of effort back then.
I think you're a good content creator.
I used to write down lists of topics of things that I wanted to talk about for when chat was dead, and I would go into great detail and to make sure that I was constantly talking, even when I had lower viewership, even when I had this big spike from Sasha. I tried my best to retain those viewers in the most entertaining way possible. And you are trying to discredit a lot of really, really hard work that I put into both grinding for my gear, maintaining myself as a good PvPer, and trying to keep discussions and stressing about, can I pull off an hour of Histria, or do I need to go PvP?
Just like
I would
you
stress
are
about
trying,
even the things that I
just
would go
like
do.
you are trying to discredit hundreds of other content creators in the categories work when you go live and stream alongside your fucking viewbotting girlfriend at the top of the fucking category. You're willing to shove everybody else to the side so that you and her can be on top together, or that she can be on top, or whatever. You can push everybody else aside. You can write off all the hard work that they're doing, because they're all working really fucking hard. Why don't they deserve their time in the fucking sun?
Okay, so if we're going to continuously bring this up, why don't we talk about when you got a view botted for 56,968 viewers?
Yep, let's do it. Do you think that I did that? Do you think I did that myself?
I was there live when that was happening.
Do you think that I did that myself?
I do not.
Okay.
However,
so what is this from?
You deliberately went into the just chatting category because you knew you would be at the top of just chatting. And so you were okay with throwing everybody in the just chatting category under the bus. But now you're trying to virtue signal that if I do a co-stream with my girlfriend, that all of a sudden
here's what I said, because I
you're
don't
willing
think
to
you're going
throw
to
the
like
most
this very much.
important category.
I don't think you're going
in
to
all
like
of
this
Twitch.
very much. Here's the deal, buddy.
Let's hear it.
The reason that I went to so the exact moment that I was being viewbotted, your girlfriend had just hit go live on fucking Twitch. She had been live for less than 2 hours or so, and I was in her time slot when I'm not supposed to be. But out of fucking nowhere, I just go all the way the fuck up to 56,000 viewers. So to me, I was like, hey guys, I'm going to give the best BDO advertisement of all time. So I go to just chatting. All of the viewers immediately go away. And then I came back to hold on. When then I came back, hold on, dude, let me finish this. No, hold on.
You're
no,
trying to be the
just
hero.
hold
and you're like,
on,
I'm gonna
bro.
bring
Can I
everybody to
speak?
BDO, and I'm BDO
Brother,
savior.
I went to
and
Just
then now
Chatting
all of
to
it- so
prove.
you're justifying the exact same
nope,
fucking behavior
nope,
you're accusing me
nope,
of
nope,
in order to
nope,
try to
nope.
signal boost yourself.
Can I
and
finish?
Claim that it's
Can I
for
finish?
signal boosting
Nope.
the fucking BDO category.
Nope.
You're such a fucking
nope,
hypocrite.
Nope. The only reason that I
Fucking
went,
hypocritical,
the only
bro.
reason I went to Just Chatting is to prove that, again, the whoever is viewbotting me is pissed off that I'm streaming in the BDO category, because the moment I moved categories, all the viewers disappeared. Uh-oh. Then I came back.
That doesn't prove shit. You just
Yeah,
said
it
that you
does.
were trying to signal boost
And
BDO.
somebody
So
else,
what's
and to
the
be
story?
clear,
The
somebody
story's
else,
changing all of a sudden.
and to be clear, somebody else is clearly fucking viewbotting me. I can't fucking control this. All I can do is try my best to get the viewbots to go away. And in my mind, the best way to get the viewbots to go away is to change categories to see if my hater, who is very likely a BDO viewer, is if I change categories, then his hate viewbotting isn't working as well. And immediately I was correct. And the viewbots went back to normal, and and everything was fine. There it is. Okay? Like, again,
so
I can't control somebody
never
viewbotting
changed
me for
categories.
60K.
You said that you were going back into BDO.
Well, I was finishing
you
up my
literally
stream.
Stayed in
We
Just
talked
Chatting
about it.
the
We talked
entire
about it.
time.
Yeah. Well, again, because we went right back down again, and I was like, see, like again, like I was like, yeah. So now we're
You
back
did-
in Just Chatting, and I wrapped up the fucking stream after that.
Your
But you'll
story is
notice-
very inconsistent here. But
What do you
were
mean?
Willing,
I literally went
you
to
were
Just
willing-
Chatting. I really went to
understand that you
Just
went to Just
Chatting
Chatting.
to get rid of the viewbots
But-
because I knew that the viewbots would go away the moment that I changed
You
category.
didn't know at all that the
100%.
viewbots would go away.
Well, I mean,
You were
not
testing
100%,
to see
but I was
if it was gonna
testing
go
to
away.
see if the viewbots would go
So
away.
why were you
yes.
willing to
Because the
go
viewbots went
into
away.
the top of the Just Chatting category and risk the fact, like, so what if the viewbots didn't go away? Would you have continued your stream on and just be at the
I
top of the
probably
Just
would have
Chatting
just ended
category?
no, I probably would have just ended the fucking stream.
Oh, just a bunch of hypotheticals. I think that the
Well,
reason
you
you
love
went into
talking
Just
in
Chatting is
hypotheticals.
because you knew.
This is all hypotheticals,
Oh,
bro. What are we
you
doing?
are the one that talks in way more hypotheticals than me. I'm the only one that's ever showed any proof about anything.
What do you mean? This
With
entire
the sea
time has
monster
been you
hunting
trying to
and the amount of
avoid
money-
constantly. Like,
don't
the
avoid-
entire
bro.
Jnny argument was literally you just trying to dodge every fucking point
You
that I
dance
possibly made on
around
the
in
graph.
hypotheticals and graphs. I am dancing around literal screenshots and numbers
For
of how much money
your-
somebody is
for
making on their
your-
dashboard.
For
You are
no,
jumping
no,
around.
we never
through
saw how much
fucking
money
fairy
she's making
hoops,
on her
and I
on her
am
dashboard. We
quite
didn't see
literally-
that. That's a
I
trust
told you
me,
the
bro.
number.
Yeah, that's a trust me, bro. Yeah, like, and I'm trusting you, right? But at the same time, the number still doesn't add up. Even then, the number still doesn't fucking add up. So, like-
The numbers add up way more than you give her credit for. If she has illegitimate viewers, it is far less than what those numbers suggest. Simple.
Okay, let's see her dashboard for January.
Well,
The total dashboard.
do
I
not
want to
have
see
her-
subs too. Let's see.
well, the amount of subs is irrelevant because
You keep saying you
it's
have
all
all
about the
these.
ad
No,
revenue.
it is no. It is relevant because right now we're talking about it as she made $2,000 in January. But is it she made $2,000 in January, or did she make 2,000 plus another 500 from subs? See, it's relevant. See, because she said that she didn't go live and AFK drop stream because she was going to be making less than $2,000. And then she also said that most of her ad revenue was based on subs. Well, I want to see what her total revenue is, and I want to see what what the percentage was that she was getting from ads so that we can see exactly how much she was making in January. So if she was full of shit and she was just being greedy, we will see that. Alternatively, if she is botting, it should be pretty obvious. So just show the dashboard.
Well, I don't have her dashboard. It's her.
So you
dashboard.
don't have receipts.
And if she wants to,
so you don't have
I have
receipts.
I have the receipt of I have.
But
seen
you
her
said earlier,
dashboard
well,
in the
Blue, I have
past.
all these fucking receipts of all this shit. Where are the fucking receipts?
I have seen her dashboard in the past, and she is easily able to clear
Trust
the
me, bro.
3,000 to 4,000.
Yeah, but I'm
amount,
talking
I don't
about
have
that
screenshots
month.
of it.
Talking about that month. And to be clear, on a normal month, she should be making a lot more than that. We've established this with that many ads.
Well,
That being said, we'd love to see the dashboard.
we've still if she makes what she made, that is 3,000 to 4,000, which is what I have seen. In fact, I can almost remember the number. It was like $3,364 or something that she made in 1 month. And if we go back and to whatever that month was,
I just
think
want
it
to
was
be
like
clear about this
7
choice
months ago.
that when I
Yeah.
did not want to pull up all of this fucking shit that I was sent, when I didn't want to pull all that stuff up, I basically just conceded and said, you know what, Choice? I think that you're right.
Well,
I'm going to believe you,
She
right?
didn't
But
send me
now,
the dashboard.
but
So
now,
if I have
but,
to
but
concede
hold
it,
on.
then I have
But
to
now
concede
that the situation is fucking reversed, you refuse to give an inch, despite the fact that you won't show any of the fucking evidence here, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? You're fair. I guess in this instance, I'm gonna have to concede the fact that if I can't produce screenshots because she doesn't want to show a
your
dashboard
bullshit
or I don't
at the
have
start
it
of
or
this
whatever it
conversation
is.
about how I don't want to get in call with Blue because he never admits when he's wrong. The only person that actually admitted that he was wrong at all in this discussion is me, and I've done so
Did I
multiple
not just
times.
admit that I had to concede?
Concede what? Well, no, but you didn't actually concede a point. You weren't like, I'm wrong. You just said that, yeah, I'm not going to show the screenshot and I'm not going to change my view on things. That's different. I was like, you know what? Okay, you didn't RMTC monster hunting or whatever, and then granted, she should have had drops in her title, or she can have drops in her title because she had the normal drops. Those were the 2 points that I conceded that I can remember in the recent past. But again, you don't concede anything. But see, I am more than willing to approach things from a reasonable perspective and say, okay, yeah, I may have gotten hoodwinked on something, or maybe I was misled about something. Okay, sure. And apologize and say, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have fucking done that. That's my fucking bad. But again, you didn't want to say that when we were about to get it. You were using every excuse in the book. You were like, well, Blue never wants to admit when he's wrong. Blue never. I'm tired of getting told I don't admit when I'm wrong. I admitted when I was wrong with Cannon too. I'm totally willing to admit when I'm wrong. Sometimes I do fire off the cuff and I fuck shit up. I admit when I'm wrong. I apologize. I admit it frankly and I move forward. Okay, but you refuse to do this. No matter how many points I put on the graph to say that Jnny has bots in her chat, you refuse to admit that that is a reality. You just can't fucking do it. You even started to, you said, and then you went the other way with it. Again, you cannot admit that you're wrong because you're too close to the situation. You are way too fucking biased. And me, as a more third party, more, I'd say objective third party, but at this point, obviously I've been involved with this situation for a while. I look at this situation and I say to myself, okay, it looks to me like she's got a lot of view bots. If you want to make the case that you have never view botted, I think that you have a strong case for that. And I will make sure that in the future, I make sure that people understand both sides of that argument. I'm sorry if I ever misrepresented that. Okay? And again, that's me admitting, okay? I shouldn't in any way try to misrepresent stuff. Again, that's me just trying to be fucking reasonable. But again, you just won't admit any points on the graph. I disprove. You pivot. At every available opportunity in this argument, there's always some excuse. She doesn't have a YouTube. Oh, let's pivot away from that. She doesn't have the ad revenue. She'll pivot away from that. No,
I think I have.
You never conceded anything. You have not conceded a single word.
That's not true. I think that
okay, so is she view-botting or not?
I think that according to the numbers that I know, I think that there is only about 70% of her viewers accounted for, based on her analytics that I know of. Being so close to the situation, I think that's at least that. However, a lot of speculation, a lot of factors. So that's as much as I'm willing to concede. There's no way that she can make so much money on the platform when nobody's real. It's as simple as that. Twitch will not pay for bots.
Nobody's saying nobody's real. There's some real viewers there.
But you're saying 50 or 100 people or 150. She cannot produce this much money with 150 people.
Oh, yeah,
she cannot produce this much money with 300.
Oh, yeah,
she cannot produce this much money with 400.
Oh, yeah, she could.
It requires at least, I would say, 500 to be able to produce the level of money that she produces. Minimum.
Well,
that's all I'm going to say.
I guess we just don't know unless she produces the...
That's what I know. And
but
so
she won't do it,
you can argue that there are some, but you're trying to take away the fact that she has 50 out of 1,000 people that are real. Twitch does not pay that like that for 50 viewers. More of her viewers
she had 800
are paying her through ad revenue than they are not.
Well, I'm just looking at her overall chat engagement, right? I'm looking at her overall chat engagement and I'm like, okay, well, her chat engagement looks like it's about a 50 viewer streamer. Technically, it could be about 200 or less, somewhere in there, possibly, but no more than about 200 at maximum. I would say 50 because I'm more reasonable about it. But if you wanted to be like some crazy shit, maybe
I don't think the numbers line up at all.
200. But again, 200 viewers with nobody chatting for 5 minutes at a time is basically unheard of. You look at Rayrar's stream. Look at fucking Rayrar's stream. Ray's got fucking like crazy chat engagement.
Yeah, it's all. Everybody has different chat engagements. You've even called my chat dead before. Like it happens.
Your chat, yeah. I mean, your chat is slow.
It is.
At
But
the end of the day, Blue,
I think it's reasonably slow. There's difference. There's a massive difference.
At the end of the day, she couldn't sustain her life on 200 viewers at 8 minutes of ads. It doesn't exist. She gets more money than that. So you can make the argument that her chat is slow and therefore some of her viewers aren't real, but the money, leading it back to the money.
But we
tells
haven't
me,
seen the money.
if you want me to admit a point of what I know, because you're asking for my opinion, that she would have to at least maintain an average of over 500 viewers to produce the amount of money that she gets on a monthly basis from the website.
Not even remotely.
And we already know.
What?
We already know that Twitch does not pay for bots. So therefore,
This is like
that's
no,
that's the line I'm willing to draw. That's what I can admit. If I'm
we don't even
following
know
the
how
money,
many
that's
subs
where it
she's
leads
got.
me.
Is the better question. We don't even know how many subs she's got. We know it's
Well,
a low
the
number.
sub's
but
not
like,
the sub thing is not important because I'm
yes,
talking
it is,
strictly
it
of ad
adds
revenue.
to total revenue because it adds to total
No,
revenue.
I'm
and she
talking
said
only
that her,
ads.
well, she said her total revenue was below 2,000 for the month. So that total revenue absolutely matters because we need to subtract the sub revenue away so that we know exactly how much ad revenue she was making. It is absolutely relevant. Again, didn't you have a fucking degree in statistics? Don't you have to take away all of the other factors? You say, okay, let's subtract the sub revenue from her, as small as it might be. Subtract the sub revenue away so that you can see what the ad revenue actually is. It's pretty obvious.
I have always been speaking in terms of ad revenue. I've always excluded things like every other external factor other than ad revenue. I've only spoken in ads whenever I mention numbers.
Yeah, and that's another problem. As I'm saying, like that's yet another problem. Is that again? You refuse to concede literally any points, and this is why. It's extremely disingenuous.
I think I did concede a point there.
What was the point?
The point that I conceded is that I think that if you want to say that not all of her viewers are real,
if you want to say that,
think
no, that's not conceding a point.
Then I think that has merit, but I think that over 500 at least, based on analytics, has to be, or else it just doesn't make sense.
That's not conceding
so
a point.
We can
Choice.
go back and forth.
That's not conceding a fucking point. You're just saying that
well, what do you want me to say?
You're saying you could be right? Versus me saying...
I'm saying that you could be, but I'm saying that you are massively off by the degree. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. You're saying you could be, but I don't believe you.
But you're
That's
massively
not
off to the
conceding.
level of the degree.
That's not conceding. That's just saying, well, you think that you're right, and I think that I'm right, and we'll let the viewers make, which I think is fair. I think that's fine, but you're not conceding. Let's not pretend. Let's not fucking pretend that this is conceding. Me conceding was, okay, you're right. She having drops in her title was fair because she had the normal drops in the category. That's conceding. Okay. Conceding is also, you know what, Choice? You're right. I should not have insinuated that you RMT'd. I should not have done that. That is called a concession. I am sorry. That's a concession. At no point.
Well, that's because you're fully wrong.
You are also fully wrong. I
can't be fully wrong if the numbers tell me what they're telling me.
Dude. The amount of mental gymnastics here, bro. I just can't.
There's no mental gymnastics. Twitch doesn't pay for botted views. Simple.
I know that's
they have to be real.
That's the whole point. And again, you dismiss every other point on the graph. You concede she
because
has
every
less
other
follows.
point doesn't
you
matter.
Concede,
Twitch doesn't pay for botted views.
You concede that you concede that the follow count doesn't matter. You concede that first you said that Discord really mattered and blowing up in a Discord mattered. Then I immediately disproved that, and you were like, okay, well, that we're just that you still have not come out and said, okay, yeah, I shouldn't have used Discord. Discord's not a good metric. Like, you still won't fucking admit that you were wrong about the Discord thing. You talk about YouTube. She doesn't have a YouTube. You won't fucking admit that it's like, oh, well, she could still be popular in spite of not having a YouTube. There's always some fucking reason why you got to be right, or like, there's always some fucking reason. And this is the problem with fucking society that I hate so fucking much right now, is neither side can admit when they're fucking wrong about something. It's pathetic. Whether you're a fucking, and not to make this political, but whether you're a fucking Democrat or Republican, nobody can fucking admit when somebody's wrong. And this is exactly what is the same fucking shit. You just can't admit when you're fucking wrong. I'll admit when I'm fucking wrong, but nobody else. You don't want to fucking. You'll stand your ground on every single point that I make. Every single point that I put on the fucking ground, you'll say, "Oh, well, that doesn't matter. Oh, well, that doesn't matter. Let's pivot to something else. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Let's fixate on this other thing, right? And then this other thing that I can't pull up fucking evidence for. Oh, there's nothing I can do about that. Let's pivot to fucking again. Let's keep pivoting. I'm gonna break my fucking ankles. We're pivoting so much.
I mean,
Like,
all
this
of
is
your
ridiculous.
pivoting, and you do just as much pivoting and all of the speculation that you do, pointing on different points of the graph. As soon as there's something that doesn't align with your argument and aligns with yours, you try to find a counterpoint. That's
Yes,
exactly
because
how a debate
that's how
works.
it works. You go,
That's
okay,
how a fucking
that,
debate works.
that
So you're
line
telling
on
me
the
that I'm
graph
pivoting.
doesn't.
That's my job is
Bro,
to pivot my points.
that-
Your job is to pivot your points.
But you're
Obviously,
never
we can't come to an
conceding.
understanding.
I'm willing to look at my points and be like, okay, I'm willing to look at your points and be like, okay, well, there's counterpoints here, and I present the counterpoints, and then you just fucking move on. You pivot to the discussion to something else. But when you present something that I see that I'm like, you know what? He's got a point there. I'm willing to admit when I'm wrong here. Do you see the fucking difference? No matter fucking what happens, no matter how definitive, I'm like, yeah, this is an excellent point on the graph. You will not admit that there, for any reason, she could be botting viewers. Or that she is being botted, or that she is consensual in botting the majority of her fucking viewership. You just won't do it. You can't fucking do it. You're not capable. You're too close.
I'm pretty sure that I just did it by saying 500 or more of her viewers are accounted for, which is less than her average. Does that make you happy? Like, I've been saying that. How have I not said that?
Nope. Okay,
Based
so
on
what
her
percentage?
based on
so
her
you think that
earnings.
70% of her viewers are real?
Based upon her earnings, that is what the Twitch numbers tell me. And
we can't see her earnings, of course. We can't see those. But let's say
so why would I what if Blue, let me be so fucking real, bro. If I knew that she was viewbotting and that she was illegitimate and that she wasn't making this money, why would I be building a life with her?
Well, because you're hopelessly, bro. Do you really want to get into this into the weeds right now?
I
think that
hear
if you found out absolutely that she was unequivocally viewbotting, I think you would still be dating her. I think that you would absolutely still be dating her if you found out beyond a reasonable doubt, like proof, like
so
fucking
you think that I'm
proof,
that incredibly down bad?
She's living with you, brother. You don't just tell somebody to fucking move out. Okay? I absolutely do think, yes, 100% she would still be living with you. You would still be in way too fucking deep. Absolutely.
You think that she is living with me and I am paying for literally everything? She's buying groceries. She's paying for stuff. She's offering. She bought sushi. Like these are.
I didn't
things
say that. So you're trying to put
in
words in my mouth. Do you see you pivoting right now?
Relatively.
We're pivoting again, and you're trying to put words in my mouth.
You are acting like I am some desperate dude that is only there to try to please this woman because I can't get another woman.
Well, that's not. I didn't say
Like,
because you can't get another woman. I think you could do much better.
Okay, well, the point is that when you love somebody and you're with somebody and they're telling you that it is something that they are not personally doing and their Twitch dashboard accounts for an average of 500 viewers, that's enough for me to be like, hey, listen, if it's happening to a smaller degree than you think it is.
Her
and
Twitch
if it's not...
Is her Twitch dashboard is for an average of 500 is giving you, quote, revenue for an average of 500 viewers, except that none of it is subscribers. It's all fucking, you're saying it's basically all ads. Okay, so no
an average
fucking
of 500 is what I think.
And she's getting an average of 500, right? But she's peaking out at 1,300 fucking viewers here. And she's got an average.
A peak, though.
Yeah, and she's averaging over 800.
Okay, so yeah, I'm admitting that I think that there are gaps in what her ad revenue should be and what it could be.
All right, now hang on.
However,
now we're getting somewhere. Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
We've been here. We've been at this point, Blue.
Right here.
I'm saying
so you
we've
think
already been here.
There are bots in her stream then? Yes?
I think that
a lot of bots in her stream.
I think that
a lot.
Part of the viewership is unaccounted for, and therefore, if it's happening, I do not think that it is because of her.
If it is happening or it is happening.
And I do not.
So you see how you're dodging it. You said the semantics matter. You're dodging it. If it's happening or it is happening.
You're talking in so much absolutes here because there's so many fucking factors that lead into how much Twitch will pay for ads. Like you want me to just throw her under the bus. I'm never going to do it. If that's what you want me to do is to throw her under the bus, it's not going to happen because there is not enough evidence given what she has told me, what her analytics tell me in terms of her dashboard and ad revenue, and what her average viewership trend lines look like when she is in and out of the BDO category. So if you want me to admit something, I'll tell you that you are giving her far too little credit of how many of the viewers are actually legitimate and it could be all of them.
Oh,
I
so
don't
you
know,
think that
and
it
you
could
want me to
be that
talk in
she's not
absolutes.
viewbotting at all?
You want me to talk in absolutes, but I can't talk in absolutes.
I'm not trying to tell you to talk in absolutes, brother. I asked for a percentage. I'm saying, will you admit that she has like hundreds of bots in her stream on a regular basis?
No.
There it is.
I won't
There it is.
because
There it is.
70% of the money, it can be traced back. At least. And because there's a billion other factors, I can't possibly say yes. The money is the most important thing.
There it is. Sure.
Another factor as to why I won't say that.
You'll never admit anything.
The other reason I won't say that,
that's
Blue,
the point I'm getting to, is that you projected your own insecurities onto me before we got into this call, because you were the one.
Oh,
that said,
you are the
well, I know.
master of
Nope,
insecurity
nope.
projections,
You were
my
the
guy.
one
You were
that tried to
projecting
get
that
into
the
this
only
call,
reason I
and
duo
you
stream
said
with
that
her
Blue
is
can't
because
admit
of
that
some
he's wrong.
insidious reason.
Blue can't admit that he's wrong. Blue constantly gets entrenched. Bobbity blah. I can't fight it, and that's you. That's you every time. That's been you this entire time. This entire time, you can't admit that you're wrong. No matter how many points I put on the graph, no matter how much evidence I try to submit, you will not even give an inch. You still, to this day, you say, I'm not going to say that. I said, do you admit that there's hundreds of bots in her stream? Which, like you were alluding to before when you said 70% of her viewers are legitimate, that would mean that hundreds of her stream are bots, hundreds of bots. I was trying to be generous with you, and you still won't just come out and say that. You know why? Because you can't admit when you're wrong, because you're way too entrenched on your scenario. And as much as you like to paint Blue as the big bad meanie who's always got to bring up all of the bad, oh, it's Blue that starts all the fucking drama. It's Blue that constantly, all he does is he gets his content from farming drama, yada, yada. If you ever think to yourself for a moment that maybe I'm not the one starting it, maybe you going live and exploiting special drops in the category by streaming with your girlfriend, or your girlfriend AFK drop streaming at the top of the category, or your girlfriend clearly viewbotting for months may, I don't know, have pushed me towards maybe saying something about it. Like, again, like you constantly try to make me look like I'm the aggressor on everything. The reality is you guys start all of this shit. What you guys want in a perfect world is, and Ellie said the same thing when I called her out on the Viewbots in her stream. Why can't you guys just stay in your own lane? I never do anything to you guys. Yeah, if I was a viewbotter, I would want everybody to stay in their lane too, because I wouldn't want anyone to call me out for fucking viewbotting. That's what I would want. I don't know about
so basically, you
but like
don't
that's
want
what
me
I
to ever
fucking
do
want.
A co-stream with
right?
her.
What?
That's what you want, is just me to never do a co-stream with her.
Well, I think that if you're being okay, well, think about it ethically. Would you allow yourself to be viewbotted to the top of the category? Are you okay with viewbotting? Because you can already reach the top of the category on your own, right? But like,
exactly.
Are you
so
okay
what is the
with?
point of me going with? I would have been the
Because
top
it
of that
boosts
special
you
drop
overall.
category without her.
Yeah, but it also
So what
boosts
is the
you
point?
overall on overall Twitch, which means that you can pull down. If you hit over 2,000 average viewers, you absolutely can pull down follows from outside the BDO category, because people.
It doesn't show you
100%.
as getting the average of 2,000 viewers by taking her 1,000 and adding it to my 1,000. That's not how that works.
But even still, people can still see your average viewership, right? And they click on it, right?
Okay.
But like, also,
The thing that makes no fucking sense in your argument, Blue. If we go back to this exact whole thing here, you can see that my average viewership throughout this tournament was 2,600, which would you say is high enough to be the #1 streamer in the category at that time?
Say that again.
During
I'm
this
sorry,
tournament.
I got distracted.
So during this tournament, I had 2,600, 2,400 viewers.
Okay.
Is this the highest in the category during the tournament?
Well, you had 2.4K viewers with Jnny's viewers added to yours.
That was around the very beginning. We ended up going up to 4,000 at some point, which I think was
Interesting.
right here. We ended up going to 4,000 as a collective, which is right here. So it only adds together my viewership and hers, and that's what produces the 4,000 number. However, you are saying
As
that
a viewer on Twitch, I never saw the
Yep.
two of you combined together get over 2,700 or so.
well,
I don't know
then
where you're
you
pulling this
were
4K
looking-
figure from. Even on your graph right there, it only hits 2,700.
Yeah, because you have to add in her 1,300 to my 2,700.
Well, that's
and a
2,700
4,000.
including your. That's 2,700. That's your viewership plus her viewership.
No, this is all my viewership. This is all mine. This does not include her viewership whatsoever. This number does not include both. It is just mine solely. And so if we look at your graph that you're so upset that we're in the number 1 and 2 spot in the category, if we go back and look at this screenshot, she had 1,100 during her stream. We have established. If we go back to... If we go back to her stream, you can see that she had an average of 1,100, 1,200, which means that she would be in the number 2 slot. So her average viewers is not 2,700, right?
Sure.
So this is her viewers.
On the Twitch tracker.
This is my viewers.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. So if we then pull up this screenshot here, her and I are in spot number 1 and 2. If we're to look at these numbers
at 2.4K, yeah.
But this is early on in the tournament. This is before, like this is at the very, very beginning of the tournament.
Okay.
If we then go ahead and look at the average viewership of Zethian, and we go back to that exact same spot.
Do you think it's fair to say that Zethian would have had more viewers if Jnny wasn't above him in the category? Curious. Will you concede that point? There it is. You won't concede that being higher up in the category would have helped Zethian's viewership at all. Being a slot higher in the category would not have helped Zethian at all.
She would not be a slot higher in the category. This is the exact point I'm making.
He would be.
He got an average viewership of 1,100. So if we can just ignore the fact that we were duo streaming all together and we just look at only just this screenshot, I would be here at 2.7. She would be here at 1.15. And Zethian would be here at about 1,000.
No.
The position is precisely the same.
Nope, that's not how this works. See, because when you use the stream
that's
together,
exactly how that
when
works.
you use the stream together function, chatters will bounce back and forth between not only is your chat combined, but chatters will bounce back and forth. And you could argue that because Jnny is above you in the category, more people are clicking on her stream, so she has an abnormal amount more discovery at the same period of time. So like she's
if
the
anything,
top
yeah, it's a
streamer
bad thing for me that we duo streamed. Sure, it's a bad
she's the
thing that
top
we duo
streamer
streamed.
in the category, so she has probably 300 or so more viewers, at least more than she probably should if she was not co-streaming with you. Because again, she doesn't have the special drops. You would have gone right by her, right? And then when people realized she didn't have the special drops, Zethian would have gone by her too. Absolutely,
the difference,
100% he would have.
The thing is
absolutely
that
he would.
The difference,
assuming
in how,
she's not, of course, botting.
I know that you're gonna try to blow this out of proportion, but with what I say, but I think that Twitch chat is gonna understand this a lot more than you. If we were to undo our combined viewership, what it would look like is me, her, Zethian. You can make the argument that the only reason she maintained her viewership is due to the fact that she was at the top. So let's go ahead and say that it would be me, Zethian, and her. I personally do not think
Fuck
that
Zethian then.
rotating this little cards around is not so detrimental to the degree that you should feel the need to point out to me that I should not do a stream with my girlfriend. Like at the end of the day, what I think would have happened if we go back in time is
fucking biased
me, her,
statement.
Zethian.
Holy shit. I don't think that you should call out my bad behavior with my girlfriend because it makes me look potentially bad. Well, Choice, I understand that, yep, it makes you look bad.
I'm trying to argue that it's really not as bad a behavior as you think it is, because she would have been in the second slot.
If you
without us combined, she would have been in the second slot.
No, she would not have, because she didn't have the special drops. You could argue that she potentially would have been in the third slot.
But then you're arguing that her viewership is fake anyway. So if her viewership is fake, wouldn't she be at that 1,200 anyway? Because none of it's real?
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily.
Well, now are the viewers real or not?
Well, they're not. They're not.
So they're not. So
but it's
it
entirely
doesn't matter what
she
the
can
fuck's
just
happening in the
toggle it,
category.
bro, or that somebody else can just
If nothing
toggle
matters
it up and
about
down.
what's happening, she has 1,200 because you claim that they're all bots. So why would it
Not
matter
every one of
whether
them,
she
but
was
most
streaming
of
a
them.
tournament or not?
Yep.
Wouldn't it always be 1,200?
So, and your argument, again, your argument here is that fuck Zethian, I should be able to do this.
That's not my argument.
Well, the only person it fucks over by your argument is Zethian.
The person it fucks over is me, because instead of me being here, I was
No,
here.
because you still have a combined chat with her. You still got you're still profiting off this, absolutely. Because it says it's
I
streaming
would have
with.
profited the exact same amount whether I was streaming with her or not. In fact, I might have done better because she
You could have
probably
done better,
took
yeah.
some viewers that to watch
So
the
now
tournament
she
thinking
could
that,
have
oh,
taken.
maybe she,
So she probably
Yeah, she
took
could
some
have.
viewers,
So
yeah,
if
and
there's
so that
anybody that is
contributed
being
to her
fucked over by
having more
this-
viewers than she should have if you had
No,
not
no,
been
no, no,
fucking
no, no, no,
live
no.
with her.
Okay.
So again,
by
hold on, here
very
comes the
small
pivot.
degree.
Here
By a
comes the
very
fucking
small
pivot.
degree. We are talking about such a small degree here because you can see that her average viewership really was rather unwavering.
Okay.
You can see right here that she had 1,200.
And by the
ads
way,
played,
I just want to point out,
whatever,
Choice,
I don't know what the fuck
that this is
but
just
then-
one day. And the reason why we're focusing on this one day, because see, she viewbots every day. The reason why we're focused on this one day is because you are, people generally like you, and they don't want to believe that you necessarily would do this to everybody else. That you would fuck over
What-
everybody else.
the
But then
only
in front of
person I have just
everybody,
shown
you,
you,
just fucked
The
over.
only person it's doing it to is me. I am
No,
the only
Zethian-
one that
we
is
already
a victim
established that
of duo
Zethian
streaming with her.
absolutely would have been a victim of this. 100%.
I did not establish that because no.
Yeah.
Like,
Because
we-
she would have lost viewers. You know this. She didn't have special drops. If she wasn't streaming with you, she would have lost some viewers, assuming they're not bots, of course. Unless
Not
we just wanna go ahead and
necessarily.
admit that the rest, right? Like,
I mean,
she would have lost some
if you
viewers,
think that
and
she, if
Zethian
you
would
think
have
that they're all
catapulted
bots, she wouldn't have lost viewers.
The
So
fact
are they
that she
bots or
was
they not bots?
catapulting, the fact that she was catapulting viewership is a direct result of you using the stream together function with her, which means that she is starting to get some real viewership in her stream because her chat
Yeah.
is now moving because she's to combine chat with you now because she's got her
Look at
combined
this
viewership and combined
fucking
chat with you.
catapult, dude. She went from 1,200 to 1,191. What a massive
No.
fucking
What's
catapult
before that?
was.
What was just before that? Hold on. What was it before? Well, little to the left. Little bit
left?
more. Little bit to the left. Nope, that's
Yeah.
right. There it is. Okay, so 950.
So she was at 965,
Okay, so
40
she's at
minutes before the
965.
tournament started.
And you
40
and a
minutes before the
fair
tournament
argument
started.
is that when people realize that they can't get special drops in her stream, at least a few of them would have gone to another stream. You could also
The
argue that those
announcements
people
never
would
happened
have gone.
until right here.
Holy shit!
They started at 8
Again,
p.m.
you just
or
won't.
at
You won't,
the
you
8 hour
won't
mark.
concede anything. You won't concede
Blue,
anything.
there was
And
no
this is just
in-game
one
announcements
day.
done.
This
right
is just
here.
one fucking day.
The
You won't
in-game
even
announcements
concede that you
happened right
benefited.
here, actually.
You won't even concede that she or you
They-
benefited from sitting at the top of the category with, again, when she didn't have special drops and you did have special drops. You just don't give a fuck. You just don't
This
give
right
a shit.
here is 2 p.m. At 2 p.m., this is when the announcements went out. And we can track that
but
based
you-
on Zethian's stream.
But she
So
used
let's
the
go
stream
back to
together function
2
with you
p.m.
slightly
Here's-
before that, yeah?
Zethian was at 600 viewers.
Oh, look at that.
This
There's a
shout
bump.
out went out, and look at he rose.
Look at that. There's a
Okay,
bump. That's
so,
crazy. Holy
yeah, it looks
shit.
like what
And look
matters
at
is the
that.
in-game
He got
shout-out.
all the way to 1,000 viewers. And if Jnny had stayed down at 950, Zethian would have passed her. 100%.
She hit 1,200 before the shout out ever happened. This is 40 minutes before the shout out. At the shout out, she was sitting right here, which was at 1182. This is at the time of the shout out. She was higher than him at the time of the shout out.
Because people are going to come
If
in and check to
anything-
see if she's got the fucking special drops.
If anything,
so
10
Choice,
minutes later,
I want you to say
people-
this. I want you to just say this.
Yeah.
Do you think that either of you benefited from using the stream together function on Twitch during the tournament?
I think that the benefit that I received from using the stream together function
No,
was
no.
the fact that I
Both of you.
started my stream.
Either of you. Do you think that either
Okay.
of you was benefiting from the stream together function?
I think the benefit that she received, so yes, I think the benefit that she received
Okay.
is that she has a more active chat due to the combination of chat with mine. That is her main
Sure.
benefit, I think.
Yep. And it puts her in the top slot again, which with a more active chat is relevant because then people stay in her stream. Actual people stay in her fucking stream
So-
mode because it put her over
Yep.
the top of Zethian.
And then in terms of
100%.
my benefit to this is that I started
So you did
streaming,
benefit, but hold on.
she
did benefit.
I
though.
started
She benefited.
she benefited from the active chat. Not
Okay.
because she was
And
in a
no,
position,
but she
like
also
a higher
benefited
position
from the
in category.
viewership too, right? Well, look how many follows she
Well,
was
no,
getting.
because her viewership
Is that
didn't change.
hers? Look how many follows she's
Her
getting.
viewership didn't
That's
change.
dramatically higher than her normal follows. Look at that. Look at the difference
Well,
in follows. Look how fucking different it is. How many
Yeah, well,
follows
you
she's
could
getting?
also-
That should tell you
would you
right
also
there
like to
that
claim
she's
that
getting
Zethian
viewers
too?
directly
The
based on
tournament started, and Zethian
yes,
started getting
because
more
Zethian
followers too.
has the special drops, dude. Yeah,
No, because-
Zethian got more followers
okay,
too.
Yes. He gets more followers because he has the in-game shout out, yes, but people are generally watching streams more when there's something going on, and people are like, oh, there's something going on in the category, let me check out the category. So it's not unreasonable to think that she would get more followers during a tournament, whether she had the drops or not.
All right.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is that she was already above Zethian's peak when the tournament started. So if we were to reverse time, it would be me, her, Zethian. Nobody lost in this scenario. I lost because I'm not here and she is.
Zethian lost too.
She benefited from the fact that she had a more active chat.
Okay.
I benefit from the fact that I started my stream
So
rather
I just want
late
to point
and
out,
my
you still
ramping
will not
was slow.
concede. You still just
Or was
will
it-
not concede. You still, but let me
Because
okay. Let
your
me ask you
point makes
something
no
else.
sense.
You said earlier that 300 or so of her viewers might not be legitimate. Do you think that she benefits from that on a regular basis?
Yes, if somebody was
Oh,
viewbotting
so
for
she-
300 viewers, that would benefit them for sure because they
Okay.
would end up slightly
Okay.
higher in the category.
Okay, so she's viewbotting for so and this is the low estimate that she's viewbotting for 300 viewers. Okay, that's the low estimate. That's you and the biased saying that at minimum it's probably about 300. I would argue that
Her
it's
analytics
probably
account
more
for
than
an
that.
average of 500 viewers. Simple.
I would argue that it's more than that, but let's say it's 300. But you just admitted that your girlfriend is the viewbotted for an extra 300 viewers over the top of what she should, and she does that every day. Do you think that's fair to the other streamers?
Well, you're also saying that she is doing it. You have gotten viewbotted on your stream, you've said before.
Once.
And you said
This is
you are not
way
doing
different. You're seriously going to compare the two?
Okay,
This
hold
is
on.
like saying
What
people
I'm-
are getting gunned down in
what
the
I am-
street for
what I am
protesting.
getting at
like
here,
versus
Blue, is that
Iran. Like in the
You
United
can have
States
something
against
happening
Iran.
to your stream that is out of your control. If someone decided to start viewbotting you for 1,000 viewers a stream, you could never do a single thing about it ever. Someone could start viewbotting your stream right now for 1,000 extra viewers.
But here's the deal.
What could you do?
I could be like, guys, I don't like it's there's nothing I can do. They're just they're actively viewbotting me. I'll put in a report to Twitch, admit it frankly, and admit what the fuck is going on, and then try to go to other categories or try to try to negotiate with it. There's absolutely stuff that you can do. 100% there's stuff that you can do.
So
But she doesn't do
she
any
has-
of this shit.
But she does do things like this. She has sent a Twitch support before. when
Only
she's gotten
after the
follow botted.
podcast with Ziridan
No,
and
no.
Lunar and myself.
Before you ever existed, before you were ever in the picture, she had gotten follow botted in the past, and she had mentioned she had
follow
sent
botted.
messages to Twitch
Oh,
and said, "Hey,
follow
listen,
botted.
this is something that's happening that I don't understand, and I wanted to check it out." So, what would you like for her to do, Blue? Do you want
Well,
her
let's
to
ask
submit a
somebody
ticket
that it's
to?
actually happened to long term. Fortunately, I have somebody just like this in my chat right now.
So, but here's
Hold
what I
on,
want to
well,
ask.
hold
though,
on.
Blue. Do you want her to send in a ticket and asking if Twitch can do anything about something?
Yeah. So Grimkill went through this same thing where somebody was viewbotting him for like, I don't know, 50-ish viewers or so for a long time. And he did any number of things to try to stop this from happening. He even talked about it on his stream. He was like, yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I know that the stream is botted. I'm really sorry. He put in support tickets, like relentless amounts of support tickets. He absolutely tried. He absolutely tried to do everything he could. But the difference here is that you both are doubling, tripling, quadrupling, pentupling down on she's not doing anything wrong. She's not fucking viewbotting. She's not viewbotting. There are no bots. She's not viewbotting. Okay? Like it's a night and day fucking difference between saying that, okay, yeah, it is. It happened to me. It's happening to me. I'm sorry, guys. I put in a support ticket with Twitch. Here's this, and just admitting it when people come in and be like, hey, is this stream botted? Yeah, it's not me. I don't know what's going on. Instead, if somebody comes in and asks Jnny, is this stream botted? She just bans them. It's a massively fucking different. If her stance on the entire matter was, yeah, I'm being viewbotted and there's nothing I can do about it, and this was how she handled it, she would be a lot more, like people would be a lot more reasonable with her in the public eye. But because she double, triple, quadruple, I can't do anything wrong, I can't be held accountable, I'm not botted, I'm not viewbotting, blah, 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 and she constantly just tries to shut down the fact that any conversation on the matter, then yeah, people are going to get really mad. And yes, it lends to the hatred that she receives over the internet. Rightfully so in a lot of cases, because when you fuck around, you end up finding out in a lot of cases. I know in Europe, it might be a little bit different, but here on the NA server, it's kind of a fuck around, find out situation. And if this is how you want to fucking handle things, well, people are going to get fucking mad about it. You make public videos, you make public streams, you get public announcements. Twitch told me to ignore it, which is crazy. I talked to them every day and eventually quit streaming for it for over a month. Now, I'm not asking her to quit streaming necessarily, but if she approached it with a reasonable mind and she was like, yes, I understand that the stream is botted. It's not me. I'm sorry, guys. And she was putting in Twitch and stuff, like Twitch tickets and stuff. I think that absolutely people would be much more kind about this. And I probably wouldn't be going on nearly as much on her because at least she admits it. Right? But again, there's no admission. Even you, for the last, how many hours have we been here? Like 6 fucking hours. We've just been sitting here and I'm just berating you with point after point after point, and it's pivot after pivot after pivot to try to get away from it, to try to avoid taking any fucking accountability for any of your fucking actions. Okay? Like all I'm asking you to admit is that this behavior right here, where you're streaming together with your girlfriend, directly hurts other streamers of the category, even if it's just Zethian.
Absolutely
even if it's
false.
just Zethian. Even if it's just Zethian. And if there's even a percent chance that you could hurt the other, and there's also, I'm asking you to admit that her being viewbotted on a regular basis, which we still just refuse to admit to, directly hurts every other fucking streamer in the category. Everyone else directly is hurt because she is viewbotting. Just like this fucking retard right here. This fucking guy is hurting Rayrar 100%. This guy is full of shit. Ray is a legitimate fucking streamer and deserves publicity. This guy is a piece of fucking colossal pig shit. Okay? It's the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking thing. Every single fucking day she does this, and you expect no one to say anything. No one should call anything out, because when anybody does, it's toxic, or oh, they're just reaching, or they're just jealous, or whatever fucking other excuses that you want to make, because that's what people who can't take accountability for their actions do. They just constantly dodge. That's why pirate software dodge, dip, duck, dive, and dodge again to try to avoid any accountability for doing fucking anything wrong with anything that he does.
At the end of the day, I have already shown you the analytics between her, me, and Zethian on this day. Ultimately,
Zethian would have been over the top of her 100%. He would have gotten more viewers because she wasn't streaming together with you. And so he would have gotten more viewers. She would have gotten less viewers because she wasn't streaming together with you, and she didn't have it as active a chat, and she didn't have the drops. So it would have been proportional. He absolutely would have gotten over the top of her. 100%. Absolutely.
Well, if he would have gotten over the top of her, then
again, if he would,
it's a difference of me being first, him being second, and her being third. Is this a grandiose difference where I should be robbed of the opportunity to co-stream something with someone? Like, I want to co-stream with my girlfriend, and if in this hypothetical, which is very hypothetical, in this hypothetical that ultimately shows numerically that the only person I hurt was me, because I would have been here and she would have been here. In this hypothetical, I'm the only person that actually got hurt by co-streaming with her.
You're not, though. I just showed you that Zethian got hurt. I just fucking showed you that.
You didn't. You hypothetically said that he got hurt.
Well,
but the
we'll
numbers
never know
tell
because
us.
You did it.
Yeah, well, once again, we're speaking in these hypotheticals. If we look at fact, his peak viewership did not surpass her peak viewership. He would have not been above her in what we can see. Simple. So the only person that got hurt in this scenario was me not being 1 and her being 2. I'm the one self-inflicted hurt. And I don't care.
No, so you won't even concede that Zethian took a hit on your behalf. You just won't concede that. Okay? And you also won't concede that no one else in the category, she regularly is viewbotted for is viewbotting for hundreds of fucking viewers. You also won't concede that all of those streamers that she sits over the top of unjustly, those streamers are also hurt. You won't concede on that either. Because all of those people
She has enough earned money to tell me that the majority of her viewers are real, and when she tells me she doesn't do it, I'm prone to believe her because of that. Simple.
But you won't show us any of that.
Well, it's not like I have the screenshots on deck, my guy. Like, these are her analytics. I don't have screenshots of her analytics. And I'm pretty sure showing the analytics of another streamer on your own stream is actually against TOS.
I don't know. We talk about people talk about people's analytics all the time through Twitch Tracker and whatnot. Like,
Yeah,
bro,
you can
people,
talk about it, but like
streamers
showing
talk
somebody's
about
dashboard.
no.
I
Somebody
don't know, but
people
anyway.
talk about streamers put their
The point is I don't
dashboards up
have
all the
it.
time, and other streamers react to it.
Okay, well, the point is I don't have it. And from what I've seen, enough of it's real to where I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. If all of her viewers were fake, there's about a 0% chance that she could maintain herself as a full-time streamer. And you just got to
Well, she's
follow the
living
money.
with you. Well, in fairness, she is living with you. So she absolutely could maintain herself because, I mean, you would just pay for it anyway. But so that's kind of just, you just don't, let's not even do that. And again, my advice on all of this, by the way, is if she can't sustain herself as a full-time streamer, instead of, I don't know, AFK drop streaming and fucking literally everybody else over, or viewbotting for 300 to 500
Yeah,
or
you're
800
chastising
viewers.
her over this
Well, hold
thing
on.
that happened
Even-
for
even-
3 days, 2 years ago. Like
2 years ago. No, this was last year,
a
brother.
year and a half.
Not
a
year and a half
ago.
A little over a year ago.
A year and 3 months
well-
ago, whatever. You're
well, hold on,
chastising
but
her
she's-
for a 3-day thing
because she's
that
still
she already
viewbotting.
apologized for, and she's
When
not
did she-
doing the AFK streaming.
What? Oh, she apologized for it. So it's okay. Well, guys. So okay, sure. So if she apologized for it, I didn't see a fucking apology. That being said, okay, sure. If she apologized for it, she then ended up
She
trying to
admitted
get.
it was wrong at least. I don't know if she apologized. but
Okay,
she
so
said that
she's
not gonna be
admitted that
AFK
it's
streaming
wrong.
anymore.
I don't know where that was. I didn't see that. Where the fuck did she admit
Well,
that
it's
that was
just
wrong?
in her VOD.
Also,
it's not like she's posting a
she's
fucking
actively
Twitter post.
viewbotting hundreds of fucking viewers, right? And this is supposed to be okay, and everyone's supposed to be okay with this. This is totally fine, and you can't call this out because you can't
Listen, Blue.
technically prove that she's fucking viewbotting, right? Like that's your argument.
And neither can you. And why would I throw my girlfriend under the bus with you can't prove it and I can't prove it?
Well, I said that.
And
at
I
the
have more
beginning of this fucking
information
argument.
to say that
No, you're
Anyway.
way too close to the situation.
what
You
I-
already said it yourself. You literally won't
What
even
I-
fucking. You have
I'm
all this
so
extra
close to the
information, but you
situation that I
won't
have more
actually share any.
information.
You're so close to the situation, you won't share any information. That's fucking crazy. You won't share any of the receipts
Well.
that could immediately disprove any of this fucking shit.
they're not my receipts to show. All I can say is all I can speak is what I know and my truth of what I know.
Speak your truth.
Whether or
queen.
not she
Speak your truth, queen.
Yeah. So anyway, the fact is that I am not going to apologize for wanting to duo stream a special event with my girlfriend. And there is going to be another scenario where we want to watch another tournament or we want to do something together and we are going to stream it at the same time because we want to watch it together.
Mhm.
And
Do you think that
Ultimately-
streaming together with somebody that is
ultimately-
viewbotting is effectively viewbotting yourself?
I think that the stream together feature in general, well, I mean, kind of, yeah. Like if somebody, if you are
Okay, so you viewbotted on
in
over
a
the
way,
weekend.
yeah, definitely.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
like,
you viewbotted
it-
over the
it-
weekend.
Well,
Okay. Well,
we
I'm glad
haven't.
can Okay.
Nothing changed other than me hurting
All right.
myself by being one slot less.
Well,
That's it.
no, you definitely hurt yourself, but now you're hurting yourself even more because as we're finding out, not all publicity is good publicity. I
Well,
don't-
all publicity is good publicity.
No, it's
if
not.
you can spin that and show your character.
And,
It's
and
all
she
about
has
what you
shown,
can-
and I love it. It's all about her character. Well, she's shown her character like fucking 15 times with AFK drop streaming multiple fucking times. She didn't just do that once, by the way. That was 2 separate instances where she AFK fucking drop streamed. And it had to be me both times that was like, stop fucking doing this when it should have been you. But that being said, it had to be me both fucking times. So she's already shown her character with that, and she shows her character every day when she fucking viewbots to the top of our category. To anyone that ever calls her on it gets permabanned from her stream. That's her character.
Well, she
That's her
bans people
fucking
that
character.
bring it up on her stream because she's obviously
Because she's obviously viewbotting, right?
no,
I would
no,
ban people too
because
if I was viewbotting.
If you have a moment where you have to stop streaming for a week because you are unhappy,
That's
then
happened to me before.
obviously, yeah,
If
obviously
you can't
that.
handle the heat, get out of the fucking kitchen. I told you, it's the only hard thing about this job. Streaming is
And
not
you
hard.
know the way that she gets out of the kitchen is by putting the person out of the kitchen. Like she gets the heat and she escorts the person out of the kitchen. And If that's the way that she handles the situation, then that's the way that she handles it. But the point is that I'm trying to make here, Blue, is that you can't be the Twitch police to say that I'm not allowed to duo stream with my
Oh, I didn't say that you
girlfriend.
weren't allowed to. I said that you absolutely, Perlibus should make a rule that says you're not allowed to do that because she doesn't have special drops and she's not a partner. So technically, what Perlibus did was promote Jnny over the weekend. That's what Perlibus did, effectively.
Well,
Yep.
we really saw
I
that
think that they
the average
absolutely
viewership
should make that
raised-
rule. I think that that's fucking reasonable.
The average viewership went up due to the in-game shoutout. I don't think that the average viewership really had much to do with people going to the base category and clicking on something. And if it did, they would realize right away that they weren't getting special drops because that happened
That's
to
not true.
dozens of people. That happened to dozens of people in my stream when this tournament ended. People were like, "Hey, I'm not getting the special drops." They immediately recognized it and they would click away from her stream. So
But some
ultimately-
people do think that they're getting the special drops. 100%.
And so because some people think that should rob me from my ability to duo stream with somebody.
Yeah, with your girlfriend.
And in fairness, Choice, I'm going to be honest with you. If you want to duo stream with your girlfriend who is so obviously viewbotting every single day, honestly, I've been taught to never interrupt your opponent when they're making a mistake. If you want to go ahead and use that stream together function with her every single fucking day and then raid her when you're done with your fucking stream, please go right ahead and do that. All that's going to do is piss off every single other fucking streamer in the goddamn category. And that's why you won't do it. And you pissed people off for just doing it this one time. They all DM'd me.
I think the person that I pissed off the most is you.
No, that's no. The
I mean,
video
you got
partners.
pretty pissed off to be
the video
messaging a ton of CMs and shit. Like if
I
if
did
people
message
actually
the
have
CMs
grievances
because
about
they
this,
should know.
the place to air those grievances is in the partner chat.
Oh, but they're not going to say anything in the partner chat because you're there.
Oh, why would
they
they?
don't? Because
why
they don't
would they
want
be
to
scared of
burn
me?
their relationship bridge with you.
I'm
Joyce,
not a
that's the whole
confrontational
point.
person. I'm not
Yeah.
a confrontational person. If
But you
somebody,
will see
I
it.
have seen
What the fuck is this?
Oh, but
what are we talking
people
about?
are. Oh, there's lots of people. Actually, in fact, there are
All
lots
streaming
of people.
is collaborating. I got
Okay.
Stoops in my fucking chat right now, basically jacking the fuck off to this entire situation.
Yeah, Blue.
Okay.
Let me tell you something.
All
Let me tell
streaming
you
is
something.
fucking collabing with the other fucking streamers.
Blue. Let me tell you something that's just gonna like shut up your whole point here, okay? There have been times when I was glazing Biohack for being a very smart person with the marketplace, saying that he is very insightful about marketplace and he could be a balancer in Black Desert. At that same time, Zethian, the main person that you said got hurt by this, went into the snake chat and he was talking about how I was gluck glazing Biohack and he was talking all this shit. Does he sound like the type of person that's scared to speak up? If he's the guy that is most
Zethian,
affected by
okay,
this,
let's
wouldn't
be
he
honest.
not speak up in the partner
Yeah,
chat?
well,
if he's willing to
let's-
speak up in the
well,
past, why would he not speak up in the
Because
partner
he's
chat?
not going to say, because in the partner chat, again, everyone is in there. You're in there, and he's not trying to necessarily directly damage his
So-
reputation with you. That's pretty obvious. No, hold on. Wait.
So
I'm glad
why-
you made that
he
point.
said that in a
Hold
public
on.
Discord that
Before
I'm
we
in.
pivot away and break our ankles again, let's fucking cover that for a moment. I'm glad you brought up Zethian. Zethian has a massive track record across his entire streaming career of never getting involved in drama. He just doesn't fucking. He watches every piece of drama.
He
but
talks
on
shit
his
all the
stream,
time.
from time to time he'll make a comment. He doesn't make fucking videos for the most part, right? He doesn't
He
make
watches
fucking
all the
videos.
drama
He's not
videos.
trying to fuck. He does watch them, but he himself
He gets
tries to
involved in
stay
drama
impartial.
every time it's a thing. He watches
Biceptimus
all the
Prime
videos.
does the same thing. They don't really make drama content. They try not to get involved, but I can tell you beyond a reasonable doubt that both of them were directly hurt by Jnny on a regular basis, not fans of what the fuck is going on. But they're also not necessarily going to bring that to you because they understand they're not trying to ruin their relationship with you, and they're not going to bring it up in partner chat because then it's more public, right? And you can see that, and they're like, okay, well, I don't want to hurt my relationship with Choice. That's the whole fucking point. But you bet your sweet bippies that they're absolutely affected, and they fucking care a lot more than I fucking do because I wasn't even live on this particular fucking day.
You sound like you care a lot to be going out of your way to message CMs when other people didn't.
You're right. I'm very passionate about things, and I will not apologize for being passionate both about the Black Desert Online community.
And I'm not going to apologize
or the
about wanting
game.
to duo stream a tournament.
Right? And that's totally fine if you don't want to do that. Again, Choice, I'm not going to stop you. Go ahead and duo with stream with her tomorrow.
and the next day, and the next day, and we'll see what kind of impact that has over long term.
Well, I don't do that because we don't stream at the same time because we compete on our viewership when we do that. We only do that if there's like
Oh.
a special occasion where we can watch
Oh.
at the same time.
So you compete on your viewership, so you won't stream at the same time, but you'll rate each other so that each of you is at the top of the fucking category for those respective spots, and you've got that nice, comfy cushion to make sure that you're in front of everyone else. You also inadvertently admitted right there that being these slots of the category that you said were illegitimate before. By the way, you again said before that like, well, these top panes, it doesn't matter whether you're the top streamer or the third top streamer. It does matter now, doesn't it? So now suddenly it matters. So suddenly now it matters. It's like that's why we stream at different times. That's what you said. You said it didn't matter before, and now you're saying it does matter because that we don't want to compete with each other because then I would be in the second spot and she would be in the top spot. But that's a pretty significant difference.
Yeah, okay.
There it is.
So the pains is not actually what matters. If you are aware of this thing called the Twitch dashboard, it actually shows you your viewers also watch this person. And I know that I share approximately 52% of my viewers with Biceptimus Prime. So it can be reasonably thought that if I stream at the same time as Bicep, half of them will be in my stream and half will be in his.
Yes.
Whereas if he
so
was
you will
only
have
streaming
lower
or
viewers.
I was only streaming.
So you will have lower viewers.
Exactly.
Correct.
So
because you're lower in the category.
You generally do not
and
want
you're sharing communities. You're lower in the category, right?
It's
and
not
you'll have less
it's not about being lower in the category. It's all about just having less viewers because you're sharing less viewers. The number one streamer in the category, if Bicep streams, I'll give you prime examples. If Bicep streams alone, he gets up to 1.2, 1.5K viewers. If Rapalus is there, he tends to have a lower average viewership because Rapalus and Bicep also share viewers. Rapalus's viewership is higher when Bicep's not streaming on average. Biceps is higher when Rapalus is the opposite of that.
Right.
So what I'm trying to say here is that it is not advantageous to stream at the same time as other streamers where you share your viewership with. So I'm not saying anything about the pains. I'm just saying
well, you could argue you share viewers, though. You could argue you share viewers with every other streamer in the fucking category. I could go through the category right now and say that I share
and
viewers
that is
with
why
all
you
of
have
so that argument kind of falls apart because no matter when you're live, you're going to be sharing viewers, like a lot of viewers, with a lot of the other fucking streamers. But you deliberately don't want to stream at the same time as Jnny because you will compete for that very top slot of the category, and that
it's not
matters.
about the top spot.
It does matter.
It is,
and again,
it is about
the difference.
average viewership. If the average viewership, let's say that I'm the number one streamer at 800 viewers, and Bicep is the number two viewer at 799. We both have viewership of approximately 800. It doesn't matter if I'm in front of him or he's in front of me. What matters is that if he was alone streaming, he would be at over 1K, and if I was alone streaming, I would have been at over 1K. And when it comes to sponsorship opportunities, you know they pay on average viewership. It has nothing to do with the top slot. It has to do with the deflation of what is achievable in the top slot. That is why it is unadvantageous to stream at the same time as someone that you share a lot of viewers with.
There's certainly a lot of factors.
You generally want to avoid that.
Well, there is certainly a lot of factors that go into it, but the only streamer that you are deliberately coordinating with is Jnny, who is Viewbotting.
If I coordinate, well, I coordinate with her
everyone else, it doesn't matter because if you and I stream at the same time, we overlap too. We both have lower viewers. I'm sure you've seen this, right?
Listen, I think that you do this as you've said in the past, and I also do this.
I tried to be
tend to avoid.
Yep.
I tend to avoid streaming when you're streaming.
Yeah, I
tend
try to stream on
You
days.
tend to avoid streaming when I'm streaming, and
we
that's
used
better
to have
for
this
all
arrangement.
of us.
Yep.
And also too,
and we never talked about it. But that was
I also avoid streaming when Biceptimus is streaming. I go live in the mornings when I know that he's going to be ending because I know that generally people are going to be looking for a new stream, and therefore it makes more sense for average viewership. It's just the game of Twitch.
Okay, let me ask
And
you
so,
something.
yeah.
Do you think that Jnny should be banned in any way for viewbotting for 2.5 years every day at the top of the category?
I think that if somebody is viewbotting for 2.5 years, like banned from BDO
Every
or Twitch.
day. No, not BDO. That's irrelevant. We're talking about Twitch.
I think that viewbotters should be banned. I think that if you are knowingly viewbotting yourself and you are breaking the Twitch terms of service and you get caught for doing so, I think that people should get banned for that. Absolutely.
Okay, so how do you handle it when someone like Extra Emily is just like knows about the viewbotting but is letting somebody else do it?
'Cause then she's not technically doing
Well,
it.
that's
right?
very immoral. That's extremely immoral because she's not technically doing it, but she knows about it, and that's pretty bad. If it's like Ellie, where it was happening and she didn't know about it, and she claims that she doesn't know about it, and she
Which is
didn't know about
possible
it,
that
then
happened.
what
It's
can you do?
possible with Ellie that she didn't
Like
know.
it's a bunch of speculation here about whether she does or does not know if there is or is not something happening. But at the end of the day, I don't support viewbotting, and what I do support
I
is
think
my
Jnny does.
girlfriend and wanting to stream.
I
a
think
tournament
that
with her.
she is so obviously being viewbotted, and I think she's totally okay with her being viewbotted. Whether she knows who's doing it or not is irrelevant. She's 100% complicit in the entire thing because she would be handling
Well-
it differently. If she was not okay with being viewbotted, she would not be just banning people for saying, hey, are you being botted in her stream chat. She would not be just immediately trying to just strike down any conversation on this or trying to personally attack people because anybody calls her out on viewbotting, etc. If she was against viewbotting, if she was completely against viewbotting, why does she have the opinion that she's just like, no, I'm just the best, right? And it's so obvious that she's being viewbotted for hundreds and hundreds of viewers, right? I would argue that she's just complicit in this entire thing. Like, even in the best case scenario where she doesn't even know who's viewbotting her, it's some random simp on the internet,
Yeah.
she 100% knows that it's happening and she's okay with it. And anybody that says anything about it, she just bans and then she moves on like nothing's wrong.
Thing is, Blue, is that she doesn't want to draw attention to anything more than she just wants to play BDO, grind, make her enhancing guide, make her Discord guides.
And make
She is
tens of
not
thousands of
somebody
dollars on Twitch. Yeah.
like she just she if she truly, let's say that she has no idea this is happening, or pardon me, let's say that she has no stake in the fact and it is happening.
She has stake
we
in
s-
it. She's
let's
deliberately
say she has
affected
no-
by it.
she has
and
no,
she's totally fine with it.
She would be affected by it, yes. But what I'm saying is that she doesn't know and it's not her. Okay? All she wants to do is just fucking play BDO, man. She is not the type of person to be like,
Don't call out anything. Just all I want to do is play BDO and Viewbot. I don't know why everybody keeps calling me
but
out.
why you're always
I don't-
acting as if she knows that it's happening. If it is happening,
She does
it
know
is
that
not
it's
her,
happening,
my
or
guy.
she's low IQ, which I don't believe that she is. I don't think that she's like
Well,
low IQ.
nobody's got as big of a brain as you, Blue. So
That's not
I think
true.
compared to
I'm
everybody
not,
else,
I'm not, I get things wrong all the time. The difference is I try to.
I don't
admit
know,
it, but
man.
I'm
You're a
wrong.
plot guy. Plot guys are pretty smart.
A what guy? What the fuck? Plot guy?
A plot guy. Yeah,
the
you
fuck
like
is a
plotting
plot?
points.
Oh. Well, I just put points
yeah,
on a
you put-
graph. But see, again, you can't necessarily prove anything, right? Like, you can't, like it's just the way that it
Yeah.
is. It's all you can do is present the information and let the viewers make up the decision for themselves. That's it. And I think we've done a
Yeah.
decent job of that. You've expressed your grievances. I've expressed mine. Both of us walk away. Is there anything that you want to say? Can we wrap this up, or is there anything else that, because we've been
Yeah, I
going,
gotta
brother,
wrap
we've
it
been-
up. I
yeah, I was
gotta
gonna say,
eat
brother,
some
we're-
dinner.
Yeah. We've been going for a while. I will say this, Choice. We used to be, dare I say, friends.
I mean, we
before-
played League together, bro. You used to hang out on the Discord with me, and
Yeah.
used to be cool. But you know, at the end of the day, man,
Yeah.
I hate having ill will between people.
I fucking hate
and
it too.
and
Stop viewbotting.
you know, this new relationship of mine has definitely brought a lot of very interesting things. A lot of interesting things have happened in this time. I've never been this dramatic in the past. I've never been involved in this much drama in the past. At the end of the day, I believe that she doesn't have a hand in it, and I love her. And if I think that she doesn't have a hand in it and I love her, that's enough for me. So you can say what you want about whether or not I do a stream with her. I just want to fucking do a stream with my girlfriend. You can try to throw me under the bus and say that I'm doing it for all these self-gain purposes.
It's not just you. It's her
But-
getting more. She's benefiting
Yeah,
more from
like-
it than you are. That's the point I'm trying to make. She benefits more than you do.
She
You still benefit, but she benefits more than you do.
Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, like point is that drama is uncomfortable, and
It is, but Choice, none
you know,
of this.
I've said some things. I've said some things that I regret over the last couple of days about how you got 1v1 by a lawnmower, and I apologize for those. And I'm gonna stop saying stuff like that going forward, and I'm just gonna not do things that are, you know, speaking of you in a bad light. I want to stop doing that.
You can make fun of my PvP prowess. That you can do that. That's great. Bro, I agree with you. Fuck, I agree with you. Right? But we're gonna be shot calling nonetheless. right? And Choice, I'm hoping that this all resolves itself soon. I sincerely, no matter what happens, if Jnny's viewership goes back to what I believe it probably should be, or the Viewbot stops for whatever reason, I hope that everything can go back to normal, and I won't fucking bring this up anymore. Okay.
Well,
and
if you think that it's going to help, and I'm sure that you probably have done it, is if you think that it's a problem and you want to air your grievances with Twitch, like Twitch seems to not do a whole lot about viewbotting.
No, they do not.
Viewbotting is bad. If viewbotting is happening and you are viewbotting another streamer, just stop viewbotting that other streamer. If you're a streamer that is viewbotting, stop viewbotting. But I also don't think that you have to chastise somebody for not acting exactly the way that you want them to act if something is happening.
That's not how it works.
Like,
there's plenty of streamers that absolutely act the way that I don't want them to act. I guarantee you there's going to be videos made about this fucking shit. I don't even know if I'm going to make this into a fucking video. That's crazy. I think that I think that the other streamers are entitled to their opinion. And I guarantee you, I'm the first one. I'm always the person that's like, I try to, yes, I am brutal with how I approach stuff. I am direct. I am honest. Yes, sometimes I get some shit wrong, but I try to admit it frankly, and I move forward. I've always tried to do that. And that's why, okay, I think that us being, as much as you might fucking hate me, us being able to come together and talk shit out is a good thing. That is a good thing. The airing the grievances and moving forward is a great thing. And I hope that Choice someday we can go back to, I hope that someday we can go back to being reasonable. I hope that someday I can go even apologize to Jnny. God forbid it comes out that she's not viewbotting at all. I'll get on my hands and knees and fucking apologize. But I know that's not going to happen. That being said, if the viewbots go away, again, I think that the relationship improves dramatically, in my opinion. But like, I think that you make really good content. I think that the reason that you're popular is because you are good at content creation. You are consistent. You work hard. You're good at it. And you're right. So I overstepped on some of my points. I've already admitted them, but like I've overstepped on some of my points. Yeah, I don't always necessarily get it completely right. But
the biggest thing I'm really concerned about right now, Blue,
okay,
is that I normally would have been grinding for like 6 hours in this stream. Are you willing to financially compensate me with some Gamba boxes to make up for the lost grind
Dude, I
hours?
can't even, I don't even want to buy my own Gamba boxes because I'm trying to afford a new fucking car, bro. I can't, like, what do you want me to do right now? I'll tell you what, we might, dude, we can't, no, actually, we can't do this. This never happened. This conversation is not happening.
Fuck.
You can't actually bet on what's going on in the game. You know that. You can't, we were not going to do that. We weren't even considering that. Pearl Abyss, I know you're watching. We're not even considering that. That's not a thing. We would never bet on what's going on in the game, right, Choice?
Nope.
Yep.
I'm not making a website right now about it.
I'm
not making a new betting website.
We would never do anything like that. No, Cassie. No, we're good. Regardless, Choice,
And
I'm
you know
glad
what,
we're
Blue?
at least able to
I'm
come
even
together
going
and
to
talk.
refollow you.
You unfollowed me?
Yeah. Like a year ago. I hope you're not too hurt.
If it makes you feel any better, I never unfollowed you or Jnny.
That's
It's nothing
really cute
personal. It's
and
just
super
good
touching.
business. Easy +1 follow. Hey, Choice, thanks for the follow, buddy. Appreciate you.
All right, man. Have yourself a wonderful night.
You too, man. Nighty night. I'm
uh,
glad we aired the grievances, and I'm sure that I look forward to seeing the 11 content creator videos chastising me over the next few weeks. So I hope you enjoy them too, brother.
Okay, man. See you later.
Later, taters.